Hello everyone and welcome to the Woodlands, Texas for the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, and it is the second race of the series this year. Just a few weeks back, Oceanside 70.3, but this, the first of the Ironman races, a total of 20 races in the Pro Series this year. I am Greg Welch and joining me today, Marinda Carfrey. Welcome.
Thanks, Greg. And more points on the line today. We have 5,000 points going out to the winner of the male and female race this year. So there will be a big shake-up in the points with this being the first Ironman and second event of the series.
Yeah, exactly. We'll go straight over to the Roca weather today, Rinny. We have 74 at this point, or 23 Celsius. Broken clouds at the moment, feels like 75 and 24, 4 kilometres an hour out of the south-southeast at the moment, but the wind is definitely picking up. 75.9 in the water, 24.4, and the humidity is up. 85%. Might be a little bit of a cooker.
It does look like it. That humidity might come down a little bit, but I hear it's going to be a little windy through the middle part of the day, so the latter part of the bike ride for these pros.
Yeah, we see our team down there getting ready for the start here, coming up in about 22.5 minutes from now. It is absolutely stacked this year in this race, and I tell you what, we've got a great lineup happening today here in the Woodlands in Marinda. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the times are going to be very fast as well.
Yeah, always fast times here at the Woodlands. Obviously, the heat and wind can play a factor, but very flat bike, very flat run, and a lake swim. So a faster course out there, but a really stellar field here as well.
Stellar field for sure, and some of our notables here today on our men's race. Matthew Marquardt from the USA, the young upstart. He is in sensational form, and he's looking for a victory here. He's going to have to come up against the two-time Ironman world champion Patrick Langer, and also Braden Curry, a man that's won here before a couple of times, Matty Hansen.
Yeah, and on to the women's race. We do have a fantastic race. The defending champ, Kat Matthews, is back racing again today. We have Jocelyn McCauley, Maya Stage Nelson, Fenella Langridge, Alice Alberts won 2 Ironman last year, so looking to go again this year. I think she was 6th here last year. Lauren Brandon, Danielle Lewis, Lottie Wilms, Hannah Berry, and Rebecca Clark.
Yes, and that was the Wahoo element giving us the time to count down to the start here in the Woodlands. Let's go over and take a look at our Pro Series point standings right now. In our men's standings, we have Lionel Sanders. He won the 70.3 over there in Oceanside. And remember that we got 2,500 points that are on offer for our 70.3 races, 5,000 offer on to the Ironman race. We get a good look at Braden Curry from New Zealand, a man that needs a little bit of luck to fall on his side.
Yeah, Braden's had a little bit of a rough go of it the last couple of races, especially Oceanside just a few weeks ago. He had a disqualification, but he was able to overturn it. So his 6th place remained, and I think with those points and then some points here today, he may go into the lead.
Yeah, he could do. And then you've got Joe Skipper as well. I think that Joe will be one of the guys that you got to look at the end of the year to, to take the overall bonus and the $200,000, which is a fairly large carrot at the end of the year.
Yeah, $200,000 is nothing to laugh at. So, yeah, these athletes, a lot of money on the line. And, yeah, obviously today as well. So, great opportunities for the pro athletes here. I think this Pro Series is really changing things for the better for the pro athletes. Lots of excitement coming up this year for all the athletes racing.
Certainly sounds like, 2 70.3 and 3 on the maximum side of things on the Ironman distance is going to be the formula, to get the things, to get the bonus done this year. And that's what most of the athletes have been saying. And look out for Patrick Langer as well. There you see the flag there. It's waving around. It's pretty heavy right now. There's our schedule for the broadcast in 2024 for the Ironman Pro Series. And you can find all the information at proseries.ironman.com as well. Kicking off in Oceanside just a few weeks back. Here we are at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, right here from the Woodlands, all the way through to December 14 and 15 when we wrap the year up in Lake Taupo down in New Zealand, which is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, wonderful to finally get to Topor. Obviously, that was supposed to be the 70.3 World Champs back in 2020. So finally, a few years later, 2024, getting down to Topor for that World Championship event.
Making it happen. Topor, absolutely gorgeous. We cannot wait to see that. All right, let's go over and look at our male pro leaderboard right now as it stands with 2,500 points on top. The Canadian, Lionel Sanders, right there. You can see his time at 3:46.24, and every second after that is a point. So there is Sam Long down there at 24:29. Jackson Laundry had another great race. He seems to race very well early season down there in Oceanside. Hellegeens from Belgium is in there all the way down to our top 10. There's Joe Skipper, who is racing today.
Yeah, obviously those points are for the 70.3 races. There's 2,500 point maximum. So today, 5,000 points on the line. Last week we had a couple of weeks ago we had Taylor Knibb taking the lead. So 2,500 points for her. Emma Pallant-Brown second place. 18:46. There was a big time gap. So as we say, every second does count, and so you'll see those numbers come down quickly as that time keeps ticking along. Yeah, down to 10th place.
Yeah, it looks like Vanilla Language has got a very good opportunity to go into the lead after today. All right, over to the point standings, female and male, and the prize purse. First place at the end of the season goes $200,000 to our first female and male, all the way down to 10th at $10,000. In between 11th and 50th, giving every one of the pro athletes an opportunity to earn some money at $5,000 there. First place earnings here today, it's going to be 5,000 points. In the World Championship, obviously, we go up 1,000 points to 6,000. And as you can see, every second matters right there. Plus 1 second, 1 point on the point scoring here today.
Yeah, and as you see there's a maximum of 3 Ironman races you can count towards that final total, and 2 70.3s. So these athletes will want to get those 5 races in and to try and score maximum amount of points.
Well, how about we go over and take a look at the swim, bike and run course here at the Woodlands, and we'll start out with the swim today.
Well, yes, the Roka swim course is a 2.4 mile swim, 3.8 kilometre. Water start will go point to point with 1 turnaround. Athletes start in the swim at North Shore Park and dip into Lake Woodlands before heading through a spectator-lined canal towards the exit at Town Green Park.
Exactly, and then 112 miles or 180 kilometres on the bike, out and back, 2 loops. Athletes will start their 112-mile journey by navigating part of the Woodlands, then enter the northern Harris County. Once in the Harris County, the athletes navigate 2 loops on the Hardy Toll Road. It's going to be pretty windy out there, so as they make their way back into town, they'll have the opportunity to see their competition as well. So on the second lap there, all the way back out to that turnaround point, and then back into the Woodlands, where they'll get out onto their Hoka run course, 26.2 miles on the run.
Yes, 26.2, 42.2 kilometres, that's 3 laps. This course was voted Athlete's Choice for Best Run Course in North America last year. It's one of the most spirited on the circuit thanks to the incredible spectator base, and Hippie Hollow is probably the highlight of this run course. It's just a really animated area.
Sure is.
With all sorts of twinkling lights and tie-dye banners and you name it. So the athletes are treated to some great spectating out there.
It was pretty funny last year. We were watching, a couple of the hippies running along with our, elite athletes there in the lead, and I cannot wait to see some of the outfits down there today. All right, so we got our men pro athletes here. They're going to be coming up in a minute here, and I tell you what, today it is going to be such a great race. I'm looking forward to it so much. Wearing number M1, he's going to be wearing an orange swim cap today too. Representing Germany is Patrick Langer, and then we've got Robert Wilkowiecki from Poland's going to be wearing bib number M2. Then we've got wearing number 3 is Braden Curry from New Zealand. Then we've got number 4, Matthew Marquardt, and then Maddie Hansen. Both of the United States are going to be our favourites today, but look out for Joe Skipper. He'll have a little bit of a deficit coming out of the water today. Clement Mignon from France, a very, very consistent performer, as is Chris Lieferman and Dylan Magnian.
Yeah, coming up to 14 and a half minutes till the pro start here. We also have on the women's side wearing bib number 1. Orange swim cap will be Kat Matthews, representing Great Britain. Representing the US, Jocelyn McCauley in the green swim cap. And then representing Denmark, Maya Sage Nelson. Fenella Language, we got Alice Alberts. Lauren Brandon, Danielle Lewis, Lottie Wilms, Hannah Berry, and Rebecca Clark. That'll be our top 10 women racing today.
Well, let's talk a little bit about our females there. You've got Kat Matthews in there. You know, word on the street is that, you know, carrying a little bit of a soleus calf injury. Jocelyn McCauley raced a couple of weeks ago, you know, in Singapore and doing well. Maya elected to stay out of Oceanside, and it was a very important thing for her to do, you know, to get herself ready for this one, because she wants to get after the series, right? And had a little bit of a niggling injury. And then you've got Rebecca Clark and Lauren Brandon. I'm really excited to see what happens in the women's right now.
Absolutely. And we're starting with the pro men here. This is number one, Patrick Langer.
Yep, Patrick
wearing
Langer.
Orange.
Yep, Patrick Langer from Germany wearing the orange cap today, as will Robert Wilko-Wiecki. Now, we know that Robert is going to be further up there than Patrick, so keep an eye on that. There's the wolf. Braden Curry is going to be in there today with the green cap from New Zealand. Like we mentioned, he's going to need a little bit of luck on his side, Marinda. He hasn't had much of it over the last couple of races, but he's due for a great race.
He really is, and, you know, he's been actually training up in Breckenridge, up in altitude. So he said his only obstacle might be the heat, but decided to get out there and race.
Well, he comes from Wanaka in New Zealand, and that's hilly and altitude as well. Over to Matthew Marquardt, the young upstart here. He's going to have a great race today. Look at that smile. He is quietly confident, good at swimming, good at biking, and good at running. I think that he is one of our favourites today.
He's a young talent in the US. Yeah, very exciting young talent.
And then Matty Hansen from Texas as well. He always races here pretty well. He's won a couple of times. He's, you know, his age is up there, but I tell you what, he's still got the energy of a youngster, and he's a father of just a 6-week-old baby.
6-week-old little girl, yeah. Matt Hansen there. Always a favourite.
Wearing men's 6 is Joe Skipper, one of the favourites in the overall series here for the Ironman Pro Series in 2024. Hails from the UK. He knows how to go.
Junkyard dog.
Oh, yeah.
We got a wolf and a junkyard dog.
Junkyard dog. You've got to love that. And then we got Koolhaas from the Netherlands coming out here. Minion Koolhaas, he's another upstart here wearing number 7 today. He's in pretty good form as well. He's already raced once in March this year and performed very well. So we look forward to seeing him going through the motions as well. And then from France, Clement Mignon, you take your you know, race back to Nice in September of 23. He was up there for quite a while there with Magnus Ditlev right on the front there with Sam Laidlow as well. And, but it was Sam Laidlow that would depart from Clement Mignon there and go and take the World Championship. But Clement, he's a cool, calm and collected character. And here we have from the USA, Chris Leiferman. He just lives and hails from Longmont, Colorado. So we know that he's ready. He's been training at altitude as well. So good luck to Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. Training up here at altitude. He's a couple of kids now. So, yeah, dad too. Dad strength.
And also from France, there is Dylan Mignon. Coming in there in number 13 today. He'll be wearing a silver swim cap, so we'll keep an eye on him when he's out there in the race today. But that is our men's top 10 right here in the Woodlands, getting ready for this incredible Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas. There's Kat Matthews.
On screen, yeah. And, yeah, obviously really hopeful that that calf holds up. I think she is too. She sort of hinted to, I'm in really great shape. I've been training really hard, but the calf's a bit of a question mark.
It is a question mark, and you know, she's been working on it, getting attention on it, and but she does say that the soleus has been a bit of a problem right now, so it's a big question mark, and I just don't know about that one.
Yeah, so she'll be wearing F1 and orange swim cap. Now we have Jocelyn McCauley in the green cap.
Hook 'em, baby.
She's actually from Texas. Just it's 90 minutes from here, actually. So a lot of home support out there on the course for her today. And she loves this race. She comes back every year. Has won before, was 3rd last year. And here's Maya Sage Nelson in position 3, wearing the violet cap, as you can see, from Denmark.
Yeah, Maya's clearly stated that she wants to get after the Pro Series this year and win it at the end of the year. So 3 Ironmans on the cards for her. Here comes Fenella Langridge. Just absolutely disco dancing all the way to the start line here today. Fenella looks like she's in a great spirits.
And if you don't know Fenella, this is her in a nutshell. Very animated and playful, and just has a lot of fun out there. We love watching her race.
And Alice Alberts, I mean, what a great story here, isn't he?
Yeah, just started racing in 2021, started in the age group ranks, moved straight up to the pro ranks, won 2 Ironman races last year, Lake Placid and Ironman Maryland, sorry. She finished here in 6th place last year as well.
And the formidable Lauren Brandon. She's been a stalwart in the women's race for a long time, over a decade. We know Lauren, she's as good as Lucy Charles Barclay in the water, well, sometimes, and today we know that she'll be out there in the lead as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Lauren Brandon, phenomenal swimmer. Danielle Lewis here, she's kind of coming in as a dark horse for this race. Just a really, really solid bike runner. She usually is a little back in the swim, but she'll use that bike strength and her phenomenal run to make her way up through the ranks.
From the Netherlands, Lotte Willems, she's going to have a great race, in great form as well this year. I wanted to go back to Danielle. She looked quite emotional there, and, getting a day started. She will be a force today for sure. But Lotte Willems, new onto the scene as well in the Ironman distance racing. And then we have from New Zealand, Hannah Berry.
Hannah Berry from New Zealand, she's in that silver cap. She is a very good swimmer, I believe. And yeah, we'll be looking for her to be strong all day long out there.
She'll be joined by fellow Kiwi and great swimmer Rebecca Clark. Here she is right now. You know that she's going to get out to a flyer right from the outset here on the swim course here. The Roka swim course is going to be awesome. We're going to get a nice little split around about halfway in the swim course today with a bit of luck out there, so we'll see how that goes. But Rebecca Clark, she is all ready to go, and we are too at the Ironman Pro Series right here in the Woodlands, Texas. Marinda, we're off to a good start already, getting ready for our race here in the Woodlands. Warm water, hot action.
Hot action, absolutely. I think it's going to be a nice warm day. Looks like calm conditions out there on the water too. And we are 7:30 from the start. So almost time to go. And we're just going to run into a little break before we get started here.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Feed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas just about to get underway here. Also a part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. We've had our athlete introductions. We're waiting now and standing by for the national anthem. We've got a decent flyover happening as well. But Marinda, last moments for the athletes to have a warm-up here. What are they doing? What's going through their minds, and how excited are they?
Yeah, it's nice to just get in the water finally after sort of being held behind. Didn't look like any of them had been in yet, and it is dark down there, so you don't really want to get in too early. But yeah, just trying to calm their nerves, get a little more blood flow into the shoulders, get that body ready to go. The athletes will be at an in-water start, so they will have to sort of swim over to that start line. So yeah, at this point, they're just kind of calming themselves and kind of, going through those positive affirmations, remembering all the hard work they've done, and just sort of getting ready for battle.
This race has always been a great race on the calendar. It seems to be, picking up with, popularity, as well. We had a 91%, turn up and pick up their packets here overall in the age group competition as well. So we know that there's a lot on the line. There's Kona spots, there's Nice spots on the line. Kona this year is for our men, and in Nice it's going to be for our women. So here we are with our national anthem, Top Zero.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Good luck, everybody.
And that's our own Tom Ziebart, who works for Ironman and has a wonderful voice.
He does, and here comes the flyover right now over the Woodlands, Texas, on a beautiful morning here. It's warm. It's 75 degrees already, 23.5 degrees Celsius, and we are just about set for a start in the first of our Ironman distance races here in the Pro Series for 2024. Marinda, we're 2.5 minutes away. Now we're getting down to the nervous moments. It's going to be on here in just under 3 minutes, but our women will have a 5-minute deficit, no doubt about it. There'll be Lauren Brandon, Rebecca Clark, and a few of the others that may catch up to the tail end of our pro group. Men's today, they'll be swimming very well as well down here as they make their way out onto the bikes. But this is the Roca swim course, and we're just about set. Under 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go until all hell breaks loose. We have a pretty big men's field here today. I think it's 50, 60 strong. So a lot of men out there, and the start's always a little bit jumbled up, people trying to fight for position. And then, yes, as you said, 5 minutes until we have the women's start. Lauren Brandon will guarantee she'll catch a couple of those pro men at the tail end. But for the most part, 5 minutes is a good break between the pro men and pro women's field. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this start plays out, and looking forward to seeing how what the standings are as they get out of the water.
Yep, the Wahoo Element rival says just under 2 minutes. Coming up to the minute to go right now. We see the flyover there. We got our helicopter. We got our drones in place. We got everything ready for a nice, solid swim start here. The course, they will be doing around about, it's like a T setup. So they'll go down the river here, out and back, and then on the way back, they'll make a right-hand turn past where they started, and then down into the T1, T2 area here in the Woodlands. So we are just about set for a start. 45 seconds to go. We can see on a cloudy morning here, the winds are picking up, so it's going to be a challenging type of race day here. And what about the adjustments that the athletes will have to make?
Yeah, I mean, I think, early season, if you're based in North America or, the Northern Hemisphere, you're coming out of winter. So to be able to be ready for a hot race, some of these athletes have been in Texas for a couple of weeks already to acclimate to this sort of the weather. It's definitely something you want to be ready for, but I think these are professional athletes, whether they're prepared in winter conditions and done the sauna protocol, or whether they've come in early to prepare, they'll be ready for the day, whatever it brings. Here we go. And they're off.
And we're underway for the 2024 first of the Ironman distance races in the Pro Series here. This is the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. And we're off to a great start there. You can see we're a nice long line across the lake here, as we can see that there's a couple out to a flying start on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side may be the shorter way, but the right-hand side at this point in time is the favourable position. Who do we have out there? It might be Wilco Wiecki, might be Matthew Marquardt. You know, we know that the American is going to be swimming very hard today. Braden Curry from New Zealand. We're going to have a great little leader group out there today. We will be able to follow along with our cap colours today. Wilco Wiecki from Poland wearing the orange cap. We know that. Braden Curry in the green, so we'll get caught up with all of our athletes as soon as we get into the race just a little bit.
Yeah, as we get going here and we get a little light on the day, we'll be able to call out some of the cap colours. But we're expecting Matthew Marquardt up this front there, Wilco Wiecki, the Wolf there as well. Interested to see if Patrick Lange is able to swim at that front group. Obviously, Braden Curry usually is around the front too. So, yeah, obviously looking for those athletes. But we'll, as we get going, and we actually will get a halfway split, so we will get those real-time results coming in, which will be really helpful.
Yeah, we see out there in front at the moment, we got a couple of athletes here in our men's.
That looks like Mino Koolhaas, I think, in second place.
Koolhaas is right up there as well. Curry's right in there, you can see. And then Patrick Lange, he's a very smart racer there, Marinda, and he'll put himself at the start line, you know, next to some of the faster swimmers so that he can just go onto the feet and, you know, put himself into that position. So there you go. We got two orange caps there, Patrick Lange and Robert, the Wolf, Wilco Wiecki. And then Braden Curry's going to be wearing green. Now, the first of the green caps will be Braden. It won't be Joe. Joe will be a little bit back, and there's Matthew Marquardt wearing the purple cap up there, as to Menno Koolhaas from the Netherlands. There is Clement Mignon wearing yellow with Florian Unger. We haven't spoken too much about Florian, but he's come into this race with a good amount of confidence. He didn't do what he really wanted to do in Oceanside. And don't forget about the other purple cap. There's Andrew Horsfall-Turner, who has a fast swim. Last year, 46 minutes, just over 46 for the English competitor there, Andrew Horsfall-Turner.
Yeah, Horsfall-Turner, very, very fast swimmer there too. It looks like the pink cap is actually leading at the moment, and that would be...
That is Horsfall-Turner.
That's Horsfall-Turner. Okay, so we have Horsfall-Turner in the lead, and then is that green? Is that Braden Curry right down beside?
It's got to be Braden Curry right up alongside. So Braden off to a good start, as you would imagine. A very, very strong swimmer, very experienced in the open water. He lives in Wanaka in New Zealand on the South Island, just outside of Queenstown there, and it is very much like, you know, training at altitude and, you know, up in the mountains. So they get choppy water, and he's very used to that type of conditions and knowing how to use those conditions to his benefit. High arm action, you've got the breathing has to be off to the side and very, very late, and, you know, bringing that head out of the water. So there is, you know, Marquardt and also Braden Curry right up there, and Horsfall-Turner. So we're off to a really good start here, but it looks like the pace is very, very quick with two athletes possibly trying to get away.
Yeah, and that front is either green. Oh, here we go for the women's
We're still about a minute and 10 seconds away from that. We got a 5-minute gap in between our men's and women's today here in Texas.
And as the sun comes up, we'll be able to see better, but I'm not sure if that is Braden or a silver cap. And if it's a silver cap, it'd be Dylan Mignon. So as we get a better look at those two front athletes, Braden is in the green, but we have Dylan Mignon in the silver. So it's one of those two, but it looked like there was a little bit of a break happening already, and that was Marquardt right behind them. And so we'll see. Obviously, very early stages of the race, first 5 minutes of the men's race. So a lot of things can happen in the swim to shake it up.
Lauren Brandon, we got Rebecca Clark in there. We got Fenella Langridge. This is going to be a good swim start as well, the ladies. Those three that I just mentioned, Marinda, should be the threesome that gets out there early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Lauren Brandon is the class of the field in the swim, but I do think she will have some company out there at the start of the swim, probably through the end, but I think she will welcome that company, have some company on the bike at the early stages of the bike. So I think we're 5 seconds to the start. And they're off. The women are off in the Memorial Hermann IRONMAN North American Texas Championship.
Here we go. We can see Jocelyn McCauley was in the green cap there closest to screen, and then also Maya Stage-Nielsen. And then at the bottom of the screen with the orange cap is Rebecca Clark. So you know that Rebecca Clark is going to get off to a great start. And then Lauren Brandon will be wearing the pink cap today. At the top of the screen there is Lauren Brandon. You can see off to a really good start now. Two groups just forming out there, Marinda. One at the top of the screen, one at the bottom of the screen. You can see the Rebecca Clark from New Zealand at the bottom.
It might be Fenella Language in the yellow cap there, leading out that other swim. That's
that is
the one
definitely
athlete we
Fenella.
forgot.
Yep.
We sort of forgot to mention. So there is a couple of really, really good swimmers in this field today. You know, best in the world in triathlon. So will be a very fast swim, but we'll see if these two groups come together. I would imagine Lauren Brandon's on one side. That looks like Fenella on our right.
Definitely Fenella Langridge on the right in the yellow cap right now. On the orange cap on the right-hand side of Fenella, sitting in about third place right now is Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. Hannah Berry, you would imagine, is going to be up there today, but Lauren Brandon is in the mix in early stages of things here at the Woodlands, and we can see that we're off to a great start so far. It's remained more calm on the water than what I actually thought. The wind has sort of dropped down a little bit at this stage, so we are looking to that wind is going to accelerate and get up to around about 25-mile-an-hour gusts coming up a little bit later on. All right, Fenella Langridge.
And
she is
Lottie
leading
Wilms.
the race. Yeah, a lot of Wilms is in there from the Netherlands as well, as they do come together now. So the top part of the screen before, we saw that there was two groups forming about 30 metres apart. Now they've come together right in the middle there. We can see there is Lauren Brandon in third place. Rebecca Clark is swimming along in fourth place at this point in time. So look at that. A lot of films out there doing a very, very good opener right now. But look at this coming to the front now in the violet cap here is also looks like Maya Stage-Nielsen possibly, but good start by our two yellow caps here today. That is Lotta Vilms and Fenella Langridge.
So we have Lauren Brandon in the pink cap leading there.
Yeah, Lauren. There's
as we
Lauren.
know.
That's it. Yeah, that's her stroke.
Yep, definitely Lauren Brandon right in the front there. Then Fenella Langridge and Lotta Wilms second and third in the yellow caps. In the red cap or orange cap, that would be...
Two oranges, we got Rebecca Clark and also Kat Matthews. So if Kat's in this group at the early part, that's good because Kat, you know, we know that she's coming in carrying an injury today. So, you know, she's going to get after the swim and the bike for sure. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in the run there today. She's been battling a soleus calf injury that's been hampering her since March. Raced in Miami in March and toured a little bit there. So unfortunately, you know, it started out with a cramp and then it went into the soleus muscle. So we just are hoping to see if the recovery is there for her today, and if not, you know, unfortunately she'll have to focus on just getting that better. But right now let's focus on the Roca swim course because Lauren Brandon is out there doing what Lauren does best.
Yeah, just poetry in motion there, Lauren Brandon, and the other ladies just trying to hold onto her feet. This stage, obviously successful, but we'll see if they seem like they're desperately trying to hold on, and Lauren Brandon's just doing her thing. She's just tempo pace, just stretching it out, really.
Yeah, just stretching it out, and I do think that Kat Matthews is sitting in fifth place right now. There's Rebecca Clark sitting in fourth place, trying to get back onto the feet of Langridge at this point in time, but it is stretching out there, Marinda. You can just see that it's about to bust open, and we've got 7 ladies that are swimming in our lead group at this point in time, or actually 8 ladies swimming in our lead group at this point in time as we get through the first part. But look how she's stretching out. Look at this beautiful, like you said, poetry in motion. Love how that she, you know, the entry into the water there, and then she pushes right out to the front, gets the catch right, is grabbing all of that water, releasing at the hip, and look at that beautiful way that she's bringing the head out of the water at the very last moment. You see that? When it's choppy like that, Marinda, is that the goal, like to wait until the last moment so you don't get a mouthful of water?
Yeah, she's kind of breathing backwards, it looked like, and that's to kind of take advantage of that sort of hole behind her head. So if she looks forward, she's going to get a mouthful of water, but also she's going to ruin her body position. Anytime you bring your head up, your butt goes down, and you want to keep your body sort of parallel to the water or sitting on top of the water. But as she turns back, she's sort of breathing in that little gap sort of behind her head. So it's kind of like a little hollowed out section. But she makes it look so easy, and that's frustrating for some of us who are, how do you say, maybe
not
a
the
little
strongest swimmers.
have a little bit of a swim dysfunction throughout the career, but no, she's a beautiful swimmer, and she swam her whole life and swam in college as well. So she's done the miles, and now she gets to go out there and just lead the way. And yes, that's lot of Wilms, and also Fenella Langridge on her feet, and then we have an orange cap.
Yeah, that's
of
Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. So, all right, so getting back to the lead there, it's Lauren Brandon who is definitely stretching it out, and then after our fourth place is another gap is forming as well. But we were talking about, Lauren Brandon at the moment just stretching it right out. Beautiful two-beat kick in a nice position, sitting right on top of that water, wearing swim skins today. We're over the legal limit for wetsuits at this point in time. So that is Lauren Brandon leading, Lotta Wilms and Fenella Langridge in our women's race at this time.
And now we're over to the men's race, and we have pink cap. That would be, I think, Mino Koolhaas in the lead there, I believe. So Mino Koolhaas kind of stretching them out, which is a little bit of a surprise, because with a athlete like Marquardt and the Wolf, Vilko Viecki, very good swimmers. But obviously it's a body length now, but it's still a gap, and that's surprising to see. I thought we would see, sort of 3 or 4 men get out of the water together.
Yeah, this is a beautiful loping style as well, but you can see that, really throwing the head down, but navigating very well about every second to fourth stroke there. This is going to be 4, there's 5. Coming up now, probably there's 6. So on the 7th stroke there, coming up and navigating, and then, 2 strokes for the navigation as well. So you can see that the way that the arm entry there is from our men to our women. Lauren's got more of a long stroke, like this stroke right here at this point in time, but I tell you what, at this point in time in our men's race, this is great swimming, good pacing, just like our women's with Lauren Brandon as well. Florian Ungert is one of those athletes that's looking for a good race here today. There's one of our silver caps just going through there. Matty Hansen, we know that he's going to be way back at this point in time, but Dylan Magnian from France is going to be one of those athletes in this lead group. There's Matthew Marquardt there from the USA. He's having a good race thus far, and we know that it's going to take a good start to have a good finish. But the wind's up a little bit. You can see a little bit of the chop on the water here in the Woodlands, Texas. We're at 75 degrees. It's going to get up into the mid-80s today. Warm temperatures. It's going to be heavy wind a little bit later on, but we're off to a great start here at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North America Championship, Texas. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
Action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Welcome back to the Memorial Hermann Ironman North America Championship, Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series. And we are in the swim leg of this Ironman. I believe we're still on the men. And we have our current leaders, Lauren Brandon in the women, and in the men, we believe it's...
Menard Koolhaas is right up there. We got Clement Mignon from France. He'll be sitting right in there. Matthew Marquardt from the United States. A gap opening right now, Marinda, with about 15 metres or so. So it is happening right now, and looks like in third wheel there is Braden Curry from New Zealand. Perhaps we'll have to get a better look at that in just a few moments' time. And then
I think that's silver. I think that will be Dylan Mignon in third place there. So I believe Koolhaas is in first. Then we'll have Clement Mignon in second, and then Dylan Magnan.
From France as well.
So I believe they're the top three, and as we pan back, we'll be able to see who else has made that front pack. It looked like 4 or 5 athletes.
16 minutes into the swim, and we'll have a U-turn coming up momentarily. A couple of 90-degree angle turns on the left-hand side. Then halfway back down along there to where the start line was, we should be able to get a time on our leaders here on the men's race, and then, subsequently followed by our women's race about 5 minutes later. Well, probably about 6 minutes later at that same point as we get through our men's race at coming up to 17 minutes and 12 minutes into our female race here. This is the first of the Ironman distance races in our Ironman Pro Series this year, all getting after about $1.7 million worth of bonus pool at the end of the year, $200,000. Going to our female and male winners all the way down to 50th place. They're going to be picking up $5,000 for that. So a great way, and it's a great time to be a professional triathlete. And there we see T1. So that's the first of our swim turns out here on the Roca course today, and just going off course just a little bit there, just trying to come in a little bit early on that turn, and just have to readjust, make sure that the navigation's going. They do have a paddleboard leader out there today, but the paddleboard leader, cut off a little bit short there. So always as a professional athlete, you got to know the course and know where to go and know how to navigate in the swim especially.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like that fourth athlete is Marquardt. So Matthew Marquardt in fourth there, and fifth, I didn't quite catch the color, but I'm going to guess it's... Do we guess? I don't know if we guess.
No guessing. Anyway, so I think that we'll just stay with Ben, Koolhaas out in the front here right now. We'll get a good look at the athletes as they go by as well. But it looks like Braden Curry and Wilco Wienski has probably dropped back into the chase group with Patrick Langer, Florian Anger, and, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if this is Horsfall Turner. This guy here is just such a great swimmer. Last year he swam just over 46 minutes, so we'll get a better idea as soon as we get them going through our timing our timing area on the way back in to the swim course here on the Roca swim course. All right, so now we're picking it back up here with our second place athlete just sitting in nicely at this point in time.
Yeah, sitting pretty, as we like to say. That position on the swim is... I think you save about 30% of your energy when you sit right on someone's feet. You can save a little more if you're sitting on someone's hip, but that position is really hard to kind of stick to, and it's kind of annoying to the athlete in front, and it actually slows down the lead athlete. So this is the fastest way to swim, sitting on their feet. You're not slowing down the lead as much, but you are getting that benefit. So you see them strung out here. That means the pace is on. So those 4 or 5 men in a line, just trying to hold onto their feet. They're just kind of barely sighting. And another advantage of sitting on someone's feet is you don't have to lift your head up as much. You're kind of just looking for those bubbles and kind of like barely lifting your head to see those toes in front of you, and sort of, tapping on those toes every so often, or not. Maybe if you don't want the leader to know you're there. But that's sort of the rationale for them swimming sort of in a line. Means just the pace is on.
Yeah, I'll go as far to say that is Florian Anger in second place there. I'm just guessing here, but I'm pretty sure that's his swim stroke. And it's a good start for Florian. He didn't have the race that he wanted in Oceanside. He's got it coming up to him right here. Going to just go away for a little bit. We'll be right back after this.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries.
I would say that you don't want injuries heading into this one. It's a long race. It's a long day, and it's nice to get out there. On a very nice, calming morning here, you can see that the wind has dropped down once again. It is not too bad out there. The swimming conditions are very, very good. We see there is Lauren Brandon on the front in our women's race at this point in time. Fenella Langridge and also a lot of films in there in second and third places. We saw that Rebecca Clark was the fourth place just a moment ago. But that is Lauren Brandon catching up to one of our men pro athletes out there to the right-hand side. And you can just tell, like, the experience that Lauren has with the navigational skills that she has there. Marinda, she's drawing the fastest line, and that is the fastest point between two buoys, right? It's a straight line. So
absolutely.
You don't want to stray off, off to the side there. You want to make sure that you navigate right. You're just adding about 10, 20, 30 meters to your swim course if you're swimming out there off to the side.
And you see Lauren, she's basically looking up every second breath cycle. So she'll take a breath, take another breath, and then she'll take another peek.
And she's coming into traffic too.
True, yes. So she's probably sighting a little more than she normally would because she is coming into those men that are at the back of that men's field. But you're right, yeah. She's sighting a lot right now, but it is very important to sight because you don't want to swim, an inch further than you have to in an Ironman event, let me tell you. So, yeah, obviously Lauren Brandon, a lot of experience, and, the buoys are here now, so that's also a time where you're kind of looking a little more just to make sure you're staying on that direct line between the two buoys. But yeah, she's just passed a couple of those pro men now and made that turn. And yeah, just looking effortless as always.
Effortless as always, as you say, Marinda, and right there, a lot of films just sitting right there on the shoulder with Fenella Langridge. They do the three red turns at the far end of the course, and then they're going to be heading back down the lake there before they make that last turn, the right-hander, before they head off to the transition. So with about 19 minutes exposed here in our female category here at the Ironman Pro Series in the Woodlands, Texas. We have Lauren Brandon, a lot of films, Fenella Langridge, Rebecca Clark up there in the lead of our women's race. On the men's race, Horsfall Turner, we've got Florian Anger is sitting in there from Germany as well. But focused in on our women's race at the moment there. Open conditions in the lake. You can see that the chop ain't too bad. If it were, if we're experiencing some white capping, then it would be pretty rough.
Yeah, it is pretty flat out there. You do see a little bit of rippling in the water, but yeah, I mean, that's due to the wind and the fact that it is a lake, so there is going to be a little bit of that happening. But yeah, nothing that these athletes aren't used to and can't handle. You see Lauren Brandon there coming up on another pro male who's dangling behind a little bit there. And yeah, as you see the difference in stroke, Lauren is just so smooth with her stroke. And each time she brings her arm over, it's meaningful. So each time she grabs the water, she's really grabbing a bunch of water and pushing it back behind her. And you see some of the, by comparison, you see other athletes, they're slipping through the water. And so they're not grabbing as much water as they come through.
Here's a good look at the male pro athlete on the top of the screen there. You can just see that the speed and the cadence is good. However, not grabbing much water. It looks like he's just going straight away. Spinning his wheels. He's not grabbing much water. He's just pulling straight through without a catch, in that swim stroke. So look at Lauren as she's just entering the water, pushing out to the front, gliding, grabbing the water underneath, releasing at the hips, 2-beat crossover kick. Absolutely perfect. And same goes to, for our second, third and fourth place getters as well. A lot of films, Fenella Langridge and Rebecca Clark, they're all swimming so nicely right now. Really great swimming here today. It's not the easiest of conditions, but it's not the hardest either. So they're just making do with what they've got and, just taking it on the chin. It is what it is and just getting after it, making sure that you stay composed. Marinda, how important is it to stay composed, during a swim like this?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, this is a long day. Ironman is all about patience, staying composed, staying poised.
And efficiency, right?
And obviously, efficiency plays a massive part. But one other thing to note here is that a stronger swimmer usually swims the same whether they're in a wetsuit or not in a wetsuit because they know how to hold their body in the water. If you're a weaker swimmer, the wetsuit helps so much because it can float your legs up and it can hold your body in a better position. So another thing to note, obviously they don't have wetsuits today, and in a lake swim like this, it's less buoyant. So athletes that come from swim backgrounds are really going to show their prowess in a race like this where they hold their bodies so perfectly in the water regardless of whether it's in a wetsuit or not. So that's what we saw there with that pro male who didn't come from a swim background, doing his best out there and still doing very well. But when you have Lauren Brandon, who's just on another planet when it comes to swim, it makes everyone look a little bit silly.
Yeah, it's like looking at, Lucy Charles Barclay swimming as well. Lucy's just such a beautiful swimmer with that great stroke and just really gets after it. But, she's very careful at the same time to make sure that she's, swimming along in her efficiency levels as well. All right, so Koolhaas was our leader out there in the swim, and Florian Angert. And there is Magnien dropping back to 36. Patrick Lang is at 38. And I tell you what, this is very good for our men athletes. There's not much of a gap between them at all. There's Clement Magnon. He's sitting back in 26th position at the moment. Not in the greatest form of this year yet, but I think that it's at the end of the year that he wants. So Menno Koolhaas is our leader from the Netherlands at 23.52, halfway in the swim there.
Yeah,
there is Crudgington as well, and Peyron and Rodriguez Hernandez from Mexico. Robert Cowan from Sweden's in there. Wilco Wiecki's a
minute
big,
down.
Yeah, that's a big surprise for us. Yeah.
Yeah, we expected to see him, right out front. That's where he was last year. But a minute is nothing when you're talking about an Ironman. I mean, obviously you'd like to be up the front, but a minute back, he has Patrick Lange, he has Horsfall Turner, only 30 seconds up the road, who's also a very strong cyclist. It's not going to matter too much if it stays around there. If it blows out to 3 minutes, that is a little bit more of a conversation. But right now at a minute, I don't think that's too much to worry about. But, yeah, he's still got a little ways to go in the swim.
Yeah, very surprised about Horsfall Turner. I thought he'd be up in the lead group for sure, but it's Koolhaas is doing all the pace setting. Florian Angert is off onto a good race. There's Stojanovic from Serbia there. And Mark Watt, the American, at 6 seconds down. So the American is giving it a good crack right now as we're looking at the Koolhaas from the Netherlands there in great shape. He's already raced very well this year in March and now getting after it again here. Florian Angert went down to Oceanside with all hopes of doing very well. He said it wasn't the race that he had expected. Now he is here. This is his goal race for the early part of the year, committing himself to the Ironman Pro Series in second place right now at only 2 seconds down. And look at Shee. He's right in there in
Simon
fifth place.
Shee.
Yeah, Simon Shee right in there in fifth place.
Yeah, absolutely. He's, he is a very, very good swimmer. We didn't mention him earlier, but very, very solid swimmer. I think he's the Rubik's Cube guy too, right?
Yeah, well, let's not go there. It takes me about 6 minutes to get the Rubik's Cube.
I can't even do it.
Yeah, well, I thought, thanks. Make me feel good.
Yeah.
All right, Cool Haas at 23.52 and halfway. There it is, Anger. But in the last place of the lead group was Simon Shee at 8 seconds. So great to see that we got 5 in a group up ahead. And then we've got, the likes of Braden Curry, Patrick Langer, Minion, and right in there. And, Robert Callan, another strong cyclist right there. Clement Mignon, he'll get after it on the bike there. And he's sitting at 112 down at the halfway point. And then you've got, guys like Braden Curry and Patrick Langer. They'll be pushing hard.
That's a strong second pack.
It is
there's a lot of power in that second pack.
Yeah,
with Callan, Langer, Curry.
And Wilco Wiecki as well. Yeah,
yeah.
Second place here last year. It was such a great finish last year. Remember back, we had Rudy
Von
Berg, and then we had Robert, and then we also had in third place Matthew, and it all came down to the last mile. It got so intense.
21 seconds separated first and third last year here in Texas. So.
And we've seen, these sprints coming down the finish line. Not something you see every day at an Ironman
And not
race.
something anyone really wants, but in the moment. But I tell you, those are the races you remember forever. The ones where you had to fight tooth and nail to the finish line. Those are the ones that you will remember long after you retire. I can tell you now. But yeah, a very good race last year, and I think we're in for another really stellar performance across the board. And this is the women here. It looks like we have Lauren Brandon obviously winning in the lead. Lots of Films in second. We got Fenella Langridge in third there, as we mentioned, Rebecca Clark, Costello Franco in fifth. She's a couple of seconds back there. So that's our group of 5 on the leaderboard. We'll get a little gap here, and we'll see what the gap is to the second pack. But that's our group of 5 in the lead.
Yeah, pretty decent right now for our lead group of 5 there. Castillo Franco being the 5th of our athletes there coming in. And Rebecca Clark, just sitting right back there in the 4th position. So Rebecca doing very well. We knew that she was going to be up there in the swim today, as to Fenella Langridge and Lotta Films. So always going to be led by Lauren Brandon today, the early pace setter. Now drawing the fastest line, going down the right-hand side of the course. One more right-handed to make before they make the turn for home there, and that will be done for the Roca swim course today, so getting very close to the final of that. 32 minutes and 30 seconds coming up on our men's. We're around about 15 minutes away from seeing our men's getting out of the water, so about 1.2, 1.3K to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we go down the women's, it looks like Rachel Olsen, the American, this is her first Ironman race. My old training partner, she's sort of in no man's land there at 113 behind, and then we have Hannah Berry from New Zealand, 140 behind. A couple of women swimming by themselves, and then Kat Matthews, 157 behind. A solid swim from Kat. I think she's right in there. Jocelyn McCauley right on her heels, and Maya Stage Nelson. Those are the 3 that finished in the top 3 last year. So 8th, 9th, and 10th. That was our podium last year. So some racing, hot racing coming on, and we're going to run off to a break. We'll be back soon.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Lauren Brandon leads the women's race here in the Woodlands, Texas, followed by Lotta Vilms and Fenella Langridge. We've also got sitting in fourth place is Rebecca Clark for New Zealand, Castillo Franco then there as well. Rachel Olsen in sixth place, Hannah Berry, and the formidable threesome there of Kat Matthews, Jocelyn McCauley, and Maya Stage Nielsen. They were the top three athletes, not in that order. It was Kat over Maya and then Jocelyn last year. Very close racing from Kat Matthews and Jocelyn McCauley. I would imagine, Rinny, that we'll see those three really hammering out there on the early part of the bike ride and trying to catch up. But Fenella Langridge, I would imagine, is going to be the early pace setter with Lauren Brandon and trying to get after it as well.
Absolutely. I think Jocelyn McCauley in that pack is probably the athlete that's going to push it the most. Last year, Kat Matthews really didn't ride to her ability. She said that she really couldn't get out of zone 2. She sort of felt like she was zone 2 all day, but then she blew the field away with a 2:49 marathon and took the win. So I expect her to ride much stronger here today. But yeah, very strong trio there in that pack. It looks like Lauren Brandon's relinquishing her lead and asking Lotta Vilms to come around and have a turn.
Well, I think that also the changing conditions. See the chop now? We've got a different direction.
It looks like there's a little bit of a current.
Yes, we've got a different direction. We've got now a little bit of a crosswind. As you can see, the current in here, and it's a narrower part of the lake that they're actually, swimming down like a finger of the lake there. So it's a little bit narrower. We've got a different crosswind happening at the moment, maybe a little bit of a current in there as well. It's a lake, so there's not going to be too much of a current, if anything. So we've got a lot of films now just wanting to do a little bit more of the pace setting here inside of the last 15, 16 minutes of their swim here today. So Lauren just still navigating, looking straight ahead. She really hasn't, acknowledged too much to the fact that Lotta Films, there she goes, takes a look over the right and sees Lotta coming through right now. So Lauren Brandon absolutely now knows that Lotta is up onto the shoulder. So now she will readjust and, just focus on what she can do and what she can do only.
And what do you reckon, Welsh? Do you reckon Lauren sort of thought, I might have a rest, or do you think Lotta Vilms decided she needed to go a bit quicker? Who do you think made that choice?
I think it was Lotta, for sure. I don't think Lauren Brandon would, come off the pace or off the accelerator at all. I just think that I saw Lotta come, right up on the inside of Lauren around about 8 minutes ago after they made that turnaround, and she wasn't swimming directly on the feet. She was actually swimming off to the left-hand side of her feet. Mm-hmm. And I noticed that, when she's doing that, that's strength. If you don't have to sit on somebody's bubbles, then you've got speed. So
yeah, and she may have just been kind of coming out to the side to test that pace to see if it still felt like doable. They're swimming neck and neck right now.
All right, so Lotta had half a body length just a moment ago, and now it's Lauren coming back. So if I was Lotta, I would just
sit in.
I would go back onto the feet and just save it. Because
absolutely.
A little bit of a, look, it's her race. She knows what she's doing, but she might be able to save a little bit of energy by just being back there. But however, it's okay. You've got to be in your own state of mind, right? So
absolutely.
If you're happy being there and if you're comfortable, this is what we talked about, the finger, right? When you're coming back down, this is when you get two walls of water, holding in like that. The wind direction's hitting the wall one side, coming back, and it's like a washing machine, right? And we call it reverberation in the ocean when it hits the rocks and it comes back at you. So you got two swells going in opposite directions. So that's when you get a little bit of a lip. And that's what's happening at the moment. So as they make their way down the finger here in the Woodlands here in Texas, just outside of Houston, we can see now that quite a decent gap. And look at the brilliant view that the spectators get to have down the last part of this swim course.
Yeah, I think this is one course, and also Austria is one that the spectators really get a good look at the swim. They can walk alongside, they can watch
half mile,
and watch their favorite athlete all the way through. So really fun for the athletes in the water, and also fun for the spectators. We are about to run off to another break, but don't go away. We'll be right back.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
Beautiful swimming from Lauren Brandon. A lot of films coming up on to the back of one of our men pro athletes here. Remember, they did start 5 minutes in arrears there today. A lot of films just drawing a little bit more of a right-hand navigation on her course here today, but she'll probably come back to Lauren Brandon in just a moment. But Lauren Brandon doing the pace setting for the most part.
Yeah, and we're just going to run off and look to the weather. The Roca weather at 75 down in the Woodlands, 24 degrees Celsius. Overcast, winds about 4 kilometers per hour from the southeast, and the water temperature is 75.9 degrees. That's 24.4 Celsius. Humidity still up there, 84%.
Oh, it dropped 1%.
Yeah.
It's still muggy out there, and it will be all day today. We know it's in the Woodlands and just outside of the Houston area. It's very, very humid in that part of the world, and we know that a lot of films is putting in another effort now. You're coming up to that right-hand turn where they'll make it down the little finger, the last part of the lake swim here today. And look at the cadence of our men's pro athlete there. We can see in the black and the blue there, but the cadence is up. However, it's not as though he's getting the catch in the water, because if you look at a lot of films, and the length of her swim stroke at this point in time is nowhere near the size of that male athlete. Okay, making the right-hand turn after the red buoy here. They will go down to the next one, make the right and head down the last finger there with about 1,500 metres to swim. Lauren Brandon was the leader at halfway with a 2-second lead over a lot of films, and then it was Fenella Langridge, Rebecca Clark and Castillo Franco as well. But now we can see Alice Alberts down at 2:11 and Penny Slater from Australia at 3:42. But then the big gaps go out to Joanna Ryder at 8:48 and Chastang at 9:26. We're only talking about halfway of the swim as well.
Yeah, so some of the notables a little far back, but that's normal for them. They, tend to make time up on the bike and definitely on the run there. But, yeah, some big time gaps at the halfway, a little bigger than I would have expected. But, yes, we're back at the men's here now.
Love it. Love what we're seeing here. We've got Koolhaas just stretching out in the front there. Florian Angerd looks good so far. You can see that 2-beat crossover kick there very clearly from the overhead drone shot. This is an amazing angle to decipher this, the efficiencies of these athletes at the moment. And in 4th place, just look how he's stretching out there, trying not to touch the toes, like finishing at about 2 to 3 inches away. But the legs are completely different, going out to the side and creating a little bit of wash there. The left leg kicking there for our 4th place. And then in 5th place there, it's just like they're just swimming along on bubbles. Hardly any effort whatsoever. Just very, very nice. Saving the energy for Simon Shee, swimming along very nicely. But Koolhaas, the pace setter, and then all the athletes got their favourite fans out there on the either side of this last lake swim here before they hit the T1 and T2 area, and then they'll be off onto their bikes. But I love this part, Marinda.
Yeah, I love this section too. And the athletes do as well. I appreciate the support. People will be cheering and yelling for them, and you can hear. You wouldn't think you can with your head underwater there, but as they come up to breathe, your ear comes out a little bit, and you can hear people yelling at you. And because they are so close, they're right on top of these athletes. They're right in the action. So this is just a really nice angle to see the athletes kick. That you don't in swimming. It's different kicking to to triathlon, because obviously you want to save as much energy as possible in your legs. So these athletes are they're kicking, but they're using their legs just to balance their body and sort of just help themselves turn, from side to side rather than to propel themselves forward. And yes, there is a little bit of propulsion, but for the most part, it's just sort of balancing out their stroke, relaxing their legs. Sometimes towards the end of the swim, the last 100, 200 meters, they'll bring their kick in a little stronger just to get their legs, the blood sort of flowing into their legs a little more, so it's not such a shock when they stand up and go and run to their bikes. But right now they're all stretching out, obviously. Still, the gas is on as you see them in that single line formation. But just a really great overhead shot to sort of really get a good look at.
Yeah, it really is. You can see Simon Shee, he's sitting out to the side of it, so he's swimming along, no problems whatsoever. Last year, Andrew Horsfall-Turner swam at 48.50. Right now, they're at 45.35, and so they are 3 minutes away from getting out of the water if they're going to, go back and do Andrew's time from last year. Lauren Brandon last year swam 51.14, so we know that they are around about 12 minutes away from that time as well. On the bike last year, Rudy von Berg was at 4:05.27, and Matthew Marquardt had the fastest run of the day at 2:43, so we know this course is electric fast out there. Will the wind get up today and play havoc with these athletes on the bike course today, or will it lay down and give us a fast day? We're going to have to wait and see what, transpires over the next 4.5 hours or so. But right now, Koolhaas is probably not thinking about that. Thinking about finishing in this swim off in really good fashion. Florian Anger, you can just see that his right hand there touching the toes or really close to the toes of our leader Koolhaas there. So we have the Netherlands from Germany. Then sitting in third place right now, we have Stojanovic. And then USA, Marquardt and Simon Shee rounding out the top five as they come toward the last part of the swim here, Marinda. This is where they start thinking about the first part of the bike ride. They're going to come up into transition. Then they have to get into their nutrition on a warm and humid morning. And in these conditions, are the nutritional supplies and needs of the athletes a little bit different than what it would be in a colder environment?
Absolutely, and in a cooler environment, you generally need to account for that by taking on more calories. In a warmer race, you're obviously you still need the calories because it is an Ironman, but you can be a little more lax on, how many calories you take in. And the more important thing is getting in those fluids, getting in those electrolytes, making sure your sodium levels are topped up. So yeah, I think, and the swim they're going to be warm swimming. The water is warm. So they're going to get out and they will have lost already some fluids. So they will want to get straight onto the fluids and start hydrating themselves as much as possible in the early part of this bike. Obviously, they will want to take on calories as well, though.
How many calories per hour would these athletes be burning? It's going to be different swim, bike, and run, but, we say, 350, or is that what they're wanting to replace, or 275? I would imagine at the end of the swim here, they're pretty thirsty, but we'll get back to that one. 48.02. This is much faster than 2023 here. So Koolhaas has really been cool-headed today. The Dutch athlete is out of the water in first place. Florian Anger from Germany is in second place today, followed by Simon Shee, Matthew Marquardt, and Stojanovic right now. So into the athlete men's pro area we go. Koolhaas from the Netherlands. Will he be cool, calm, and collected as he goes through the transition? He's going to change out of the swim skin. Onto the bike course they will go. And today, it's been a mighty fine swim for our lead five.
Yeah, fast conditions out there in the swim. Either that or the men just took it out a little harder. Obviously, we saw Horsfall-Turner, who led last year. He was 30 seconds back. So the pace was just hotter this year, I think. And there's a clear group of five coming out of the water. You saw Koolhaas straight away grab one of his gels out of his swim kit, so he must have swum with that the whole way because he pulled it right out and was going to take that as he ran to the change tent. They'll get out of their swim skins. You'll see some of the athletes have opted to swim with their race kits down. Others swam with them up. So that takes a minute to sort of get your arms in that race kit and get them up over the wet shoulders.
But while you're in motion, that's taking, 10, 20 seconds, in transition away. So very, very smart racing, thinking about things early on. And already when you're thinking about nutrition, having that in your swimsuit, you know that while you're in motion, you're going to take that extra amount of calories on. All right, so Mark White getting to the bike right now. You can see that all of our athletes here, Cool Ass is in there as well. We got Simon Shee. Now, Simon back in 2022 swam 50.23, so he's taken a couple of minutes off his swim time over the last part. So there goes Mark White just grabbing the helmet there. There goes Florian Anger in first place, Mark White in second place, and now we got Cool Ass coming out. Simon Shee and Stojanovic in our first 5 athletes heading out onto the full gas bike ride today. So the Roka swim behind our top 5 in our men, Cool Ass, Florian Anger, Mark White, and also Stojanovic and Shee onto the bikes.
And you see Cool Haas go to jump over his bike there and realize, oh, I got 2 bottles back there. I don't want to collect those.
Yeah, we can't do the Olympic distance, jump over without the bottle because, the guys and girls that are doing the Olympic distance, they got their bottles strapped onto the frame, right? We're talking about aerodynamics here. So when you are going to throw yourself over there, there's a big risk. Number 1, of falling and crashing. Number 2, the bottles come out, you don't go back and get them, and that's a big mistake.
Absolutely.
In Ironman racing, Marinda, I have a question for you. Like you see a lot of the athletes, they drop bottles or they go through the aid stations. It makes more sense to slow down over a 7:44 day or 8 hours and 30-minute day, to slow down and get your nutrition rather than just
blow through
and waste that 5 seconds.
Yeah,
it only takes 5 or 10 seconds to slow down and
in the moment, though, you seem
in the moment.
You don't want to lose a second,
in
right? So all of these athletes are doing everything they can in training every single day to find every single second, and then to have to slow down to grab a water bottle. But you are 100% correct. A cool, calm, collected athlete will slow down, make sure they get on their fluids, because at a race like this, that will bite you in the butt in the run. If you haven't hydrated correctly, if you haven't taken on enough electrolytes, that's going to be a problem.
Exactly, as we see Braden Curry now, Patrick Langer, Holzfeld Turner coming in. Schuster is in there, Paul Schuster. There's Crudgington from the Great Britain just coming in now at 105 down. So we've got Braden Curry at 50 to 105. So we've got 15 seconds between our next 5 just heading off onto the bikes today. Today we will be using Race Ranger as well. We'll talk a little bit about that later on, but a great piece of technology that is going to aid the athletes in drafting sense, at least. With the Race Ranger will flash a red light. That's the indication for the person behind to make the move. We'll talk about that and the rules a little bit later on. Let's get back to the race action right now as we head off into the first mile of the bike ride here in the Woodlands. Great action. There is Florian Angert up ahead in the lead of this race.
Florian Angert up ahead there. I think Mark White might be in the very head. We should run off and talk about the transition times. Braden Curry, 154 through transition. Patrick Langer wasted no time, 154 as well. And Mark White was in the front, and he was 156. The Morton transition times there, they were the top 3 so far.
And it matters. Braden Curry and Patrick Langer putting 2 seconds. That 2 seconds is very important because you know that Mark White, the young upstart, very fast in transition, but you got the experience of Curry and Langer. These 2 athletes are champions. They win big races. As a matter of fact, Patrick Langer, he won his very first Ironman race right here. I've met Faris Al Sultan, the Ironman world champion from Germany. I was down on the ground with him when Patrick won that day, and I said to Faris, so who's this new guy that you're training? And he's like, this is Patrick Langer right now on screen, the 2-time Ironman world champion. And he's like, oh, this guy's really good, Welchie. You watch him run.
Wolf. It's the wolf on screen just there back then. That was Vilko Viecki. Yeah, he was our leader from last year, but coming in a little bit further behind than we would have expected this year. That's Vilko Viecki on screen right now, getting his socks on, opting to put socks on. You'll see some athletes decide to wear those socks. There is an aerodynamic advantage to wearing those aero socks on the bike, so he's opting to wear those. And obviously for T2, he won't have to worry about putting his socks on, so he's taking that extra time now rather than in T2 for the aerodynamic benefits. But it does take a minute, right? With wet feet, wet socks.
I mean, timing this is 35 seconds already, so it's going to be around about 50 seconds of a...
Clement Mignon running out there
yep,
now.
There's Clement. Yeah, that was around about 50 seconds just to get the socks on there. So if that's going to help him in the long run, then it's going to help him in the long run. He's done the right thing by doing that. So, okay, Mignon has just gone out there. Now we can see that Wilke Wiecki's heading out there from Poland at the moment. We got our next athlete coming in. Chris Leiferman from the USA. We can see that he's, you know, going through the motions, doing his due diligence by just taking off that cap and the goggles and getting his swimsuit down to the hips there as we get back to the lead of our race right now. And Florian Anger, Marquardt, there's Kulas and Stojanovic. She's right in there. Braden Curry still at 50 seconds. So the gap still remains the same for Curry and Langer. They're at 50 seconds down, exactly where they were out of the swim.
But I have to say, at halfway, they were only around, 35 seconds back.
It was about 38, yeah.
Yeah, so they didn't really lose much time in the back half of that swim there. So, yeah, I mean, they're, when they get onto the open road, they'll be able to see the front of this race, and that is very good because you can then sort of have the motivation, or I think as soon as you can see the athletes in front, you have a better reason to sort of attack and sort of get into that front group, and then once they bridge up, then they can kind of settle in. But I think those other men at the front will maybe have something else to say about that.
Last year's swim leader in our pro women's division was Lauren Brandon from the USA with a 51.14. Now today they are right on track. There we got a 50, 46, 47, 48 right now. They're going to do around about the same time as what they did last year. So great swimming again from Lauren Brandon from Lotta Films and Fenella Langridge. We've got a great women's race. Yeah, we've got still our men coming up, but we've got a great women's race happening at this point of time as well. So Lauren Brandon and Lotta Films are about to hit the exit here in our swim here in the Woodlands, but our men just getting out of the water right now. There's Pehera, there's Boyka, and there's also Joanna Ryder from Switzerland in our women's race, Jacob and Chastain, but it's Lauren Brandon and Lotta Films. So Lauren's gone back to the front. It's over the time of last year, so 51.30 now, just about 10 to 15 seconds slower.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, probably similar conditions to last year with Lauren only, 15 to 20 seconds slower than last year. So that sort of tells me that the men's swim was just a little bit hotter than last year. It wasn't that Vilko Vieku was swimming slower. It was just that Koolhaas took it out a little hotter than last year. So probably very similar conditions in the swim. Lauren Brandon leading the way through transition. Lotte Wilms right behind her. And also Fenella Langridge right in there too. And Rebecca Clark back 10 seconds from that group. That group will probably turn into a group of 4 as we hit transition. But we'll see as they exit, see who decides to put socks on, who doesn't. All of these things add up.
Lauren was 32 seconds down on the Wahoo Element rival swim check there, 51.46 at 2.4 miles, 3.8 kilometres. So Lauren Brandon, our leader, will get over to the Morton transition time in just a few minutes here. But Lauren has done a great job at about 32 seconds down on last year's swim time. Lotte Films from the Netherlands is sitting at 3 seconds. Fenella Langridge, Rebecca Clark and Castilla Franco are the next 3 to come in. Our top 5 is set, only separated by 14 seconds now as they get after the second discipline today, the full gas 112 miles here at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas. This is part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series and our first of Ironman distance racing this year in the Ironman Pro Series 2024, culminating in $1.7 million of prize money and prize pool at the end of the year. That'll be wrapping up December 14 and 15, Marinda and Lake Taupo in New Zealand. Can't wait to get down there and call all the action. A beautiful race that was supposed to be happening in 2020, but now at 24, we've hung in there. We were patient, and now we get to go to one of the most beautiful courses in the world. There is Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands going through the motions in transition. Take us through it.
Yeah, that's a lot of Wilms there in transition. I didn't see who skipped out before her. Was that Fenella Langridge? I'm not sure what her kit is this year.
Castillo Franco is also in there, but she was 14 seconds down. So Castillo Franco, we got Fenella Langridge, who might have had a very, very fast transition, but definitely one of those 2 athletes here today. But look at that. What a great, great transition that was. Looks like Fenella.
Vanilla Language, I believe, out in first. Lots of films right behind her. Lauren Brandon, just making sure she gets that nutrition tucked into her back pocket. She wouldn't have swum with that, so she would have grabbed that in her T1 bag and stuffed that in her back pocket, so she has it. Yeah, that looks like Vanilla.
Vanilla Language.
Aggressive biking.
Out of transition in first place. A lot of Vilms in second. Rebecca Clark just ahead of Lauren Brandon. And there was Castillo Franco just heading out in fifth place and 43 seconds down. So losing 30 seconds in transition. There was the inexperience of Castillo Franco. But Vanilla Language is all business today and made up 15 seconds over Vilms in transition. That is insane. Morton transition times. Top three fastest. Vanilla Language at 1:52, and there it goes. There is the story right there, Rinny. Look at that. 24 seconds made up in transition. That's huge.
Yeah, I mean, she was wasting no time in transition there. She was in and out in the blink of an eye. I didn't even really get to see her catch a bike. I just sort of saw her at the corner of the screen dart out. So Vanilla Language means business.
I tell you what, she's so fast. She turns the light out at night time. She's in bed before it gets dark.
That is fast. Well,
yeah, it's amazing.
Vanilla Language, obviously coming off Oceanside a few weeks ago. I believe she finished around 6th there, so a solid performance. She does race better, I would say, over the Ironman distance. Oh, we're looking at Rachel Olsen from the USA. This is her first Ironman race. And she is from Texas as well, so chose to race down in Texas. I'm sure she has a lot of friends out on course. But going back to Vanilla, she raced. Oh, we are going back to Vanilla. Going back to Vanilla, she won Ironman Western Australia. Fastest swim, fastest bike, fastest run. So she's a very strong athlete all around. I think she'll be riding very hard to get away from Kat Matthews.
And a great top 10 in Kona last year at the World Championship too, the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kailua, Kona. And that was a great day for Vanilla Language. All right, back to the action here. We can see our next of our athletes coming through and trying to get that swim skin off. It goes into the bucket. They are the rules. You don't want to leave anything outside of those buckets. Otherwise, you will be assessed a penalty in there today. On goes the helmet, and you cannot take that bike out until that helmet is strapped up, and carefully taking the bike from underneath the transition rack there with those bottles on the back. Important that all of those bottles stay in position. Fenella reaching down to the right side. She's got a boa on the bike shoe there. The boa is a locking system by cords and cables. She's just going to turn it in the clockwise position to tighten. She'll turn it counterclockwise to loosen off when she finishes 112 miles on the bike today. But now she's looking comfortable. She makes a right-hand turn, and then she's going to be into the course proper. Head down, looking down at the wattage. This is a course, Marinda, that you can look at your power meter and get an accurate, measurement on where your power is today. But she's spending a lot of time trying to get the shoe in, and right underneath those water bottles there is the race ranger system there. That is a drafting detection system. Whenever an athlete gets within that 12-meter zone at the back there, there'll be those lights on the back there will flash. That's the indication for the person behind to make a pass. They have a period of time where they need to go through that pass and get it done, and then it's up to the lady in second place to drop back in that amount of time as well.
Absolutely, and that race ranger system has just been a long time coming for the professionals, just being able to have that system in place so you know where you're at. If you're kind of coached to sort of sit in the blue light zone, so the blue to yellow or orange light. If you want to sit between 14 meters, 14 to 17 is going to be the orange light, 12 to 14 is going to be the blue light. And if you just drift into the red, you have to overtake that athlete. Yeah. So you kind of want to sit, blue to orange. To be safe, but it's just a really great tool for the athletes. So they know, they're like, yeah, I'm in the zone. I know I'm good. I don't have to worry that I'm too close, too far back. And it's obviously, if you do creep into that zone and there isn't a marshal there, then you won't get a penalty. But they do record this data, and if there's someone in the field who's constantly getting red lights all the time, the officials will review the data after the fact, and that's maybe an athlete they might pay more attention to in the future. So while, if no one's around, you're not going to get a penalty if the referees aren't there, these things actually do record, and the information will go back to headquarters for future races. And so it is a great incentive for athletes just to stay fair.
Yeah, exactly. And a solid orange light means that the athlete's in between 14 and 17 metres of the rider ahead and doing just nicely. Now, you don't have to worry if you're in the front there, just like Fenella Langridge right now. Everybody else is chasing at this point in time. So heading out of transition again was Lotta Vilms, 19 seconds down. Rebecca Clark in third, so she was up 1 spot. Lauren was down 3 spots at 35 seconds. And Castillo Franco stays in that 5th position at 43 seconds. However, losing 29 seconds in transition. So Fenella Langridge looking very nice, laying over her machine right now. You can see a beautiful position there right down here on the flatlands. Yep, we're at the Woodlands for the first of the Ironman Pro Series Ironman distance races here. We've already had a 70.3 in Oceanside. This is our first of the Ironman series in the 20 race series in 2024. This is the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We're back here in the Woodlands, Texas with Fenella Langridge, our female leader. She is tucked down there in that super aero position, and interesting to note, she has 4 water bottles on board. She has 1 in the front there, yep, just about to take a gel. She also carries some of her nutrition in the frame of her bike, so there's a little pocket in that top tube there where she can grab a gel, take it, and see that front water bottle sitting right in there between her arms. She sort of has her arms underneath. You want to get your shoulders and elbows as narrow as possible, and that water bottle is sort of filling that gap in between her arms there. That's a very aerodynamic position. I'm sure she's tested that in the wind tunnel, but 2 bottles behind her butt. That area is sort of neutral in the back there, so a great place to store water bottles. And you'll see the big frame bottle. Whether she has water in that or not, it's actually faster for her to have that on her frame than not. So
yes.
I would say that she would have fluids in it. It's a flat course. There's not many hills to carry, that extra weight over. So in a hot race like this, more nutrition, more hydration you have on board, the better.
Yeah, beautiful setup, and I would imagine that middle bottle is acting like a fairing, so giving the aerodynamics into her favour. All right, so as we look at Fenella Langridge leaning over a bike, I wanted to mention that she's had an incredible year already. She had a good start, 6th place in Oceanside, 70.3. She went down to Oceanside a little bit earlier for a training camp. She was there for 3 weeks, so she really wanted to get after the season on the right foot. She came here exactly the day after Oceanside 70.3 and went through the course. She knows that this year is going to be her year, and I do have a feeling that Fenella is going to have a great year this year. She's very focused on these races. She wants to come here, get into the lead of the point score. She's got a great chance today. If she has a top 2, she'll probably go into the lead of the overall, Ironman Pro Series bonus for the end of the year. So
I'd
Fenella
say
right now,
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, top 2, top 3, obviously, as long as, those gaps aren't too big. Yeah, she'll go into the lead, and I would guess
Remember,
that
every second matters.
every
so-
second matters, but
Yeah.
I bet Fenella has 3 Ironmans planned this year, and each Ironman event is worth 5,000 points. So the 70.3 is worth 2,500. Championship races, 3,000 for 70.3 Worlds, and also 6,000 for the Ironman World Championships at the end of the year. So I bet she'll do both those World Championship events and a total of 3 Ironmans. So she'll set herself up for success. I bet we'll see her at the top, around the top at least at the end of the year for that $200,000. It's definitely a big carrot for these athletes to chase.
Marquardt and the men leading from the USA. Florian Engert in second at 25. See, it looks like Florian right here in the blue, but Koolhaas has gone right up into the lead there. So looks like Marquardt is back in third place right now, and Stojanovic as well. Curry's at 113 down now, so they've lost a little bit of time there, Marinda. They've lost approximately 23 seconds, that is, for Curry and Langer over the last 5 kilometres. So that is good news for Marquardt, Engert and Koolhaas. Seem to be our lead 3 on the course at the moment. So Koolhaas, there's Engert just sitting up on top of the bike there, making sure that the nutrition is staying right in place there right now. So there is Florian Engert from Germany sitting in second place, and nicely. Now, some of the road surfaces here, they will change around a little bit, and some of the crossings that they have to go through is going to be a little bit bumpy, and that's why they're reaching around, making sure that they see a few gaps in the road there. So just making sure that their bottles are staying in place. So there we go.
Looks like Marquardt must be up
he's
the
gone.
road.
He's up the road.
He's up the road.
He's
and
gone.
I think interesting to note, I think Curry and Langer are riding about the same pace as Engert and Koolhaas. So it's just Marquardt that's really lit a fire under his butt, and he is out of there. He is not wasting any time. He went through transition very quickly, and he's gone. We can't even see him in frame. So we believe Marquardt is out front. Obviously, we'll get time updates, but this is from 8 kilometers on the bike. They're beyond that now, and we'll get another split at the next time crossing.
Yeah, we will get another split, but I had a couple of conversations during the year last year with Matthew, and I was calling like 2023 a growth year for Matthew, and he went from strength to strength. He got better every race, and his results were starting to be really, really good at the end of the year. So don't be at all surprised if he's going to be right up in the lead of all these races in 2024 as the young American. He seems to be getting the job done right now. This is Florian Engert. He's sitting on his machine at the moment, looking like he's in a very good position as well. Doesn't have the setup like a few of the others. You can see that he's really sitting on the nose of that saddle there. There's quite a bit of distance between the back of his bike and that seat there. So we can see that just reaching down there for his gel and making sure that the nutrition is staying right in there at this point in time. Like you mentioned, Rennie, getting out of the water today in this warm swim, it is, it's different from the other races where a little bit cooler, so it's not so tempting to have to, eat and drink. But here you're going to have to replace the nutrition.
Stefanovic. Just blowing a kiss to the family and friends, and just maybe anyone. I admire out there. So, having a great race as well. But going back to Matthew Marquardt, a really phenomenal year last year. We didn't know a whole lot about him before Ironman Texas, but he finished third here last year in that really close finish, and then was second in Ironman Coeur d'Alene in June, and then he went on to race in the Ironman World Champs in Nice, finished 11th, which was fantastic, and then Ironman Florida third. So some really great results for Matthew Marquardt. He's also a full-time med student, so talk about overachiever. Just an exciting young talent for the USA, and today I think he's going to turn it up a notch for sure. Now we have Patrick Langer on screen, the 2-time Ironman world champion from back in 18 and 19. Look how aero he is. His hands are his face is almost right in his hands, and the more you tuck like that, the more you can, make that space between your hands and your face smaller. The more aero you'll become, and the easier you can slip through the wind. So he's definitely trying to, be as aero as possible so he doesn't have to push super high watts, but obviously on the chase as well.
All right, there we saw the Race Ranger doing its job right now. There's the flashing light from up ahead, so he dropped back there. He's outside of it right now, but whenever you see that flashing light of the biker ahead, Patrick has to make that move and go around because he will be in the drafting detection zone there from Race Ranger. So this is where Race Ranger is worth its weight in gold. There's Patrick Langer sitting right in there. He's working very, very hard. There's soft pedaling there to try and make sure that he's staying out of that area. The weather right now hasn't really changed from a moment ago. The wind is picking up just a little bit. As we see that humidity's still the same. UV index is right down, so not too bad today. Braden Curry from New Zealand also soft pedaling at the moment, so Race Ranger doing its job here. Braden Curry just looking ahead and making sure that he stays in a safe zone, going through the aid station there, collecting that bottle of water. Very, very well done from the Kiwi right there. You can see that he's got plenty of space in between him and the next athlete right up above. Just wanted to make a mention before Stojanovic from Serbia, you know, blowing the kisses out. It was pretty funny, but we see that Simon Shee has already dropped out of that top 5, the American there, and he's still in the top 10. There's Magnian in the 10th place. Thompson from Australia has now gone up there, Schuster, and the bike right here has certainly started off on the right foot.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, is brought to you by Full Gas, Real Roads, Real Results, and by VinFast. Boundless together. Rennie off to a great start here today. Braden Curry here, riding just outside of the Woodlands, Texas right now. Beautiful tuck position. He's got company, however. Patrick Langer, the 2-time Ironman World Champion, riding right behind here, so the pressure on him, but they're losing a little bit of time to Marquardt, but not too much time to Florian Engert, Stojanovic.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a big pack. When they pan back, you could see it looked like 8 men riding all in a row, so it's a pretty big pack there, and they want to be careful that they stay. Yeah, there we go. You see, I can't count how many helmets, but it looks like 8 to 10 men, men strong. So a big pack here, and they want to make sure in this opening stages of this bike ride, it is kind of a little windy and turny, and if an athlete comes into, so you see the blue light there, that means I believe Patrick Langer is riding at 12 to 14 meters behind if you're in the blue light zone, and if it goes to orange, then he'll be 14 to 17 meters behind. If it goes red and a flashing red, that will be in the draft zone, and he really should pass. If there is not an official around, obviously they are still going to use discretion, and a lot of these places there's areas where athletes sort of accordion, and that in a 90-degree turn, athletes may come together a little bit, come apart, and that the refs sort of let them play. It's almost like in a football game, they let them play.
Well, if it was me, I wouldn't even push the boundary. I would just stay way back and...
it's a 5-minute penalty.
Yeah,
drafting,
time
so
is going to do your...
race is over.
Well, not necessarily over, but it's going to do your head in, right? And let's get back up to Matthew Marquardt here because he's riding along very, very nicely at the moment. He's 1 minute and 20 now ahead of Florian Engert. So the young American is certainly flying. We know that that growth year in 23 is now coming to fruition, and the American is making his move. Hasn't been an American champion in Kona for a very, very long time, Marinda.
Yeah.
This will be the next guy that has his chance to do that.
So he's coached by Andrew Yoder, who was a very good, young, talented American athlete, amazing swim biker as well.
Great biker.
But they have put in, word on the street is they've put in a big bike block this winter, and Matthew Marquardt has come into this race with a lot of confidence in his cycling, and we're seeing it right now. This is, these are not slouches. Florian Engert, Koolhaas, Callan, Curry, Langer, these guys can ride the bike, but he is, at this point, streaking away a little bit. So very strong riding from Matthew Marquardt. We'll see what that gap is as these miles tick on. I think the athletes will, get a little bit more urgency as we go along. But we're actually going to run off to a little AFC video from Patrick Langer. Sorry, Matthew Marquardt, my mistake. We're going to run off to a Fighting Chance video with Matthew Marquardt, and we can hear a little bit more about this young talent.
Season debut for this race, and just trying to take it just like I did last year, which is to have fun and do my own race, and we'll see if the winter training was worth it and what I have in store. So you never know, but I think it should be fun.
What's on the plan today?
Just an easy swim. I got in about 3 hours ago, woke up at 4 this morning and flew here, and so we'll just do a nice little shakeout swim, about 3,000 yards. I don't really know how things are going to shake out, which I think makes it extra exciting. I think that's the whole purpose of the Pro Series, is consolidate the best talent into a couple of races, and that's definitely turning out to be the case in Texas. And so I think it will be hopefully a fun race, and who knows what will happen. Hopefully it'll be a good show for everyone.
Do you believe in yourself that you can win this race?
You never know what's going to happen. I'm not going to say yes or no to that. I think that you always do the stuff that you can and put yourself in the best position, and I don't know what everyone else has done. I don't really follow anyone else. I just do my own thing, and so I think I'm in good shape and I'm fit and everything, but you never know. Well, I think one of the coolest things about the Pro Series is that it forces you to be consistent, and it really prioritizes the athletes that can put together good performance after good performance after good performance. And I think that every second counts is super important, because like last year at Texas, I got third by 21 seconds, and I think that every second is a point is a really good way of making sure that the winner still gets the most points, but also not providing a disproportionate penalty to someone that may have had a phenomenal day but lost out in a sprint finish or something like that. So I'm a big proponent of it, and I also think it just forces everyone to be better. Even if you're winning, there's incentive to push harder and do even better, because then that means that your competitors are losing by more time and they're losing more points. So I think it elevates the playing field for everyone, and I think it will just create some really interesting racing throughout the year.
That was Matthew Marquardt, a Fighting Chance there in the 24 season, presented by Wahoo. Matthew Marquardt is incredible right now. He's just riding off the front and just building up time. He got out there, he had about a 14-second lead, and now it's out to 1:20. Matthew Marquardt now, he's a med student, he's a pro athlete, he's doing everything. I tell you what, that's a little bit of an overachiever, like you were saying, Rennie, but it's amazing that he can do everything that way. I love love his insight and his thoughts as well. He's a smart guy, so we know that he's going to be very precise in how he formulates his day and how he breaks it down and how he executes. He was talking about finishing third last year, but he talks about also pushing it all the way to the end there. And you know what? It's all incentivized, right? You want those 5,000 points, you'll get them. But if you want your fellow competitor to be 4,500 points or whatever, you're going to have to beat them by 5, 6, 7 minutes or whatever it is. So anyway, that's how it stands out the front. This is Diana Castillo-Franco on the women's race here. She's in 5th place at the moment, 146, sort of pretty much in no man's land at the moment, because right up front there we have Fenella Langridge, Vilms and Brandon. Rebecca Clark is hanging in there. You can throw a blanket over them, 23 seconds separation, but then almost 2 minutes down to this young lady, and then 4 minutes down to Olsen, Stage Nielsen, Hannah Berry, Jocelyn McCauley, and also Kat Matthews. So a lot of our favourites from Rachel down to Kat is sitting in between 6th and 10th places here today. So the women's race has been separated as well by Fenella Langridge doing all the work up front, but Castillo-Franco trying to limit the amount of time behind.
Yeah, and that no man's land, some athletes like just riding by themselves. They don't have to worry about drafting. They don't have to worry about any of that. They can just settle into their own pace and go for it. Other athletes really like to have company. But, yeah, I mean, she's not in a bad position by any means. She's in 5th place, 146 off the lead, and she has, you know, a very strong pack, you know, 6th to 10th with the last year's podium behind her. So whether they catch up to her or whether she stays in this position remains to be seen. But Castillo-Franco having a solid day out there so far in 5th place.
A lot of straight roads here, nice and flat. There's not too much of an elevation change here in the Woodlands in Texas, as you would imagine. And you can see that Langridge, Vilms, Brandon and Clark have really separated themselves, and they are the quality of this bike course so far. Putting in a big amount of time, over 2 minutes into Rachel Olsen, Stage Nielsen, Berry McCauley and Matthews are our lead quartet here today. Castillo-Franco just riding along, like we were saying, no man's land, but sometimes it's nice to ride in solace and other times it's nice to ride near your competition to know what's actually going on. But for this young lady, she's just happy to be pushing the pedals right now, losing a little bit of time to our leaders and sitting about the same pace away from our chasers at this point in time. So a long way to go. We're at 1 hour and 21 minutes into our female category at the moment, 1 hour 26 into our men's, and right on time there. There is Rebecca Clark from New Zealand giving it a good go.
Yeah, Rebecca Clark from New Zealand there, sitting in 4th place. And right behind...
Right in front is Lauren Brandon.
Lauren Brandon. And I believe that must be some pro men, maybe.
No, there's a lot of Vilms up the front there and Fenella Langridge. They're all riding along in a foursome there. So Fenella Langridge still up there, setting the pace today. Actually, a lot of Vilms has gone into the lead there. Fenella's now in 2nd, Lauren in 3rd, Rebecca Clark in 4th, and the ladies doing a very, very nice job in the detection system there. You can see that the blue light. Exactly.
And blue.
Yep, the
so
blue.
In that angle, like if you didn't know better, you would you know, think they were drafting. And you just saw the flashing red.
Yep.
And how Rebecca Clark has realized that, and she's like, I'm not, you know, I just slipped in to that zone. I wasn't paying attention. But
gotta be careful. Yeah.
You do have to be careful and heads up because as I said, you kind of want to stay in the orange to blue range, because then you know you're safe. If you're sitting in the blue all the time, at any moment you can slip into the red. And if a referee is there, then that's a penalty, and it's 5 minutes.
Yeah, look, that's why I think that, you know, the athletes should stay around about another 5 meters back. I mean, what is, you know, getting into, you know, putting yourself 1 meter away from that detection zone as opposed to 5 meters? I don't see any difference there.
There is a benefit. Sitting at 12 to 14 meters, you do have a slight aerodynamic benefit, and these athletes are just so competitive. It's in their minds to be, you know, ride the line, right? But yes, level-headed athlete would take okay, I know I've done the work, I know I'm strong, I can sit, you know, see the orange light now. She's between 14 and 17 meters, and now she's between 12 and 14 meters there. So, and coming into the turns again,
it always happens.
There is a little bit
turns,
of an accordion.
Yeah, exactly.
Effect.
So my point is that I would rather stay a little bit further back. So anyway, let's go and take a listen to what's happening on site down here in the Woodlands.
And Lauren Brandon there. Not a lot of talking going on down there. I think the athletes are kind of just settling in. They're kind of getting in the zone now. You sort of, at this stage of the race, you're going sort of within in your own head. You're, thinking about all of the things, making sure you're sitting in the right position, thinking about hydration, thinking about fueling. Also, just is this pace quick enough? Should I go around to the front? There's all these things that are sort of the athletes are ticking over in their head, but they're sort of just trying to get into their sweet spot. And when I say sweet spot, I mean that comfortably uncomfortable pace, which is what you want to hold for the whole Ironman race. You want to sit in that, comfortably uncomfortable sweet spot all day long.
And, just looking at this system one more time, I just wanted to mention that, if you are riding, in the middle of this group or whatever, and you've got the flashing light, it's obviously that, you're going faster than the other one. So go to the front, do some work. And, if your pace is like so much that you have to soft pedal and, go backwards, I would imagine that you're either going to go off the front here and do some work, or you should stay another 5 meters behind so that you're not, getting this system to have to work the way that it's supposed to. Yeah. And that's the thing, like when you've got an Ironman Pro Series on the line, incredible bonus points at risk and everything. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. Anyway, so Lotte Wilms is leading the race with Fenella Langridge, Lauren Brandon at 4 seconds, Rebecca Clark at 5. You can see there that at the moment they are our top 4 athletes here and doing a very, very nice job of it. We were saying before that there's nice long stretches of roads here in the Woodlands, especially after we get, through this urban part of town, that we get out into the rural sections before we get out onto the highways.
Highway,
tollway there is going to be just incredible today. And remember that we're supposed to get a little bit of wind later on today, so it might be one of those things where the second lap of this bike ride might be the tough lap that we always know. It's always the second part of every one of the disciplines that, tire you out. It's where the strong athletes win. That's where they put the most time on everybody else. It's where the weaker athlete is going to lose time. So a lot of films right now.
It's really where the athlete who's done the work comes through, right? Like, I think you can fake it a little bit at the start of a race. Like, you see athletes come out of the swim and then they're super strong an hour, maybe an hour and a half, and then they start to fade. But the athletes that have done the work, they're seasoned, they've put in the years and years of day in, day out training. That's where they start to come through. So the second half of this bike race and then into the marathon, of course, is where we're going to see the athletes who are in the best shape and have prepared perfectly for this race. So yeah, the latter part is definitely when the wheels start to come off, so to speak. But yeah, we're still in the opening stages. The women, these top 4 women just went through about 20 kilometers, 12.4 miles, and we're waiting for a time split on that 4-minute back group, which had Rachel Olsen, and our podium from last year, we had Kat Matthews, Sage Nelson, and also Fenella Langridge in that group, and Rachel Olsen too. So that pack as well, very strong cyclists. But these swim bikers are very strong as well. So I'll be interested to see if that gap is going out or coming back. We will hopefully get that time split shortly here. But Lotte Wilms leading this women's race, and that pack of 4 sitting legally right in a line there.
Lotte Wilms has been the strength so far with Fenella Langridge. They were the 2 that got out of transition very well this morning. Fenella Langridge from the UK has put in a good, solid effort here this year. She went to Oceanside nice and early to get ready for that race. She achieved a good result in 6th place. She's come here early ahead of time to acclimate to the humidity. Unlike, in Oceanside of the early part was a little bit on the chilly side. Got heat and humidity here in Texas, so Fenella Langridge doing her homework and just making sure that the due diligence is all done to get a good race result in. Castillo Franco now has lost another 10 seconds at the 12 mile marker, just over right at 20 kilometres right now. So Castillo Franco was 2:46 down at last check. Now it is 10 seconds more of a loss. So will it be more of a loss for our chase group, like you were saying, Rennie, or are they going to come back a little bit? My guess is they're going to lose just a little bit more, as Wilms is really pressing up front here. So this is a lot of Wilms from the Netherlands, and the Netherlands ladies are racing really well this year. Els Vista is doing very well as, in the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 distance, so great to see. There's Stage Nielsen, round about the same. It was Rachel Olsen before a 4:04, so Stage Nielsen's picked up 3 seconds. Macaulay, Matthews, Berry, and Olsen are still there, so Rachel has just gone from 6th place into 10th place, but no real loss there, so the ladies are doing great. They've made up a couple of seconds, if anything.
But they're really sitting around the same gap from them to the front pack. So that we'll watch as we continue on this bike course. A lot of Wilms is in the lead.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Yells every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Speed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Braden Curry goes through the A station here in the Woodlands, Texas. This is the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, right here in the Woodlands, a part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. There we got a couple of passes happening through our aid station at the moment. The race ranger doing its job there, telling the athletes that they're going to have to make a pass. There goes one athlete past Patrick Langer, sitting in the second group. They're the chase group, and now passing. There he goes. That's Braden Curry being passed at the moment. So great to see that our race ranger system is giving the opportunity for the athletes to know when they should pass and how to do it. There we go. What a great little pass that was out there. So great to see this all happening. Braden Curry out there riding along nicely. He was the pace setter there for quite a bit now, but now he has a little bit of help right here.
That's Andrew Horsfall-Turner in the lead there, coming around and making that pass on Braden Curry and Patrick Langer. So Andrew Horsfall-Turner, I believe, bib number 33, is leading that chase pack now.
Andrew was last year's swim leader out of the water there to just over 48 minutes, and not as good as last year, but still right up there at this point in time. He's 2 minutes and 26 seconds down on our leader. That is Matthew Marquardt from the USA. Now Thompson has gone into second place and caught up to Florian Anger. Kalen is in fourth place. You've got Koolhaas, Horsfall-Turner. There is Braden Curry now. So the big move is Thompson from Australia. He's gone right into second place there today, and he's really lighting it up there in the early part of this bike course here in our male pro area here in the Ironman Pro Series. So the Australian really accelerating from that chase group. Yeah, Nick Thompson's after it.
Yeah, Nick Thompson really making a little bit of a statement here on the bike and going into that second place and pushing forward to try and catch up to Marquardt. And Florian Engert, obviously, riding there with Callan, and Koolhaas dropping back a little bit, and it looks like it's a pretty decent sized pack from Koolhaas back to Stefanovic, and even further outside that top 10. So this group are led by, I think, Koolhaas up the front, or maybe Horsfall Turner's made the pass since we got that last time split. But Horsfall Turner on screen right now.
Yeah,
looking super strong.
Robert Callan and Nick Thompson from Australia and Robert Callan from Sweden. We know that they're two of the exceptional cyclists out there today, but they've really taken it upon themselves to get out there and try and get up to the lead of this race. Florian Enger wants to go with them. Koolhaas, unfortunately, hasn't been able to go with the leaders there, or Stojanovic. So looks like Stojanovic has gone into 10th place from Serbia now. Germany's Paul Schuster sits in 9th with Patrick Langer. There's Braden Curry and Horsfall Turner, the Commonwealth countries there of the UK and also New Zealand. Then you got Koolhaas slipping back to 13, just about to be caught by the second chase group. And then Callan Enger, Nick Thompson, they're all chasing Matthew Marquardt right now, who still has a 118 lead on this group. That was Horsfall Turner, and then you can see that nice long line spread out on our tollway right now. As you can see, Braden Curry, he's still in second place there. There is Patrick Langer, and then it goes down to Schuster and Stojanovic, and it's all happening here in Texas.
Yeah, and we're out on the toll road now, so these roads are sort of open. They'll do 2 laps out here on the toll road before they head back in to that winding section back into town and into T2. But we have Matthew Marquardt in the lead here, still 118 ahead of Nick Thompson. Florian Engert back in 3rd place, 126. Robert Callan in 4th, 127 down.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, Big Bear.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And we are on screen here with Fenella Langridge. This is the lead of the women's race. Fenella, then Lottie Wilms. We have Lauren Brandon in there. Hannah Berry, I believe, in there.
Rebecca Clark.
So a very strong group of 5. But Fenella Langridge leading the way here in that super compact, aerodynamic looking fit there. She's wasting no time. She knows that all the podium getters from last year are in that pack behind, and she wants to try and get as much a lead as possible, make that run a little easier maybe. Not that it ever is easier when you have to run a marathon off a 112-mile, 180-kilometer bike ride. But she's going to do everything she can to get to that T2 with a little lead.
So it looks like the clouds are raising a little bit higher into the sky. It's an overcast day, but it's going to be warm. Langridge takes a quick look over his shoulder there. I think that Fenella's putting in a little bit of an effort here right now. 75 degrees. It's not really warming up that much. Feels like 76. Wind is kicking up a little bit more, another kilometre an hour, around about 3 miles an hour out of the southeast. Humidity still at 84%. So it's a muggy day out there. Very important to stay hydrated and on top of your nutrition as the day will get a bit longer. The day will get a little bit tougher. There goes the sun, as we were just looking at one of our male pro athletes getting after Fenella Langridge there. So you can just see just being overtaken. One of our male pro athletes there, a little bit bumpy out onto the toll road right now as we see our long line of men there in our men's pro division. We saw a couple of passes just a moment ago with Braden Curry, and yeah, this is our second chase group there. So this is our
Cat
men's. Yep. Oh yeah, there is Cat Matthews sitting in third wheel.
So this must be our second pack here with Maya Sage Nelson, Jocelyn McCauley, Cat Matthews, Hannah Berry, and Rachel Olsen. But
yeah,
there's Cat Matthews hopping out of the saddle there. You see that red flashing? So she knew when she saw that red flashing that it was time for her to move around. She had 25 seconds to make that pass. And now I'm not 100% sure who that athlete is, but the athlete that she's passing has 25 seconds to get back out into the blue, plus 12 meter zone. So she's done that. Cat Matthews making the pass all the way to the front, and I believe that's on Jocelyn McCauley. So McCauley was leading, now Cat Matthews was in third, and this is the chase pack that is around 4 minutes behind the lead, so places, 6th to 10th. So that will be Cat Matthews moving into 6th position there, Jocelyn McCauley sitting behind her in 7th. And
that was really well done. Oh, that was impressive by Kat. She knew exactly what she had to do, and she got the job done. Jocelyn was great. She dropped back out of that position. You saw the light come on. It was blue, then it went to orange, and now it's completely out.
So, yeah, so Kat Matthews is making a statement, a little bit of a push here, because no light at all means the athlete behind her is more than 17 meters behind. So she went to the front and she's pushing pretty hard. And Jocelyn McCauley, very strong cyclist. Oh, yep, no, Jocelyn's back there. You can see it come back on. She's around 17 meters behind Kat with that flashing orange sort of flashing on and off as she moves in and out of that 17 meters back zone. I love this system. This is so great for the athletes. It's really good for us as well. We can see exactly how the athletes who's racing fair, who's not racing, maybe pushing the boundaries. I don't want to say not racing fair, but maybe not paying close enough attention and drifting into that draft zone. But I think it's just wonderful for the athletes to have a clear boundary. Okay, that's the boundary. They're going to ride right up to it, mind you, but that is the boundary, and it's really great that Race Ranger is here in Texas and will be at every single Pro Series race, Ironman Pro Series race this year. So really great for the athletes to be able to police themselves.
Exactly, and Kat Matthews sort of has a love-hate relationship with Texas. She won the race last year, but it was a couple of years ago where she had a near-death experience here. So let's catch up with Kat Matthews, a fighting chance.
Feel the pain of a 5-minute lap and think, going to hold this for 4.5 hours. It's horrendous.
How does it feel to be back in Texas?
I think just because you win a race one year, it gives you no right to think that you're going to win it again. So I don't come into this with any preconceived, like, I should be winning this race. I know that it's going to be really, really hard, and I feel better prepared for the heat than I ever have, but I think that's the mental box ticked. Physically, I've got no idea. I found a bit of a headspace at the moment where I can't control what happens on the run out there. I've done everything I can for the rehab and the run back, and there's nothing to suggest it will go wrong, hence why I'm here. Like, it should be really great. It could be really great. So yeah, can't control that, so I've just got to control my effort on the swim and the bike, which was honestly quite poor last year, so I maybe wasn't as aerobically confident as I perhaps could have been. So I think the bike was just a bit naff because I was a bit worried about the length, like the whole Ironman. It was obviously fine, but that's one of my big goals, is just to be really happy, like proud of my commitment to the swim and the bike. I think in theory this is the biggest Ironman of the year, like before Nice and Kona, so that makes it more motivating for me. And I think I'm not sure if I can answer the every second matter bits now, because 8 hours into a race, I think you really are giving it everything you've got. I think it's very hard to ease off. Like, it's just the same level of hardness, you just might get slower. You're still putting in all the effort. So yeah, I can't see a world where I ease off, because you just want to finish.
Really great to see Kat Matthews there, very optimistic. That was a fighting chance presented by Wahoo. But yeah, Kat Matthews, a big question mark, I think, even for her. Oops, that's an athlete, Fenella Language, I believe. Just, nope, that's not Fenella. That's Kat Matthews just dropped one of her water bottles there. And yeah, you don't want to drop any water bottles here in Texas when it's this hot, but thankfully nobody was taken out, and that's always danger. And there is a rule that if you intentionally litter, I'm 100% sure Kat Matthews did not want to lose that water bottle. It looked full, it looked heavy, though, by the way it like hit the ground. So that won't be a penalty. But if she had thrown that water bottle intentionally, that is a 5-minute penalty. But yeah, I'm sure that
we can't have any littering. I mean, we have to, you know, it's a pack in, pack out situation. We need to leave this beautiful place the way that we found it, and that's you know, that's just a race rule anyway. So, all right, yeah, it was great, Marinda. I mean, you know, Kat Matthews last year with an 8:32 with the victory here, and you know, just look. 18 months before that, it was a horrible accident that she sustained here in the Woodlands area. You know, just
6 months before.
Yeah, sorry, 6 months before.
18 months now, yeah.
Yeah, 18 months from now, yeah. So, ago. So when she came to Kona, you know, she turned up with a brace around her neck, and it was horrible, you know, to see her. But it was incredible to see her come back.
All right, some of our partners are going to a break now, but stay with us. All right, we are in the Woodlands here, and this is back to the pro men.
Back to our pro men's race right now. We can tell you that Matthew Marquardt is up the road. Braden Curry there just overtaking one of
Andrew Horsfall-Turner.
Yeah, Horsfall-Turner. There's Patrick Langer also making the pass. He's sticking to the tail end of Braden Curry like glue today.
It seems like he's marked Braden Curry, and he is not letting him out of his sights. So,
you know, Rennie, we talked about it at the top of the show. Patrick's a smart racer. He knows what he's got to put his sights on, and right now he is definitely called out Braden as being, you know, the pace setter for him to, you know, put him in that, you know, launch pad position going into the run there. But he's got a long way to go on the bike, and, you know, we're only coming up to 2 hours into the race right now. Last year's riding time was Rudy von Bergen at 4:05. So we know that we've got, you know, three hours of riding left here today. But right now we can tell you that Koolhaas is riding along nicely. Horsfall-Turner's moved back just a little bit. Paul Schuster from Germany and Stojanovic riding at 2:33, so they've lost a little bit more time to Marquardt, and Nick Thompson is not making any time into our leader at this point in time. So Robert Callan, the strong Swede, is still sitting in a great position. That is your top four at the moment, but it's Marquardt from the USA that's doing all the damage at the moment here in the Woodlands. High cloud at the moment. We've got our overcast conditions here just settling in to the Woodlands, Texas. This is a lot of, not a lot of Williams. We're just going to take a look a little bit further back down into our men's group here right now as we see the tail end of our chase group.
I believe that this is lots of films. No? Yeah.
So
just see the green suit and we...
Yeah, well, that's the that's our PVAG. That's our Austrian team at the moment. A lot of Wilms is on the same team.
Yep.
But this is focusing in on our men's pro race here at the moment. So Paul Schuster from Germany riding along nicely. You can see that Braden Curry sitting back there as well. Horseful Turner is there at 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Don't forget we got 2 laps out on the bike there today. They'll do 2 out and back sections before heading in off the bike.
I'm pretty sure that is Lotte Wilms, and that is
Lauren Brandon. Yeah,
yes,
Lauren
we
Brandon,
have gone back.
And then Fenella Langridge right back there, and Rebecca Clark. You're right.
Yeah, so Lotte Wilms there on screen. She's the leader of the race right now. This is the front pack of 4. We have Lauren Brandon sitting in second, unless Fenella, yeah, it looks like Fenella in third there. But we have a race on our hands, people. Four up front in the women. We have about a 4-minute gap back to our podium places from last year, so very strong pack back there. And we're going to run off to a promo.
New to the Ironman North America circuit, Ironman Canada, Ottawa. Part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series will take place on August 3rd, 2025 in the heart of Canada's national capital. Ottawa offers the perfect venue for a summer Ironman with miles of gorgeous landscapes, warm hospitality, and those standout Canadian delights like poutine and maple syrup. The course is perfect for both novice and seasoned competitors with a protected river swim, a mildly rolling bike course through city streets, and a vibrant run through downtown Ottawa, culminating with a finish in the front of the Parliament of Canada. Come experience Canada's capital city grandeur in 2025. Registration is now open, and I'm calling for you, Marinda. Come out of retirement. See you in Ottawa this time next year. How about that?
Don't think so.
Don't think so.
I actually am doing a team race in doing the marathon in Ironman Lake Placid for the Ironman Foundation later this year. So that's lit a fire under my butt to actually get in shape. So back.
Do you have a time that you're thinking about?
I'd like to run 3:30.
3:30.
Yeah.
There you go. That's decent.
Decent. Yeah, I'm well out of shape. But these ladies are definitely not well out of shape. Here's Lotte Wilms leading the women's, and when she came on screen before, she had just made the pass back into the lead. But not much, going on. No much give and take between these 4: Rebecca Clark, Fenella Langridge, Lauren Brandon, and Lotte Wilms. Leading this women's race. And then we go back, actually, it looks like that second pack is making some inroads. Jocelyn McCauley now 3:25 back, Kat Matthews 3:26, Maya Sage Nelson 3:27, and Hannah Berry 3:29. Castillo Franco moving back a little bit more, and she's around 4:30, and Rachel Olsen at 5:20. That's the top 10 in the women's. But yeah, I mean, they've made up, 40 seconds almost in the past 8 miles? So
yeah, exactly.
That's significant.
Yeah, I think that, Jocelyn and Kat have been the mainstays of that chase group at the moment. As you saw, Kat Matthews overtaking Jocelyn just a few moments ago, about 8 kilometres ago, and going into that the lead of the chase group there. So it's a lot of Wilms that's been responsible over the last little part of doing the pace setting here. Fenella Langridge was the one that got out to an early start. Lauren showing her strength on the bike as well, moving back into second position, and Rebecca's just happy just to sit back there and enjoy the ride for this point of time, sit in that legal outside of the 12 metres, and Race Ranger giving the opportunity for our athletes to look at the lights, and if the lights are flashing, it's your indication to come on through. But today, the ladies are riding along just nicely. So Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands had a good swim today. She was very strong there, swimming along with Lauren Brandon. I loved what she did. She was strong enough to, get up onto the shoulder of Lauren, but then it was Lauren at the end of it, that came in first place.
Yeah, and some of these athletes are incentivized to lead the swim out, so her swim sponsor. Well, I think it's just
do they have sponsor commitments and sponsor bonuses and things like that?
So athletes will be sponsored from swim companies, bike companies. Basically everything they're wearing, everything they have on is sponsored. So Lotte Wilms, she's a part of that PWAG team, so a lot of that comes, the bike, the kit, that's all part of the team. Kat Matthews, sponsored by a number of different brands, but you can see them all over her there, and each one of those logos pay to be on her kit. Which is, you know, how these professionals make money. Obviously, also winning the series would make a lot of money, 200K on the line if you win the series here, and also a very good prize money up for grabs today. But so Lauren Brandon leading that swim, she would have gotten a bonus. So written in her contract, there'll be bonus incentives for leading the swim, and you know, X amount of dollars if you can lead the swim out, because obviously she got some good airtime.
Yeah, so there's Kat Matthews just riding along the course right now. As we can see that looks like Kat may have been assessed a penalty. We'll get you caught up to speed on that just momentarily when we do get confirmation of that. But Kat Matthews obviously making a big move just a while ago when she went past Jocelyn McCauley, and you have to know that you've got time to get through these passes if you don't make it through in time. If you come within that, you know, the flashing light area, there are a lot of rules out here and you have to adhere to those clearly. And so, you know, we talked about it quite a bit just a moment ago about the race ranger system here, but
we
it's
don't know what the penalty is though yet, Greg.
No, not at all.
It may be a minor penalty. So as we get more information,
and it might have been the water bottle too.
It could have been the water bottle, and that, you know, would be a minor penalty because I believe that was unintentional. And Kat Matthews as well. She can protest any of these.
Yeah, it's probably the water bottle, but we'll get back to it in just a moment. But right now, we'll just focus on what's actually happening here at the moment. So Kat is still just, you know, pumping along there, doing what she can out here onto the race course. And we got men's 7, so it looks like Koolhaas has got a penalty coming his way as well. And that's going to be for drafting out there today. So you're going to have to be very careful about the way that you put yourself in the groups here today. You're watching all the action from the Ironman Pro Series. We're in the Woodlands, Texas today for the first of the Ironman distance in the Pro Series.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition. A science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, continues here in the Woodlands, Texas. We are at 2 hours into our race clock in our men's race right now. We're coming up to the 2-hour mark in our women's race. Things are getting interesting. Matthew Marquardt is still out in the lead of this race by 1 minute and 16 seconds over Robert Callan. Nick Thompson, Florian Engert on the women's side of things. Lotta Vilm still leads.
Yeah, it looks like Callan joined up to Thompson there and Engert as well. So those 3 men have pushed forward, and looks like that third group now, I guess second chase on screen, are now slipping back a little bit to around almost 4 minutes. So, and that group is pretty big. I was just looking down, and it's well down to 15th place. So an extra 5 men are in that group. They were only around 2:30 down at the last time check, so they have lost about 90 seconds since the last time check. Florian Engert, obviously, and Robert Callan have broken away from that main group and caught up to Thompson. So Marquardt might have a little company coming his way, which is dangerous for that second pack, slipping back to around 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think that Mark White's going to be out there for quite a bit of time on his own, to be honest. I think that he's riding really, really nicely at this point of time. Callan and Thompson have been the two athletes that have been impressive. They've caught up to Florian Angert. However, you know, they got rid of a lot of the other guys like Koolhaas. Koolhaas looks like he's got a penalty coming his way in a little bit for drafting, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. There's Perrien from Belgium and Curry. There is Patrick Langer still riding right behind Braden Curry there today. Horsfall Turner still riding strongly, and Koolhaas and Schuster inside of the top 10. But Dylan Magnian from France is now gone ahead and taking some of those pacemaking duties up the front there in the chase group. So good to see that a lot of our guys just trying to get out there, and as fair as it is, and you know, putting the hammer down this early part of the bike ride.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're actually just getting word in that Kat Matthews and Bib 3 have both been given, that's Maya Stage Nelson, have both been given blue cards. Blue cards are 5-minute penalties. So that's devastating for those two women. We're waiting to hear, you know, the reason, whether it is for drafting or whether it is that bottle drop. But I believe Kat Matthews was unintentional. So in my eyes, she should protest that, that call if it is, in fact, for the littering, because unintentional littering, I believe, is only 30 seconds. So we'll wait to hear what those penalties are for and update you as soon as we can.
Yeah, Kat Matthews, you know, just going through the motions right now, wearing female #1 here today. She is the defending champion, 8 hours and 32 seconds. Sorry, minutes last year was her race winning time, but it's a lot of films that are doing very well at the moment with Lauren Brandon Langridge and Rebecca Clark up there from New Zealand. Jocelyn McCauley, Kat Matthews, Maya Stage Nielsen are 3:25, 3:26 and 3:27 down. Hannah Berry is still riding nicely there, so they got a group of 4. But, you know, going back to the penalty, it might have been, you know,
it is
getting
drafting.
Yeah,
just
drafting.
Been confirmed. Both of those women, Kat Matthews and Maya Stage Nelson, have been given penalties for drafting.
So, Rinny, when we were watching that, you know, before we saw the flashing lights, you know, quite a bit, and when Jocelyn McCauley was in the lead, and then it was Kat Matthews that came up behind Jocelyn McCauley. So, might have been there a little bit too long, may have not, you know, passed in the allotted amount of time.
25 seconds.
Exactly. And
or it could have been something that we didn't even see on camera. And obviously, you know, we can't have a camera on every athlete at all times. And, you know, the draft marshals are seeing a lot, you know, different to what we get to see here in the studio. But, yeah, really bummed for Kat. You know, I know she really was banking on a good, fast bike ride today. And, you know, obviously still a question mark on the calf. But Maya Stage Nielsen as well last year had such a good race here. And they were our top 2 women from last year, both assessed 5-minute penalties.
Going through the aid station there, knocking the bottles down is Andrew Horsfall Turner from the UK. Needs to slow down just a touch. And there he goes. He got the bottle of water, exactly what he needed there, but he had to slow down. You just cannot, you know, go through there like a bull at a gate and get, you know, the pace still at the top level. You're talking about a race course here, Marinda, that is pretty much flat for the most part, so there's not going to be too many opportunities where you'll see aid stations on a slight incline where it, you know, helps you just slowing down anyway and naturally to get those bottles and whatever you need out of the the aid station areas there. So as we get back to our leader on the road right now, Matthew Marquardt from the USA, doing
nothing but open roads ahead.
Nothing but open roads. Look at that. This is the tollway, and this is absolutely what we love to see out here. We've got one solo leader, just he's on his own. He's just got his head down and he's just cranking away at the course at the moment.
And look at that water bottle setup. That water bottle setup is unique. He rigged that up himself, I'm sure of it. My husband used to do a similar thing when he raced, and it's just the ability to get more fluids in between your arms there. So he has 4 bottles on his bike as well. But yeah, an interesting bottle placement, but the only thing that can be annoying sometimes is if your knees hit them, and you know, at the end of the race, you might have a nice little chafe on the inside of his thighs there. But it's a great place to put the bottles because it keeps your, you know, bike more aerodynamic. So having fluids up in between your arms there is a good place to have.
Yeah, there's the race ranger monitor right there on the fork, and he's got one on the rear there, which is going to be the light sensory area, and then up the front there as well. So if you can see the 4 water bottles, you know, you're looking at quite a bit of extra weight that's on his bike, but it's all in the aero position, so everything looks pretty good. And if you looked, from behind at his pedaling stroke and his action there, Marinda, you can see that his knees are out a little bit anyway. So
yeah, so I'm sure for him, and he would have practiced this in training, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that right now with Matthew, the way that he's riding along here, he's very calculated. So he's got everything on there that he needs from his special needs, right? So you're not coming all the way back into town. You're only going to come back outside of town, turn around, do your second lap, and then come back into town. So he's still got that 1:16 lead over the rest of the field. So Matthew just riding along nicely at this point of time, just biding his time and just making sure that the efficiencies need to be where they need, and just getting through this race course as easy as possible.
And you mentioned it earlier, Welshie. A lot of these athletes we're seeing with 4 bottles. Yeah, yes, the conditions are really hot, but as you said, this course is super flat. So when they go through aid stations, they really do have to slow down. So I think a lot of the athletes have opted to carry on board as much as possible so that maybe they don't have to slow down at every aid station. Maybe they can blow through a few because they have enough fluids on board. That's something that, they'll take into account as they're preparing for this race. Obviously, Matthew raced here last year, so he is familiar with the course and will remember how hard it was.
You just blew his strategy, right? Yeah, I
mean...
mean...
we saw the same with Fenella, though. It's rare that you see an athlete... I mean, even in Kona, you don't see athletes with 4 water bottles. But in Kona, obviously, they have that... There's some uphill sections where it's easier to take on that nutrition. But when the course is flat like this, it sucks to have to slow down.
Yeah, it does.
And grab a bottle, and you really do have to, come to.
It's called momentum,
yeah.
And if you lose momentum, you've got to start back up again. It takes away from your body's energy and everything. So even if you lost a water bottle, right, and you needed it, and you go back and get it, that's going to be 10-15 seconds of slowing down, getting off your bike, getting that water bottle, putting it back on, getting back up to speed. So you've got a loss of energy and a loss of power. You're expanding a lot of energy to get back up to that, speed where you were before. But at the end of the day, if you can't do without that bottle, you have to go back. So this is great thinking. It's a great strategy, and that is forward thinking. All right, this is Matthew Marquardt. He's leading the men's race here in the Ironman Pro Series in the Woodlands, Texas.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
We're back in the Woodlands, Texas. We have Matthew Marquardt in the lead of this men's race, around 46 kilometers, 28 miles into the bike ride. And we have Robert Callan in second place, Nick Thompson in third from Australia, Florian Engert from Germany in fourth. That's a trio riding together there, around 116 to 119 back. And then we have 5th to 10th. They're around 356 to 404 back, so a very, and that actually goes down to 15th. So from, 6th place, 5th place to 10 men, I guess, riding together at around 4 minutes back from the lead.
It'll be interesting to watch how that unfolds, in the second lap of the bike, and how Marquardt decides to plot his little adventure around the Woodlands here today. As we know that the second lap of the race is always going to be one of those that we keep an eye on. We got Koulas riding really well. We know that he's going to serve a penalty here a little bit later on, and maybe at the penalty tent at the end of the first lap of the bike, or at the end of the bike course at the at T2 down there. So we know that a 5-minute break is going to happen for him. So we've seen some really good runs, and from having 5 minutes in the penalty tent before, and we've seen winners even at the Ironman World Championship. I remember Paul Newby Fraser. I remember, Tasha Bardman and a whole bunch of people. So, it's not uncommon, but it's unfortunate, to say the least.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, these athletes aren't trying to draft whatsoever, but sometimes you lose concentration and, maybe not paying attention. So we're going to talk a little bit about TriDot's race index. So TriDot have come up with a race index, and basically they have established what race 0 is and what a 100 is. So the score is between 0 and 100. Today's score is 30. So 0 would be absolutely perfect conditions. So no chop in the swim, salt water, wetsuit swim, perfect air temperature, probably around 59. So 15 degrees Celsius, 59 degrees Fahrenheit, no wind, no hills. So that would be like our 0. That's our race index of 0. Today's race index is 30, so, it's not like Lanzarote or Kona. They'll be up in the 70s, 80s, but still will make for, a slower than perfect race. So for a slower triathlete, that means, if conditions were absolutely perfect, which no race is absolutely perfect, that would be about 2 hours slower for today. For a middle pack athlete, that would mean they're about an hour slower today. And for a front of the pack age group athlete, that would be about 25 minutes slower than if the race was absolutely perfect. So really cool that TriDot have come up with this, because now we can compare race to race. So if you've gone, for example, 9 hours 30 in Texas, and then you go and race Maryland, and say Maryland's got a race index score of 50, you can then theoretically figure out if your 10-hour race in Maryland was better or worse than racing in Texas. So I think it's just really cool to be able to, you sit around, and even you can look at races 10 years ago. Okay, 10 years ago, Texas was a score of 60 because it was just brutally hot and crazy winds that day. So you can compare race to race, and you can compare on the same course, years past, and you can also compare different races. So when we're sitting around after the race, it gives athletes a chance to, I did Ironman Lanzarote and I did this time, and race index shows that my time is actually better than your time in Texas when you went an hour faster than me. So really cool extra option. You can go to tridot.com and check out all of their AI that they have going on there. They have RaceX as well, and that will, if you put your individual race specifics in, weight, height, training, it'll show you what you're predicted to race in any particular race. So just some really cool technology coming into the sport for us.
Yeah, I mean, the RaceX module in the TriDot app, offers athletes and coaches the opportunity to, they can personalize the index by using their own physical profiles too. So, and they can get that through all disciplines, in all Ironman courses as well. So if you want any more information on it, visit tridot.com/Ironman to start your own 14-day trial. So I would go ahead and do that, because it's a lot of fun to sort of decipher things at the end of the races. Like you say, we call it pub chat, right?
Yeah.
So in Australia.
Yeah.
So go back to the pub after the race. How was your race? Oh, this happened, that happened anyway.
Yeah.
But it's great. tridot.com/Ironman for more information.
I think it's cool also just to go back in time and look at, 4 years ago I raced Ironman and it was hard that day, but how hard was it? And now now it's there. There's no more
Oh,
arguing.
no, when I was there 25 years ago, the winds were right up. Anyway, the Roca weather right now, 76 degrees out. It's rising up just a little bit. The overcast clouds are still there. Feels like 77. It's getting warmer. 5 kilometres out of the southeast. Hasn't really gone up any. 3 miles an hour, 83% humidity. Gone down a little bit, but the UV index is up a little bit at 1.5 right now. We saw some spots of sunlight just a few moments ago as we now look at Lauren Brandon just pedaling along the tollway right now. She was the winner out of the swim today. Then it was Lotta Films, but Lotta is up the front. Lauren is in the top 4. Fenella Langridge and Rebecca Clark. Nothing has changed for these women over the first, almost 30 miles of the course here today. Then Maya Stage Nielsen and Jocelyn McCauley, Kat Matthews and Hannah Berry riding as a quartet as well. So we've got 2 quartets in the course. One just so happens to be 3:25 down on our leaders today, and 2 of that second quartet are going to have to face the penalty tent. 5 minutes, that's Maya Stage Nielsen and also Kat Matthews when they loop around for that second loop. So unfortunately that quartet will become a duo.
Yeah, I mean, at least Maya Stage Nielsen and Kat Matthews will have company in that penalty tent, but yeah, definitely unfortunate. I think Maya Stage Nielsen on screen right now, one of the athletes that have been assessed a penalty. That will be a 5-minute penalty, and I believe that's at the halfway point. She'll have to stop into the penalty tent and take a breather for 5 minutes, reset, and yeah, keep going.
Yeah, she'll keep it going. Just keep the pace up and just try and, keep your head going. And we had a little bit of a chance to catch up with Maya Stage Nielsen. This is a fighting chance. Let's listen to the Great Dane.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's do it. Yeah. Are you excited to race?
Yes. I am excited to race. I'm excited to be back here. I have so good memories, and all those feelings just come back to you when you walk around and you see the same spots again.
And this year, obviously, the field is much deeper with the Pro Series. What do you think about the Pro Series? What are your thoughts?
I think the Pro Series is a great opportunity. I think this race will see some completely different dynamics than what we had last year. I think it's only good for the sport that we have more coming in and we have these big races. And to be honest, that's also what we like the best, right? We want to compete against the best. So yeah, just have to bring the A game and see what it will give me.
Cool. And then let's talk about, you've been down here tell us how long you've been in Texas and just how the prep up to this race has been.
I've been in Texas now for 2 weeks. Before that, I had some time in Lanzarote where I like to train. I had amazing camp there, had a bit of a downtime after, but I'm back on track now, and yeah, now I just want to go.
Maya Stage Nielsen there, and going to have to rethink the positivity here because she has been assessed a penalty. Loves coming down here to race and in great shape as well, but we know that she'll be serving 5 minutes coming up here pretty soon. But I do love the smile on the face of the Great Dane right there. She's a great racer, lovely lady, and got her head down and really working hard at the moment. Going to have to keep the pace on there. A lot of Vilms is continuing to lead with Lauren Brandon, Fenella Langridge and Rebecca Clark, and then Maya has now taken it upon herself to get the pace setting going and get the pace up. Jocelyn McCauley right behind. Kat Matthews, Hannah Berry, they are riding along together. Then they have a 2.5 minute gap back to Penny Slater and then Alice Alberts as well. And Alice, good to see her in there. Penny Slater from Australia now coming into the fray as well, a little bit further back down after the swim today. Some of our partners are going to go off to a break, so please stay with us. Kat Matthews goes around now and takes the pace-setting duties upon herself from Maya Stage Nielsen and Rinny. This is very important for Kat Matthews and also Maya Stage Nielsen to keep their heads in the game. We know that they'll be going off to the penalty tent, so for them, what do you think is actually going through their mind and what are they telling themselves at this point of time because of the situation they've been put through?
I think now there's just a little bit more urgency in the bike, right? Like, okay, 5 minutes have been added to my bike time, so I need to just try and bike. I mean, they're already biking to the best of their ability, but it almost just gives them a little bit of a shake-up. Like, oh, okay, now I'm even further behind than I actually thought. So in real time, they're like, 8:30 behind Fenella Langridge. So, and Lauren Brandon and Lotte Wilms and Rebecca Clark. So they've given up a lot more time, and so there'll just be a little bit more urgency. But that being said, I feel like they're already riding to the best of their ability. I think they'll maybe just try and push to ride a little bit harder at this point. But yeah, it's sort of just a tough position to be in as a professional athlete, and that's why, as you said, I'd rather ride in the orange zone and stay 17 meters back than risk a penalty, because that 5 minutes really is game-changing for these athletes.
This is Hannah Berry from New Zealand, really working hard with the Kat Matthews group at the moment, riding along with Macaulay and Stage Nielsen. They are riding at 3 minutes and 25 seconds down on our leaders at the moment, and you can see the sun wants to really come out. It will warm up during the day. It will get into the 80s. We're slowly creeping up there. We've still got high humidity out there, and you can see that the athlete here, Hannah Berry, has already gotten rid of that rear water bottle. The water bottle up front is still there, but she is really working her way through the nutrition. She uses one of those aero bottles on the front of the bike there today, as well as you can see the straw coming up, but she is really working through that nutrition early on, is Hannah Berry from New Zealand, and really getting after the pace setting as well. So good to see there. Hannah Berry for New Zealand right up there. We've got two Kiwis in the top 8 right now. We got an Aussie in there, Penny Slater. She's in 9th place, and Alice Alberts. So we got 3 from the USA. We've got Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands. We got Maya Stage Nielsen and Kat Matthews. We got 4 different countries represented right up in the top 10 today. Truly international field right here. Beautiful riding here. We can see now
Robert Callan.
Yep, Robert Callan from Sweden. He's a very tall athlete. Reminds me a lot like Magnus Ditlev, yeah, from Denmark. So the Scandinavian countries producing these very tall and powerful athletes there. We know that Ditlev has just been on, incredible form. Unfortunately, out at the moment with a left scaphoid, scaphoid fracture there. So we hope the big fella gets well soon and gets back into his racing. But there is Callan. He's at the 40-mile mark right now. So he's the first one through, of the chase group. They're all chasing down Matthew Marquardt of the USA. Stojanovic is still riding in there nicely at this point in time. So the Serbian athlete is doing very, very well today, and he races a lot, Marinda. I mean, he just absolutely loves to get out there. I wouldn't mind, betting that he's going to be right up there in the series all year as well.
Yeah, I think I counted 10 races he did last year. That's a lot of racing, and obviously for the Pro Series, only 5 races count. So this is Nick Thompson on screen now. We actually haven't had a look at Nick yet. He's in the bright purpley pink kit. Nick Thompson from Australia. He is in that group of 3 with Robert Callan, and Florian Engert, I believe, is right behind him. So a very strong trio there, trying to forge. Yep, there he is. They're trying to forge forward to catch Marquardt. Marquardt is happy out on his own. He's trying to make a statement here on the bike. And remember last year, Marquardt lost time at the end of the bike, and it actually cost him the race because I think he had the fastest run time,
2:43.
But he ran out of real estate, 21 seconds in the end from the lead, and it does look like he is just up ahead, so they have him in his sights. So I believe they're going to roll up, unless that's a motorbike. It's hard to tell from this angle and from this far back, but yeah, I think these athletes are only around a minute 15 at the last time check back from Matthew. Yeah, that is Matthew Marquardt. You can see now up in the distance there, so they can see him off in the distance. I believe they're going to bridge up, and that'll be a very strong group of 4. And then we got 4 minutes back to the 2-time Ironman world champion Patrick Langer, Braden Curry in that group too. So Horsfall Turner, Koolhaas, those men 4 minutes back and don't want to be slipping too much further because there's some firepower. And as I said, Marquardt had the fastest run here last year. And
yeah, he really did. A 2:43.09. It was Rudy Von Berg, 4:05.27 that had the fastest bike, and a 48.50 by Horsfall Turner, who we know is in one of the chase groups as well. So Matthew Marquardt has gone through. His lead is still significant, just over 1 minute. And there goes Callan, Thompson, and Angert just going through in second, third, and fourth positions right now. So we've made the far end turnaround for the first time today. There is the penalty 10. Now it's going to be interesting because Koolhaas is going to have to go in there, and then we've got a couple of our ladies going to have to go in. Kat Matthews, Maya Stage Nielsen. We've got a few of the fellas heading in there in just a few minutes time, so we'll see what happens there. But there it is. The gap is now 32 seconds, 35 and 38 seconds. Marinda, you are right. They're catching up to Marquardt here, and this is going to be something that he's going to have to think about. Okay, do I pull off the gas a little bit? Do I get the nutrition in? Do I wait for the group and stay in good enough position to allow this, pacing to be what it is today? I would say for Matthew, don't panic. Stay on your pace right now. They're going to catch up, and then just ride as a quartet. Just stay out of
trouble.
way.
Yeah,
stay
totally.
out of trouble. Right?
And yeah, as you said, once they, it looks like Angert is being dropped a little bit there. That is a sizable gap between him. So
coming off the U-turn
Robert
as
Callan,
well.
yeah, coming off the U-turn and that aid station right before. There's a bottle that was accidentally. Again, that one will be not unintentional. So I don't believe there will be a penalty assessed unless there is an official with him, and I believe it's a 30-second penalty, but I could be wrong. Intentional, again, if he had thrown that bottle intentionally, it would have been a 5-minute penalty, but that one just fell out of the back. You see him try to grab it, like, no! He slowed down in that aid station to get that water, and it's fallen out now. But looks like Robert Callan's really forging forward to try to catch up to Matthew Marquardt, who is 30 seconds up the road. Florian Angert just holding on there on the back. He'll want to stay in that group. But I'm actually surprised. I thought the penalty 10, I'm kind of glad that the penalty 10 is sooner than later, because they can get this penalty out of the way and then, okay, now we're racing. Now what do we have? I don't know. I would prefer to just get it over with and then get back on course. You lose the group that you're with, but yeah, you see Florian Angert back in there now.
Yeah, he's back in. I think it was just, it's one of those things at the turnaround. Some people come out, in the right gear, and a lot of other people just, still in the big chain ring, forget to go down to a smaller gear, and it just takes a little bit of momentum away from them and a little bit more time to catch back up. Then it was Payron. He was the next one to get out to the turnaround, and then inside of that group, it was still Braden Curry and also Patrick Langer. You could see riding along in that chase group. So as they went out to the turnaround, it was these athletes here chasing Matthew Marquardt for the lead. So it was 3, it may be 4 in a few minutes here. And then that will be our leaders right here in the male pro area, the Ironman Pro Series for 2024. This is the first of the Ironman race. Now, you can race up to 3 maximum Ironman distance races, a couple of 70.3s. You can do as much as you like. However, 2 of those will count. 3 Ironman max will count, and that will be your point score for the rest of the year. Now, it's going to be great. It's going to be a really good climax right up until Lake Taupo this year. December 14 and 15 in New Zealand on the North Island. Is in the dead centre of the North Island, and the lake there is big enough that you could fit the whole country of Singapore in it. There you go. We got a little break coming your way as we see our lead 4 right here in the Ironman Pro Series at Woodlands, Texas.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa! Cut! Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just jumped in TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Lotta Films continues to lead our Women's Pro Series race here in Lake Woodlands. We had the swim this morning, and the Woodlands, Texas is our host today. Lotta Films is at, I would say just over the 30-mile marker right now. We got Lauren Brandon right in there. We got Fenella Langridge. We got Rebecca Clark. Nothing's really changed out of those leaders there today, Marinda. They've all been riding along nicely. They swam as a group, and I think they're happy just to go through their paces. However, two of those athletes in the chase group behind May Stage Nelson and Kat Matthews are going to be a little bit further back when they start back up after doing their 5 minutes in the penalty tent. So there'll be Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry that are going to be out there on their own trying to chase down our leaders on the course there at the moment. But Lotta Films having a great day.
Lotta Films having a great day, yeah. She's hard charging out there, we like to say. And leading this pack of four. Fenella Langridge tucked in right behind there, obviously legally, and as we say, the camera angle always looks like they're closer than they are, but she'll be riding legally back there. Obviously, draft marshals are all around them, so if anyone steps out of place, they're not afraid to give a card. They've given a card out to Kat Matthews, number 1 ranking going into this race, and also Maya Stage Nelson in number 3 ranking in this race. So those two women will be serving a penalty at the turnaround here on the toll road, and then when they start back up, they'll probably be, Penny Slater will go through, and so will Alice Albert. So they'll be outside around the top 10, depending on who's right behind Alice Alberts. But yeah, really unfortunate for those two women, but that's racing. You have to pay attention, and you can't slip into that drafting zone.
I'd love to see the ladies heading out to the turnaround right now, and just by the look of this shot here, a nice little position on the bike for a lot of films. And when we had that long shot just a moment ago, looks like the camera's panning right now, but if the camera goes out to a long shot and we get to see Fenella Langridge, I wanted to make a mention on this because Fenella, just from a long way away, looks like she's in a great position on a bike. Nice and tight, you can just see the angles that she's using. The front end in the cockpit of the bike right there is like elbows in, hands are up, right in the face there. But I just love how she's tucked in. Her helmet also goes down in between the shoulder blades, and aerodynamically I think that she's the best woman set up, it's my opinion only, but I just love the way that she's been set up on a bike. And Lotta looks very good as well, but I just think that Fenella's just got everything dialed in at this point of time. Now you're looking at
Patrick Langer.
Yep, Patrick Langer, that's for sure. You've got a great eye. He's riding nicely, and Patrick Langer, he's always a great racer, a smart racer, and he's always got something to say. Listen to this.
Your prep for a race like this in the heat?
To be honest, it's putting myself out there in the heat. So that's also the reason why I came 2 weeks earlier to this place, because I know from all my training camps that I was doing here leading up to Kona, this place in Texas is just special. It's got a lot of humidity and it is warm, so I try to expose myself as much as possible to the heat and humidity, and this is what I did over the last couple of days and weeks. And so the weather here has been pretty much perfect for it, because when we came here the temperatures were so low, so it slowly got up, it built up to race conditions. So I hope my body is really adapted to it and ready to go.
Sweet. And then tell me your thoughts on the Ironman Pro Series.
The Ironman Pro Series is a huge opportunity for every professional athlete out there. I think especially because everyone got the chance to compete in it. Everyone has the chance to compete with the very best and take the chance to become a big rock star as well. So it's kind of cool, and I really appreciate Ironman to put up this massive show, because I think over the last, let's say half a year or a year, you could feel that Ironman, in terms of social media attention, the way we pros have been handled, they were really proactive and were including us, and you feel much more welcome, and they work much more with us. So I'm really happy to see that positive development at Ironman going on, and I think it's going to be huge in the next years. So it's a great opportunity. I'm really grateful for having the Pro Series.
Awesome. What's next for you after this?
Oh yeah, that's gonna be, so next one will be most likely to be Ironman 7.3 Mallorca, which will happen 2 weeks after this race. So it's a huge task for me to get the recovery straight on point, and of course with traveling back to Europe, getting into another climate zone, etc. So it's gonna take a really good planning and a good recovery strategy for me to get back in 2 weeks' time and race on the high level. So it's also for me, it's a first time experience. So yeah, don't know really what to expect from that, but I'm looking forward. But right now, to be honest, standing here 2 days before the race at Ironman Texas, feels, so my mind is totally focused on Saturday. It's been a great race for me here in 2016, where I did my first Ironman. Was lucky enough to get my first win out of my first Ironman full distance. So it's a great place for me. I really love to be here, and so the focus is purely on Saturday right now, and everything that follows after.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Patrick Langer, the two-time Ironman world champion. Always has a great smile on his face, and boy, can he run. He's in a good spot right now. He's got a beautiful position as well. I love the cadence and everything that he's showing. Looks like his fluidity's right there. The efficiencies are right where they need to be. Looks like he's got plenty of power and plenty of energy at this point in time there, Mirinda. And as we approach the way back into town, he takes a nice long look over his shoulder there. He's just making sure that he stays out of harm's way there, wearing number 1. All eyes are on Patrick Langer after last year's 2:30 plus marathon run in Nice. Can he get the job done in Kona once again? He's a two-time Ironman world champion there. Right now he's focused on the Pro Series, and
how much time can Patrick afford to lose to Matthew Marquardt? Right now at 41 miles, Patrick is 5:38 behind Matthew Marquardt, and I mean, obviously the question is...
I'd say right around there.
Yeah, and we've got a lot of riding to go, so I feel like, that pack needs to start, working a little harder, or maybe they're not getting splits out there and they don't know that the time deficits are just blowing out. But if they are not careful, that's going to go out to 10 minutes by the end.
Look at Clement Mignon now. You know that last year, remember what happened, with Clement, with Sam Laidlow in the early part, the first 35 miles of the World Championship last year, the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. It was Sam Laidlow and Clement Mignon, and Sam being French, and then also Clement, he lives in Nice and knows the course. Now he is showing exactly what type of bike rider that he is. So he's made the move here in the Woodlands in Texas. Clement Mignon is up into the top 5.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John. You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea. And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, is brought to you by Mortal Hydration, thirst quenchiest hydration, and by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences, powered by Nirvana. As we get back to the course right now, Marinda, we're looking at Matthew Marquardt about to surrender the position at the front of the race course here. Robert Callan of Sweden and Nick Thompson from Australia have been pushing the pace over the last 20 miles. They've caught up to Florian Anger and now making a push toward the lead of this race. Frenchman Clement Mignon, we know that he's a great cyclist, is also pushing, but it looks like the top 5 racers here are now clearing out from the rest of the field, and Marquardt has a decision to make, to go with the group, to sit in with the group, to pace set, and to start thinking about what the difference is between him and Patrick Langer.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now he's just focused on his power and what he knows he can hold. And I think as, you know, if these men catch up to him, I assume they will. They're, you know, at 30 seconds at the last time check. I assume they'll roll up to him. Whether he wants to just sit in and let them do some of the pace setting, or whether he wants to continue to push at the front. Because remember, these 3 men, Anger, Thompson, and Callan, have had to work really hard to catch up to Marquardt. So do they catch up to him and just sit behind, regroup, gather themselves, and then maybe start taking turns? Or do they just go, you know, straight past him? Obviously, then he will have to make the decision whether, you know, he just wants to sit in, let them set the pace, because clearly their pace is a little quicker. We still can't see them anywhere. So he might be clearing back out. We'll have a look
He's
at the
hanging
next
tough.
Yeah, I mean, we still can't see them in the background. Obviously, when they're going 40 miles an hour almost, we saw the cameraman pan down to the moto, and that pace was around, about 38 miles an hour. The distance is far. 30 seconds is a long way if you're traveling at that speed. So they may still be around 30 seconds, but it doesn't look like they're, you know, oh, geez, look at it. And the age group race on the other side of the road there, just a constant stream of athletes. I'm not exactly sure how many athletes started today, but I know it was a large number of the athletes who signed up. So a lot of athletes out there racing in Texas. Now we're back to the lovely Lauren Brandon.
Yep, there's Lauren Brandon riding along nicely at the moment. The cadence is still what it was when she took off a couple of hours ago, well, just under 2 hours ago on the bike ride today. But right here is Lauren Brandon sitting in second place behind Lotta Vilms, Fenella Langridge, Rebecca Clark. Nothing much has changed there. Maybe Clark has lost another couple of seconds, but there's still 6 seconds in between the whole group, which is absolutely nothing at all. But the big news is that Maya Stage Nielsen and Kat Matthews are going to have to serve 5 minutes at the penalty tent and assess their penalties right there and get it out of the way. Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley, however, they'll be riding as a duet on the way back into town before they do their loop and head back out for the second lap. And Penny Slater and Alice Alberts inside the 7 minutes inside the top 10.
And just going back to Lauren Brandon for a moment, she was down in Oceanside, but she was sick. So she came into race week, came down with the cold, still traveled out to Oceanside from Park City, Utah, which is where she lives and trains with her husband, Barrett. Still decided to come, thought she would turn a corner and just didn't. I saw her the day before the race and she was all stuffed up and she's like, I just can't breathe. You can't do a triathlon when you can't breathe. So she still went down there and then said, well, I'm going to stay in my hotel room, travel home, and then try to get in a good little training block here. 2 weeks, really. It's 3 weeks between the races. So she pushed hard for 2 weeks and from all accounts had a really good couple of weeks training. And yeah, this will be her first race of the season. I think she likes to come in with a race under her belt before she does the Ironman, but it seems to be working out pretty well for her so far.
Yeah, you know, the early part of the year is always a little tricky one because everybody's just so ready and gung-ho and just wants to get after it and get the season started. But it's a tricky one down in Oceanside. Oceanside 70.3 race is typically the biggest 70.3 race of the year outside of the World Championship, especially as far as, competitiveness goes. But it's also tricky, Marinda, because of the pollens. The spring pollens are around as well. So, for a lot of people with allergies like that, you know, they're going to get hit pretty hard with it. But not for Fenella Langridge. She was down there 3 weeks training camp in Oceanside, then raced and was 6th place there. And as she goes by now, I really like the way that she rides. The cadence might not be as fast as everybody else, or, you know, it's around about 85, 80 by the look of it right now. But I just absolutely love her setup. Very tight, very compact. And I think that this is a very efficient riding style here, as you can see her pushing along the tollway right now. A lot of films has also gone past Lauren Brandon and gone into 2nd place. Lauren slipping back into 3rd place. You can see Rebecca Clark back down there in 4th place, where she's been ever since the start. So our top 4 still cycling along in the same positions here as where they started a couple of hours ago, and doesn't look like anything's about to change anytime soon.
No, these 4 have sort of settled into a nice rhythm, and they seem to be taking their turns at the front. You know, Fenella will take a turn, then Lotta Williams will take a turn, then Lauren Brandon will take a turn. Rebecca Clark seems to be happy to sit on the back there, but again, she has no obligation to take, you know, a turn at the front, and they're all riding legally, you know, 12 to 17-ish, whatever, meters behind, but more than 12 definitely meters behind each other. So legally riding along, but it is nice to have company and have some other athletes sort of set the pace so that you can kind of just, you know, focus on staying that 12 to 17 meters behind in the safe zone there. Back on Kat Matthews, this is one of our defending champion from last year. She is unfortunately going to have to stop at the first penalty tent here for a 5-minute penalty, so we'll see Kat and Maya Sage-Nielsen stop at the penalty tent. Well, what do you think, how do you think they should approach this? Like, okay, they've been given a penalty. What should be the overriding feeling, or how do they mentally approach the penalty and beyond?
I think they're going to have to approach it like, keep a level head, just keep everything, flowing, make sure that your decision making is where it needs to be, and no rush. I mean, just get back on your bike and don't go 105%, because if you go 105%, you know what that's going to do to you? It's going to take your energy away from the run. We already know that Kat's, got an injury, heading into the run anyway, so don't blow it by, just going extra hard, because you wouldn't do that anyway if you didn't have the penalty. So why, do that? You know that you've been assessed 5 minutes. You just have to lump it. It is what it is. And by the time that they get back onto their bikes, they're nice and rested. They get back into their nutrition and go again. And I just don't think that they should change anything, because if you do, like I said, you're just going to lose too much energy, and mentally it can scar you as well.
Yeah,
keep a good thought process, keep your nutrition there, and just don't rush back into it.
Yeah, and athletes in the past have had, penalties and still factored in the race. And Kat Matthews, if the calf is good, we could see her run a 2:49. We are about to head into a break, or some of our partners are about to head into a break, so just stay with us. It looks like we have made a pass for the lead. So is that Robert Callan?
Sure is. Robert Callan from Sweden has now moved into the lead on the men's pro race here in the Woodlands, Texas, here at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series and also the Ironman Pro Series, the first Ironman distance race in the series this year. So 5,000 points is going to be awarded to our race winner today. Every second counts, so every second matters as far as the finish line goes. When you get across that line, let's say, for instance, Marinda, you're 1 minute back, you're 60 points back at 4,940 points. So that's how it's going to end up at the end of the day today. So a very carefully constructed formula for our bonus pool at the end of the season here, with $1.7 million of bonus pool money going out, $200,000 to our men's and women's winners at the end of December 14 and 15, when we celebrate in Lake Taupo, New Zealand. So Robert Callan, first one to overtake Matthew Marquardt today. We know that Nick Thompson is back there. We know that Florian Angert is back there from Germany, and the pace is on. Now, you posed the question just a moment ago. What will happen? Will Talent, will Anger, will some of them make a break and press the pace? Will they ease up? Will Marquardt go with them? It definitely looks like to me Robert Callan is really forcing the pace.
Yeah, it looks like Robert Callan. I mean, yeah, he does look so much like Magnus Ditlev. You know, that tall, long arms, the arms out the front. He does look so much like him. But Robert Callan really pushing the pace there. He went around Matthew Marquette. And, I mean, I think Marquette's going to just hang in there. He's going to allow Robert to take the lead, and he's going to sit in there. And then there'll be a group of four, in my opinion. I think there'll be a nice little quartet riding together, and they're damaging that second pack with the two-time Ironman world champion Patrick Langer. I mean, he can run in the 230s, but Marquardt, run in the low 240s, so it's not,
It's Clement Mignon who's really taken, the bull by the horns here out of that chase group and gone to the front, and he's gone out solo. He's 4 minutes and 24 seconds down now, but remember, he was at about 6-something down at about, 20 miles into the bike, and now he's really eating into the lead of this group. Now, we know that he can ride well, but can he run well after a really hard bike like that? As we see cooling off here is Jocelyn McCauley. She's only from about 90-minute drive away where she grew up. She knows the heat. She knows the humidity of Texas. We now look toward Jocelyn McCauley as being the one to look at on the bike in that second chase group, because she's going to be on her own or with Hannah Berry, as Kat Matthews and also Maya Stage Nelson are going to have to serve that penalty. So this is Jocelyn McCauley. Let's catch up with a Fighting Chance episode.
How are we feeling coming into this one?
Yeah, I am feeling quite relaxed. Like you said, I haven't really felt stressed other than public speaking. That's when I feel stressed. Just came from the pro panel, but other than that, just chill and really happy. And I think Sam Long has shown a happy athlete. It's a fast athlete over and over again this year already. So yeah, I'm planning on being a happy and fast athlete.
Nice. Tell us about, obviously, how important this race, Woodlands, is to you. Why is it important to you?
Yeah.
It just carries such...
Do you want me to look at you or the camera?
You can look at me. That's
okay.
Right. I come down this way. Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, I love the Woodlands. I grew up about an hour and 20 minutes north of here in College Station, Texas, and so it feels like home. It is just all the trees and everything. That's what Texas is, and it's home to me. And the community here has been unbelievably accepting and inviting of triathletes and of the triathlon community. I mean, there's so many triathletes that live in the Woodlands. You see one everywhere you go. So yeah, it's just an unbelievable community to be able to be a part of, and I'm just so grateful that they embrace it.
Jocelyn McCauley, hailing from just down the road, knows what it's like to race in Texas here, sitting in the chase group, trying to get after Lotte Wilms. Fenella Langridge, Rebecca Clark has now gone up into third place for the first time today. Lauren Brandon is still in there. And it looks like Hannah Berry is doing the pace setting here on the chase group at the moment. There is Jocelyn McCauley sitting with Kat Matthews there. We haven't seen Maya Stage Nielsen because she has probably gone into the penalty tent at this point in time. However, Kat Matthews still out on course.
Yeah, it looks like Kat Matthews is still out on course. And once we get a view of these four women, we'll be able to, three women, we'll be able to call for sure whether Maya Stage Nielsen did stop, but it looks like Kat Matthews has decided to continue on, which means she is protesting that call. So that just means that, she'll continue on. So that basically you'll protest the call after the end of the race, and if she does not win that protest, she'll be disqualified because she didn't stop at the first penalty tent. So you are supposed to stop at the next penalty tent once you've been assessed a penalty, and she's decided to continue on. So I guess she does not believe that she was guilty of whatever infraction they handed out, and in this case, drafting. And so she will protest that at the end of the race, and if she does not win that protest, it'll be a disqualification.
All right, we're sitting on blue and orange lights here with the Race Ranger system, so we know that that's legal. When it starts flashing red, it's an indication for the following cyclist to go around the cyclist in front of him right there. So this is Kat Matthews leading on the way back into the Woodlands from being out onto the tollway. Sitting in second there in the chase group is Jocelyn McCauley, doing a great job there, staying out of harm's way. And in third place in this group is Hannah Berry that's just nicely tucked away there from New Zealand. So great job from our top 7 athletes. And then in 8th place at 5:31 down is Penny Slater from Australia. Maya Stage Nielsen now has dropped down to 5:45. And Alice Alberts at 5:51. So the top 10, no changes there as far as the top 10 go, but a little bit of, swapping around in the places.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not sure on that time because if Maya Stage Nelson's 5:45 behind, she should be in the penalty tent now. So when she comes out of that, she'd be 10 down if she has stopped. In fact,
we'll get confirmation of that. We're at 40. That's at 41 miles into it. We'll get
so
an
that's
indication.
before the penalty tent.
Before the penalty tent there. So Fenella Langridge right now in the lead of the race here. So they are doing very, very well at 2 hours and 52 minutes into the race right now. Beautiful position for the UK athlete. The Great British athlete here riding very, very nicely now, reaching down into a bag of tricks, looking like she's getting some of those gummies down there, a little bit of a gel, and back into that position. Lovely biking right now from Fenella Langridge has looked very good all day long. Even in the first part of the bike when you're out of the swim there and onto the bike, there was Fenella Langridge that actually set the pace for quite a long time. And then it was Lotta Vilms that came around and did a lot of the pace setting as well. But it looks like these two ladies with Lauren Brandon have certainly been a strength of the field so far.
Yeah, I think Fenella Langridge just looks in control. She looks cool, calm, and collected, staying out of trouble with, the opportunity to get draft penalties and so forth. She has been staying out of trouble. You see her even trying to get lower. See how her chin's going sort of almost below her water bottle? She's in the front now, and there must be a headwind. I bet she's sort of ducking down, trying to get as aero as possible, duck down, let that wind flow over the top of her helmet. She's kept her head in that neutral position, and that allows the back of her helmet to sort of sit in between her shoulder blades, and that's the most aerodynamic position with that helmet. If you're an athlete that looks down a lot and you have one of those long tails, it sort of defeats the purpose. If you look down a lot, you don't want the tail, but Fenella Langridge here just showing how to ride a bicycle.
Yeah, there's Fenella Langridge. She's 32 years old. She hails from the United Kingdom. She was first in Ironman Western Australia at the end of 23. She was also second in the 23 Ironman African Championship in South Africa at Port Elizabeth there. Sixth in Ironman World Championship in 2022, when it was a courageous effort out there on the lava fields at the VinFast Ironman World Championship. And today in the Woodlands, she finds herself in the lead of the Pro Series here. The Ironman Pro Series in its first year in 2024 offers $1.7 million in bonus pool money. They are certainly racing for it today. 5,000 points on offer.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we are back in the Woodlands and the Full Gas bike ride. Here we are with athlete number 36. Is quickly find my notes. Liam from...
Liam Lloyd, yeah, from the UK, riding nicely. He was one of the athletes that came out of that second chase group on the swim there and came through the bike, groups, and he's now in the lead of that chase group and doing very well with, Peyrin from Belgium at the moment as well. So Patrick Langer, Braden Curry and Paul Schuster, they're still sitting in that group, but now they have a deficit of over 6 minutes there, Marinda. So they're losing more time to Mark White's group with Robert Callan, Nick Thompson and Florian Engert, and there is Clement Mignon. He's still riding alone in 5th place there. So Mignon has about a minute and a half on the rest of the chase group there. He is now in no man's land. That's right, as we got...
But he is riding about the same pace as Callan, Thompson and Angiet. So he was riding time into Mark White. He's sort of sitting right around 4:30 down, but around the same pace as Callan, Thompson and Angiet.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't have a shield or sunglasses on as well. It's pretty bright out there. But anyway, I've just been notified out on courses, pretty hard headwind and tailwind. So if you're on the, the way out and on the way back, you got a headwind one way, you got a tailwind the other. It's going to be pretty hard here today. So it'll feel nice, a nice little respite, from the wind with the tailwind, but into the headwind, especially on the second lap, Marinda, is going to be very, very important for nutrition, about saving as much energy as you possibly can for the run and knowing what your strength is, because if you overdo it into that headwind, it's going to zap a lot of your energy today. So you look for those strong cyclists out there today. They are really going to show their teeth on the second lap.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about pacing and pacing it smartly. Obviously, the speed doesn't matter. Your effort matters and the power that you output. So when you're, doing your training and figuring out where your sweet spot or that comfortably uncomfortable pace is, your Ironman pace, that's the power they want to hold regardless of whether it's head or tail. In fact, when it's a tailwind, it's kind of counterintuitive. When you have a headwind, you think that you want to tuck and try to get as aero as possible. It's actually the opposite. The higher your velocity, the more aerodynamic you want to get because you're moving through the air much quicker. So when your velocity comes up, then you want to tuck and get, duck your head and get it as small as possible. Tail headwind as well. If it's a super heavy block wind, you do want to be aero as well. But the higher your velocity, the smaller you want to get as your velocity comes up. But yeah, we're along with Robert Callan and Matthew Marquardt here, and it looks like they have dropped. So as Robert Callan came past Matthew Marquardt earlier, they dropped Nick Thompson and Florian Engert. They're now 60 seconds and a minute and 1 behind. So that is surprising. I thought that group of 3 would have sort of caught up to Marquardt and stayed together and made a group of 4. But now it looks like Callan and Marquardt. Callan's really making a statement as we saw him go past Marquardt. He really dropped the hammer. And Nick Thompson just falling back a little bit, and Florian Engert the same.
Well, there's your storyline right there, Marinda, at the halfway, coming up to the halfway point of the bike ride today, is that at the far turnaround, it was Robert Callan that really came by. We mentioned right at that very point of time, what will happen? Will he accelerate? Will he go through at the same pace? And it was definitely an acceleration. Now, the acceleration was that hard and that bitey that it took the legs of Thompson and Engert, and now they find themselves a minute down on Callan and Mark White. So that is your storyline on our men's pro field right now. And I tell you what, over the 20 races, there's 9 countries, 1,000 eligible professional triathletes. They're all gunning for that $1.7 million bonus prize purse at the end of the year. In addition to the already event prize purses out there. So it's a great time to be a professional triathlete. And yeah, there goes Mark White, just around one of those, athletes there, as we can see that he is now rocketing back in toward the Woodlands there, but he's just trying to keep the wheel of Robert Callan.
I think they've made the turn. So now that's with all the extra traffic. They've made the turn and they are heading back out. And we're just going to look at the performance analysis, the VinFast performance analysis for the bike. And it looks like Matthew Marquardt, 33.7 miles per hour for that last split. So
so we know we're on a bit of a tailwind section here as we look at, you know, Braden Curry and Patrick Langer and the rest of the field, but 33.71 miles an hour on the VinFast performance analysis right now is really cranking it. So the way back into town, tailwind, the way back out, headwind. Braden Curry just biding his times. He's got his hands crossed over in the front there. He's out for a leisurely Sunday ride. Just happens to be a hard one. And at the moment, he is just, like I said, he is just biding his time, because that look on his bike right now, I'm doing whatever I possibly can. I'm in for a long day. I'm in for the workout here. I'm in for the long haul. I just have to be patient. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. He's just hanging in there, doing his thing. I mean, Braden Curry is no slouch, and he's been racing for a long time. Obviously, second place in the 2022 Ironman World Championship. We're actually going to run away to an AFC, a fighting chance with Braden Curry.
I got you.
Feel the energy of Crowie already. Power, Monarch Road. It's going to be the fastest 4x1Ks I've done in my life, I reckon.
The legends continue.
Oh yeah.
How's Boulder treating you so far? You just got in today, but how's the altitude, I guess, training been overall?
Yeah, Boulder's been really good. What have we been up to? We went up to Aspen for 3 or 4 days, and then Boulder for, 10 days. And then just went out to Breckenridge and got back. So yeah, head off tomorrow down to Texas and get some heat. But it's been good. It's like kind of feels like a bit of an old stomping ground now. Know my way around, feel pretty comfortable. Training's great here. It's really easy. It's pretty warm.
You think?
Under all this kit. It is anyway. Yeah. 1K at race pace. 1K faster than race pace. 1K race pace.
So you feel like you're onto something coming up to altitude compared to everyone else just heading straight to Texas?
It's always going to be a bit of a gamble, I think, between the heat and the altitude. Mostly for me, altitude's always worked really well. I love that feeling of racing off altitude. It's like you can put the throttle full tit and it doesn't really feel like you're working that hard. Just that oxygen capacity that you gain from being up at altitude. The gamble is going to be the heat at the end of the day. So as long as I hold the throttle back a little bit and pace it well, then yeah, I can tolerate the heat. I think it is, I mean, it's not entirely my course, you know, it's a dead flat course, but I think it does tend to allow for groups on the ride because of that. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. Such a huge field again, and obviously it's an out and back course, it's a 2-lap course, so you're going to have a fair idea of where everyone's at on the ride, and I guess that sort of depends on how hard you're going to have to ride.
Moving on to the run.
Yeah.
There's a few athletes that'll probably be trailing. Speaking of like Patrick, for example, coming hot on your heels, is that something that you'll have in mind, or do you just kind of focus on yourself in a race like this?
I think when you're an athlete that's quite competitive, it's always hard to take the competitiveness out of the athlete. So yeah, I definitely will be aware of who's around, who's running hard, and where they're at. Again, I think for me, this race with the heat is going to have to be a little bit more conservative probably than normal. So yeah, I think that sort of means that you know, if someone's going to be running ridiculously fast, then just going to have to probably let them go.
Did you feel the Crowie's energy on Monarch Road here? This
yeah,
iconic road.
You know, that Anzac spirit was running deep out here. Crowie's always been a bit of an influence for me early on, and I guess my Ironman career, and obviously I got the pleasure of racing him quite a few times at the start, and yeah, so it's cool to be out here and probably a stretch of road that he made famous.
And that was a fighting chance presented by Wahoo. Yeah, Braden Curry has been up in Boulder training. He said up a little bit of time up in Breck So up over 9,000 feet up there, and then Boulder,
hard training
obviously.
in Breckenridge, Rennie.
But cold.
But 9,000 feet, isn't it hard just to breathe up there? I mean, when I swam in Breckenridge, it was really it took your breath away. I did a flip turn in the pool, and it came up, and I could hardly breathe. So
it's awful.
It was touch and go from there. But is there a point where too high is too much?
I think, well, athletes are kind of rewriting what, altitude training is right now with the Norwegians doing a lot of training up there. I think it just takes a bit to adjust, and you've got to be smart when you get up there. So not a whole lot of super hard work, but Braden's opted to do a little altitude training instead of coming straight into the Woodlands, and it remains to be seen whether that was the best idea. But we are here in the Woodlands on the bike course.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Back with the Memorial Hermann Ironman North America Championship, Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, brought to you by Mortal Hydration and a whole bunch of other wonderful sponsors here today. But we're going to go and check in right now down on the ground with Keats McGonigal. Keats is also the Vice President of Operations North American Events for Ironman. Keats, how are you this morning, my friend?
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate you having me on. It's a beautiful day here in the Woodlands.
Yeah, it looks like it. Give us a little bit of an update on the wind, because out on the course we've been told that there's a pretty heavy headwind, tailwind, slash, and down there on the ground I can see the trees rustling over your shoulder there. Had a great start to the day, Keats, with a wonderful swim out there. Really, really nice to see everything getting underway very nicely.
Yeah, Greg, you're spot on. I just walked through Hippie Hollow. The wind is definitely picking up. The flags are flying, and the athletes that are going to do well today are the ones that take care of themselves out there on the bike.
Yeah, with the Ironman Pro Series, it's raised the bar for professional athletes this year, but Ironman is also raising the bar for all athletes in 2024. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the age group athletes will have an enhanced experience this year?
Yeah, the last few years, we had to do what we did working with our local communities in order to host our races. And we had to implement some protocols, but now all of those are removed. And we're at a point now where we're back to putting on swim, bike, run, and having a big show. The experience that we're delivering for the age group athletes is phenomenal. We're trying to remove all of the barriers to entry and make it so that everybody can come and race and have a good time. We're kicking that off this weekend in the Woodlands with Hoka shakeout runs, practice swims, enhanced swag for our athletes, and really just taking care of them all the way through the process.
Yeah, it's great that the experience is out there for everyone. And speaking of incredible experiences, Keith, the brand new Ironman Canada Ottawa, that it was announced earlier this week, and oh my gosh, I love the thought of racing in capital cities. I mean, you know, to be racing the capital of Canada, Canada goes a long way back and has a rich, deep tradition and history in Ironman. How excited are you for that race in 2025?
Yeah, Ottawa is going to be an amazing city to race in. As you referenced, racing in the capital of Canada, it's going to be amazing. The response that we've gotten already from the community has been phenomenal. Athletes are signing up in droves. That race is going to sell out quickly. So if you're thinking of getting in, jump in. I've had the experience to race and to produce races in Canada. The people up there are going to welcome the world with open arms, and we're going to be delivering a great experience next August in Ottawa.
Awesome. And for any fans or triathletes who are watching the broadcast that haven't yet done an Ironman, what should their first step be?
Yeah, if you're out there and you're watching this and you're saying, hey, that looks pretty cool, I want to jump in, I would say connect with the community of people. One of the great things about Ironman is it is a family, and we're all on this thing together. So, you know, go to Ironman.com, find a club, find a local pool, find other people that are enjoying the journey just like you want to, and enjoy it together.
Lots of action out here. We got Rebecca Clark and a lot of films, and then also Fenella Langridge leading our women's race. It's been a great start to our race today. But, mate, you got any other exciting news you can, you know, sort of expect to see this year in North America coming out in the near future here?
Yeah, we're just kicking off the 24 season, but we're well underway on planning for next year. I can't get into the details, but we do have some other new venues besides Ottawa that will be coming on next year. So stay tuned for more of that information coming up as we release.
Top secret.
We release more of
our
calendar.
You cannot do that to us, Keith.
Any hints? No, we'll put that in. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Keith. We appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. Best wishes to all of our athletes that are out there. The supporters along the canal and the run course are phenomenal. So they're going to have a great day out there.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks very much, Keith. Always great to see your smiling face. The Vice President of Operations for North America Events for Ironman, Keith McGonigal. Well, getting back to our action right now is Lotta Films, right up the front of our women's race. Fenella Langridge and Lotta Films, Rebecca Clark and Lauren Brandon, they're all still riding along together. But Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry now are at 3:24 and 3:26 respectively. Now we don't see those other two names on there, which is Kat Matthews and Maya Stage Nielsen. So that means that they may have gone into the penalty tent and being assessed the 5 minutes. Now, if that's the case, what we talked about around about 15, 20 minutes ago there, Marinda, don't hurry back. Keep your mind in the game. Take the rest. Take it on the chin. Move yourself back into your own pace and get back into the race nicely, and just try not to, you know, show any urgency, as the body really doesn't want that to happen. It wants to, you know, have a nice, efficient pace the whole way throughout the race today.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected. That should be the name of the game in that. And, you know, maybe give your hip flexors a little bit of stretch out. Obviously, you can't take on fluids and you can't hydrate or fuel while you're in. You can't use that time to like sort of get ahead with your fueling, but you can stretch out your quads and your and do what you can with that. But we have some of our partners that are going to a break, but stay with us. And we are back with the second. This is the second pack of women here. This is Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry. They are in 5th and 6th place. So we have the top 4, and then Jocelyn and Hannah Berry in 5th and 6th, and then a further 2 minutes back we have Penny Slater and Alice Alberts in 7th and 8th. And as we mentioned, Kat Matthews and also
Maya Stage Nielsen
have stopped. We were hoping to get some footage of them in the penalty tent, but probably better to keep on the action here with Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry here riding in 5th and 6th. So they're pack of 4 down to a pack of 2. And riding along nicely, still around 3:20, 3:30 from the lead. So not much change in that time gap from the leaders. But Fenella Langridge still leading the way with Lottie Wilms, Rebecca Clark, and Lauren Brandon.
Penny Slater and Alice Alberts haven't lost a lot of time at all to our leaders at the moment. They're riding along nicely. They're in a nice fixed position there, and we can see that, you know, probably going into 9th and 10th place is going to be Kat and Maya. Now they're going to be at 750 and just a little bit further back than that as well. So that is an indication that they have served their time back down there. So 324 down to 750 means that Kat Matthews is already back into it and making up time. Made up about 20 seconds already. So, wow, Kat, she's getting after it.
Yeah, so it looks like, Kat, you know, came back out of that penalty hot, and she's, you know, she's a smart athlete, Kat Matthews. She's a calculated athlete, and you know, we do have a question mark over that calf, and I think she has a question mark over that calf as well, but she ran 2:49 here last year. That is smoking fast. So if she can get off, and we know the fitness is there, she's in, you know, great shape. You know, maybe hasn't done the run training that she would have wanted to in this last 8 weeks, and she did injure it back in Miami about, you know, 7 or 8 weeks ago, and would have had to have taken, you know, 4 or 5 weeks off and then sort of 3 weeks of running just to build back in. But she would have been doing a bunch of cycling and a bunch of swimming, so her fitness level for the swim and bike will be way up there. It's just a matter of whether that calf holds together for the run.
Yeah, you were saying 2:49.32 was a split last year. That's numbers of one Marinda calf rape, and not easy to crack the 250 on the marathon for the women. But more people are doing it, and it's happening more frequently now. So as we see Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley just going through their paces right now, riding only 2 seconds apart.
And we just got word in that Lauren Brandon has actually had a mechanical out on course. I didn't spot her on the last one, but I just thought she was sort of the back of that 3. But she has had a mechanical, and she's trying to get that. Actually, she is back and rolling. I just got word she's back and rolling, and she's in the 2nd pack now. She needed to switch out her rear wheel, so unlucky for Lauren Brandon. She was looking so great sitting in that group of 4, but now she's riding with Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry. So you know, lost 3 minutes. With that wheel change.
Yeah, and Lauren had a great race here last year, 8:53.07 in 4th place, and very, very respectable there for Lauren. And unfortunately, you know, things go a little awry out there, but she is back in, changing out the rear wheel, so that was a very good change. And, you know, just falling back into that group with, you know, possibly Jocelyn and Hannah coming up here momentarily. So as we see Lotta Films right now, Lotta's been very, very strong all day long today. She's done most of the, you know, pace setting. They're going to head back in toward town where they'll do a U-turn, head out for their 2nd lap out onto the course. That'll be into a headwind as they are coming down and going through their paces. All right, the performance analysis here by VinFast on the bike ride today. A lot of films at 3:30.17 at the estimated next split. They're riding along at 31.27, where our men were riding along at about 33. So that's great. 31.27 miles an hour, just a couple of miles an hour down on our men's today. That is the VinFast performance analysis on the bike from Lotta Films. Fenella Langridge also in the early leader here. She is riding along with Rebecca Clark and Lotta Films only now as a group of 3. Lauren Brandon, if you didn't hear, just had a little mechanical just a moment ago, has now slipped back into the chase group with Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry. Then it's Penny Slater, Alice Alberts. Kat Matthews was assessed a penalty with Maya Stage Nielsen, but Maya Stage Nielsen is at 11.17 down right now. So Kat Matthews at 7.50.
And it looked like Maya Sage Nielsen had dropped off that pack a little bit before they went into the penalty tent, so I'm not sure what's happened with her. I did hear earlier that she dropped a chain, so I'm not sure if that all happened around the same time. Dropped a chain, lost the pack, then had the penalty, so she slipped down to 11.17 back, which is pretty surprising. I thought she would have been right in and right out with Kat Matthews, but I think she might have had a little mechanical on the bike there too.
Well, that would make sense, if she dropped a chain because there was a 5-minute deficit for the penalty and maybe another 3 minutes there, just under 3 or about 2 minutes and 56 seconds, with a mechanical. So that would make sense for sure.
Yeah, so disappointing for Maya Stage-Nelson and obviously Lauren Brandon as well. She had mechanical with her rear wheel and needed to switch it out, and she lost 3 minutes, 3:30 as well. So we'll see in the next time split that Lauren Brandon is not in that top 4 anymore. She has slipped down and she is riding with Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry.
Yeah, it's a long season. This is an Ironman Pro Series. It's not a season, but the season, can start sometimes in January and finish off in December, like this year, especially if you would have started like an Ironman 70.3 Pucón in Chile and finish up in Lake Taupo. That's a long year, so they've just got to, adjust to it. And this is what you call adversity there, Marinda. This is, the Pro Series means something. There's a big pool. There's a big carrot at the end of the season with $1.7 million on offer. So for someone like, Maya Stage-Nelson, just got to keep it calm, stay in it, get after those points. Same with Kat Matthews. They are down a little bit right now, but, a little bit of a cloud over the injury of Kat Matthews will always be something that we're going to talk about today. But for Fenella Langridge, she's got a good opportunity to go into the lead of the points here today, having a 6th place in Ironman 70.3 at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside just 2 weeks ago. And then you've got a lot of Vilms, Rebecca Clark. Rebecca's looking like one of those athletes that's going to get after it and chase it as well. And Hannah Berry and Australia's Penny Slater. Who knows what Alice Alberts can do? She had 2 Ironman victories last year in a very short professional career.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not only the money, obviously that's a big carrot for these athletes, but to be able to call yourself the champion of the first ever Ironman Pro Series, I think that goes a long way too. I mean, obviously, above that is obviously being the world champion, the 70.3 or the full distance or the half distance world champion. But yeah, to be the series champion, I mean, that's another nice title to collect, and these athletes are trying to obviously make a living and that, but the things that really matter are world titles, series titles, Ironman titles, winning Ironman titles, and at the end of their careers they can look back and say, I was able to win the Pro Series, or I was able to win 6 Ironmans in my career, or I won a world championship. So, a lot on the line for these athletes, but just a really great time to be a professional athlete.
Yeah, I love it, and I think it's got a really good ring to it to be called the inaugural Ironman Pro Series champion. But like you say, I think that out of those 5 races that count, you have to be consistent. And that's going to be the key, to being, on the top rung of the podium this year. So when you look at like the 3 Ironman races, and even if you don't win them all, as long as you're within a very, very close portion of that time to the winner, you're going to have decent points. Now, the points at the regular Ironman races, 5,000 points. Points at a Ironman World Championship race, 6,000 points. Now, when you go over to an Ironman 70.3, 2,500 points, and at the World Championship, it's 3,000 points. So they are weighted a little bit heavier for the World Championship, but consistency is always going to be the key component, as Fenella Langridge overtakes Lotte Vilms one more time here on the way back on the Hardy Toll Road, right here in the Woodlands.
We are in the Woodlands at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship in Texas, and we are with female leader, Fenella Langridge, and she is just about to make the turn on the Hardy Toll Road. She will go back out for one more lap of the toll road and then head back into town, into the Woodlands for T2. But we have a trio of three. Three is a trio. Fenella Langridge, Lotta Wilms, and Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. They are leading the way, and they have been for the whole bike ride so far. We had Lauren Brandon with us, but unfortunately she had a mechanical about probably 10 miles ago and had to stop and switch out her rear wheel. So she's now riding with that second group, or second duo of Jocelyn McCauley and Rebecca Clark.
No, Jocelyn,
Hannah
Jocelyn,
Berry.
Hannah Berry. So right up here at the moment, you've got Fenella Langridge. It just went through aid station and, littered in the right area there, threw the bottle down in the litter zone, and then just coming out with Lotta Vilms and Rebecca Clark. And it's really nice to see that, Fenella was all about business. She got everything done really, really quickly in the aid station there, and now she just gets tucked down in that position again. And already she is just back into that really nice pace. A couple of weekend warriors out on the other side of the course there, taking a good look in some of the races as well. So they're on their first lap. Fenella is out there on her second. And as they make their way through 60-plus miles into the race right now, we can tell you for the men and our women are through 53 miles of the bike ride. At this point in time, we're just over coming up to 3.5 hours into the race right now. Fenella Langridge has been the leader. She has been for quite some time with Lotta Vilms. Rebecca Clark sitting in third place, and Lauren Brandon has now fallen way back down there with a mechanical, like you were saying just a moment ago. Now, let me run this and pose this question to you, Marinda. When something like that mechanical or something like that mentally, like a penalty turned appearance or something like that, what does it do to your mind?
Yeah, I think it's not what happens, it's how you respond to what happens, right? So you are in control of your mindset and how you deal with adversity. And the athletes that can keep a cool, calm, collected persona are the athletes that generally are able to persevere through those, hardships. And you see Fenella here just yelling to the athletes because they're coming through all the age group athletes, and they're sort of asking them to, move aside because there's not a whole lot of room there. So they need to be able to get around those athletes, stay out of trouble, make sure they know that athletes are coming, because their age groupers are going at a much slower velocity. So as they come around, they want to make sure that their athletes know that they're coming by, so they stay over to the right. But going back to your question, Wilshie, I think this is all part of racing, right? Like, it's inevitable that sometime in your career you're going to get a flat tire, or you're going to get a mechanical, and it doesn't mean the end of your race. It doesn't have to mean the end of your race, but it's up to you to control the controllables. And you can waste a whole bunch of energy getting upset and yelling and screaming, or you can pull over, get it fixed, and carry on and do the best with what you have in the moment. And we're just seeing Lauren Brandon's time. Actually, she's not even in that group of Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley. She's a further 30 or 40 seconds behind them. So, just a bummer for Lauren Brandon. She was sick in Oceanside. She went down to Oceanside hoping that she would feel. It gets a little sketchy.
Yeah, just a little bit heads up, going through there. Unfortunately, we're in a closed lane situation here, so we have to give way to those who are coming out overtaking as well in the age group. So it's always stay right, pass left, and then just move through with caution. All right, so that was Fenella Langridge just overtaking some age group athletes there. We got a lot of films. She's right there, and this is Braden Curry from New Zealand that we can look down and see that he is right there. That's Patrick Langer just up ahead, now setting the pace in that chase group for our men. So really good to see that Patrick's gone to the front there and pace setting for Braden Curry. It's been pretty much the other way around for quite some time. But just getting back to, Lauren Brandon losing around about, 39 seconds or 40 seconds or so on Jocelyn McCauley and Hannah Berry. For Lauren, I just think that she's so consistent anyway. Like, she just needs to get back into that pace. I know that she can bike strong all the way to the very end. And on the run, which, has never really been particularly her strength, but a consistent run will get the job done. And at the end of the day, really, we've been talking about consistency over the series. It's not going to, just take one race where you're awesome and then, 20th place or, 38 minutes behind on the next one, because every second matters in this series. So, just be consistent, keep your head in the game, and just remain focused.
Yeah,
all right, there
absolutely.
is Patrick Langer being overtaken right now, and we can tell you that was, it looked like, to me, it looked like Chris Lieferman, but I don't know if that's right or not, but it does look like Chris.
Yeah, we'll see number 11 maybe. I mean, we know Chris rides in that red BMC kit, but let's just check and see.
Yeah, I think it was Chris Lieferman, and it's a very, very distinct. It's a very distinct style. And when he came by Patrick there, I knew it was going to be him because he's just so strong. Now, Lieferman has come from all the way down in the swim right now today, and he's really getting after the bike. Now, this can either pose a problem or it could be good for Patrick and Braden. So right about at this point in time, I would imagine that Chris Lieferman is getting after the likes of the next athletes here. And as Lieferman comes through from Longmont, Colorado, he's really giving it a good shake right now. Will they be able to go with him? Patrick Langer, Braden Curry, then it's spreading out a little bit. So Lieferman, he's at the front here, just pushing away.
Yeah, he had to make a bit of a deficit, and he usually does swim a little bit better than what he did today. But yeah, he's in the front of this main group now. But it was interesting to see Patrick Langer in the front of that group. I think he's realizing 10 minutes back from the lead, and that's a long time. And there's still a little less than halfway to go on the bike. I guess 65 kilometers go. So still a ways to go on the bike, and 10 minutes, that's a big deficit. So I think there's a little bit of urgency in this pack now, but Chris Lieferman really just rolling through this pack and going to the front. That will only help this group.
Leiferman was 6.5 down after the swim. So right now, he's lost time to our leaders out there in Callan and Marquardt, but we can tell you that he's really doing a favour to this chase group out there today, because Langer, Curry, Kulas, got Payron in there, Schuster from Germany's been in that 10th spot all day long. Outside of Clement Mignon, he is the guy that's really pushing through, and by the look of it, the Australian Nick Thompson and Florian Engert have been stung by Robert Callan. Callan has gone to the front and he's done his job. That's for Callan only, because Marquardt, he is right in there with him, but Callan has really been the guy that's, really setting things alight today. So Callan from Sweden leads Marquardt, and then it's Engert at 3:31, Nick Thompson down at 4:22, Clement Mignon, he's losing a bit of time as well at 5:21, but there's Patrick Langer. The group of Langer and Curry now is almost at 10 minutes with Leiferman. Is he the hero that's going to pull them back into contention? Because Langer, he's not going to like what he sees here in the Woodlands. All right, the women's course, Jocelyn McCauley is pushing hard. We are in the Woodlands, Texas, getting a little bit warmer here. The wind's picking up, and we're getting toward the halfway point of the women's race.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed has everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Team Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Jocelyn McCauley, the local Texan, is really doing well on the second part of the bike ride here. She heads out on the ladder lap, and this is what it's all about. She's now at 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Hannah Berry from New Zealand, the same split at the moment. These two are riding together. Lauren Brandon has now slipped back into sixth position after a mechanical. Penny Slater and Alice Alberts ride along together, and then it is Kat Matthews at 7 minutes and 16 seconds from the United Kingdom. Stage Nielsen has now fallen down into 10th place after being in the chase group for most of the day now at 11:07. So this is Jocelyn McCauley. She's on the hunt. She's on the move, and she's the local lass from Texas, knows how to race, and she is acclimated to these conditions. Right up there on the nose of the saddle, she gets underway with the job at hand today. That is Jocelyn McCauley, and then also coming into frame there is Hannah Berry from New Zealand. Hannah is looking good at this part of the race here right now today. The New Zealander, we've already got one New Zealander ahead. Rebecca Clark sitting in third place, and also at 4 seconds down on Lotta Films and Fenella Langridge. Hannah Berry just riding along nicely here in the Woodlands out on the Hardy Toll Road, as we can see that Langridge from the UK has really put in a good effort. She had a training block in Oceanside for 3 weeks earlier this year as she made progress right into the Athletic Brewing Ironman Oceanside 70.3. And now we'll go over to the Kiwi. Let's take a look at this Fighting Chance episode with Hannah Berry.
You've been in Texas for a few weeks now. How's the build been for this race?
Yeah, so we've been here a couple weeks, and it's been really good actually. I've enjoyed my time here. The training here is pretty good. Once you know where to ride, the roads are really nice, the facilities are great. So yeah, just came out a bit early to get used to the temperature. It's sort of coming into autumn in New Zealand, so it's a little bit cold. So I wanted to get out here and just get a little bit used to the heat and humidity. And yeah, really enjoyed it. So race day is kind of snuck up on us.
Yeah. Obviously, because Braden went up to altitude.
Yep.
The Kiwi.
Yep.
Went up to altitude to get some altitude training. But do you feel like the heat's going to be a big factor this year?
It's looking like it could be quite a hot day. It has been a little bit changeable since we've been here. So we had some really hot days to start with, and then it's cooled down for a little bit. But it's sort of looking like it's warming up each day from now to race day. So it could, especially if the sun comes out. So yeah, it's sort of, you never really know what you're going to get, but it's nice knowing that I've done some training in the heat here, just in case it does end up being quite hot on the run.
Cool. Last question. Thoughts on the new Pro Series?
Yeah, I mean, the Pro Series is really exciting. It's a good opportunity for anyone to race the best athletes in the world. And it's just a really cool challenge to be part of. So when it was announced, I thought that's something I could do. Yeah, it's exciting. I think the races are going to be huge. Great competition at all of them. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, exactly, Hannah. Well said. And it is great competition here today with Fenella Langridge and Lotta Films and Rebecca Clark up the road. You're riding along with Jocelyn McCauley, a multiple champion of the Ironman Texas. Lauren Brandon also in the race. And you've got Penny Slater, Alice Alberts, Kat Matthews, Mia Stage Nielsen, just to name a few. So you're in good company right there. So it's great to catch up with Hannah. And she's on the way into the top 5 at the moment, just riding in front of Jocelyn McCauley, who we were saying that's got a lot of experience on this course. And at the moment, you can see our age group competition is well underway as well. The athletes there have to stay on the right and pass on the left, as Hannah Berry makes very quick and short work of going around. So getting past the halfway mark on the bike ride here. This is the Woodlands, Texas. It's warming up, and the race course here is under great humidity conditions at the moment, around about 83%. So it is in the warmer, in the higher part of the humidity as we normally have here in Texas. The temperature, however, is warming up. It's getting up to about 78 degrees Fahrenheit right now, about 25, 26 degrees Celsius. So it is really getting warm down here. The nutrition is really going to kick in today as Jocelyn McCauley now chasing after Hannah Berry from New Zealand and trying to make a move as they make their way past thousands of the age group athletes here at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas. This is Lotta Vilms. She's up the road. They're riding along with Fenella Langridge and Rebecca Clark, and they've been that way for a long time on the bike today. They were riding with Lauren Brandon, but just a moment ago, if you're just joining us, Lauren Brandon had to stop and fix a mechanical. There it is. It's 81 degrees Fahrenheit right now, 27 degrees Celsius. Scattered clouds. It's lifting a little bit, and we can see that the sun is trying to come out. Feels like 83, so it is muggy. It has dropped down about 24%, so it's at 61% right now. Wind picking up out of the south-southeast, so the same wind direction as it's been all day long. So a headwind on the way out, a tailwind on the way home will really suit those athletes when they come in off the second lap of the bike ride today. So a lot of films from the Netherlands there, past the 61-mile marker at around about 3 hours and 25 minutes into the race. So we can tell you that about 20 minutes ago that happened. So well into the second part of the bike ride today. It's very important to talk about nutrition as these athletes in these very humid conditions are going to have to really make sure they stay on top of their nutrition today, and their formulas have been designed around science and a scientific approach and the caloric intake as we now see an athlete coming through, one of our pro male athletes, and age group athletes will be overtaking our pro female athletes at this point in time here. So we can see that some of the faster age group athletes are now coming through and getting after a spot to qualify for the VinFast Ironman World Championship this year in Kona. The women are going over to Nice on September 22nd of 2024, and then we'll flip-flop and go back in that reverse direction in 2025. But this year, women in Nice, men in Kona. Can't wait to see the 5,000 points being offered in this year's race here. We can see that 5,000 points for our Ironman distance races and 2,500 points for our Ironman 70.3 races in these races here today. Every second matters. So if you don't know how the point scoring works, it just goes like this. So at an Ironman race, if you are the winner, you will get 5,000 points. If you're a minute back, that is 60 seconds. Each second is a point. So it'll be around about 4,940 points. So we've only had 1 point scoring race this year, Marinda, at the 70.3 in Oceanside. And we can tell you that, you know, Lionel Sanders and also Taylor Knibb are leading that with 2,500 points. Then we got Sam Long, and then, you know, the rest of it, you know, is history now. That was 2 weeks ago. But this is our first Ironman race. Very, very happy to have our first 5,000 point race with us today.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously with 5,000 points on the line, we expect the standings to be really shaken up. But athletes like Fenella Langridge, who raced in Oceanside and raced here, they, you know, have a better chance of coming out on top. Also Braden Curry. But again, you know, 5 races count. So a maximum of 3 full distance Ironman races and a maximum, two 70.3 races would probably be the optimal number to do to get maximum points. So 5 races of your choice, but every second counts.
Every second matters. Here we got Hannah Berry there at 3:17 and Jocelyn McCauley at 3:19. But a lot of films. She's been on the front for a long time, and you can see that they're just struggling going out there into that that headwind right now. You can see that the cadence is down. You can see the look on the face there. So some of our partners are running off to a break. So stay with us right now.
And we're back with Lauren Brandon, who unfortunately had a little bit of a mechanical earlier. She did have to stop and change that rear wheel, but she's got the disc back on and cruising along nicely here. And knowing Brandon, she would have been cool, calm, and collected. Lauren Brandon, she was second place last year at Ironman 70.3 Davo. Second place in 2022 at Ironman Texas and third place in 2021 at Ironman Hamburg. Lauren Brandon is 39 years old, coached by Julie Dibbins, one of our good mates here in Boulder. Lauren Brandon obviously lives in Park City, Utah, but sometimes makes her way out here to Boulder in the summer to do a little training with the groups.
Yeah, there you go, and love her position. I just love it every time I get excited about seeing an aero helmet tuck into the shoulder blades there. I just think that that's absolutely magnificent. The athletes find the helmet that fits them perfectly and just runs it down into the shoulder blades there. It doesn't have to be a long tail. Look at this with Lauren Brandon, because she's got such, wide shoulders, and, she's got the swimmer shoulders, and it just fits in nicely there. I love the aerodynamics of everything, and love how everything just, comes together on race day and in the preparation as well. And, Lauren, like you said, 39 years of age, has been around a stalwart of the sport and, knows how to race these Ironman races, a very experienced athlete. And no doubt about it, she would have kept her cool going through that, position that she was in not so long back when, you have to make that unexpected stop. And then I don't know if she'd actually taken a disc off and changed the tire or got another disc wheel, but it looks like she changed the tire because she's still got the same set on. So well done to Lauren Brandon.
Yeah.
That's pretty incredible racing.
That's impressive. We could get confirmation whether she changed her own tire or whether she switched out her wheel, but looks like she's got the same disc on. We had word that,
the deep dish on the head on the front and the head disc on the back.
I couldn't do that in 3 minutes.
No, there's no way. But you know what? That's one of the things that you got to practice, Marinda. I remember doing the Ironman back in my day, and back in the late '80s and all through the '90s there, and I used to tuck two tubulars underneath my seat, which is normally where people reserve the water bottles now, and that's because there pretty much was no help out there at the time. I took tire levers, I took a couple of air canisters, CO2 canisters, and never once did I have a flat in a race like that. Thank goodness. Yeah, thank goodness. But yeah, I would practice that, and I'd always, I'd glue my wheels up and leave a little patch at the other opposite end of the valve, so you knew where to attack it, to take it off, run your finger or, get a tire lever in there and just rip it off and then, replace the other one. And you can do that in around about 1:15, minute 15 to, right from the very outset there. So
a lot of the athletes these days, though, Welsh, are riding tubeless.
Yeah, tubeless, that's right. It's all changed. Yeah,
so they have like a sealant that they put into their tires. So they'll put the sealant in, they'll fill the tire up, and sometimes that sealant, if there is a small, like obviously if you have a gashing hole, it's not going to help. But if you have like a small tack or something that goes in there, you could pull that tack out, flip the wheel around, put some more air back in, and that sealant will seal that hole, and it should get you to the finish line. But that could have, maybe that was the case with Lauren Branding. I don't know, but that's what is happening now. That's a little faster, the tubeless tires. So a lot of athletes opting to do that.
Yeah, the technology is, in road tires as well for cars, and that also exists out there at the same time. So Lauren Brandon back into the race and riding along nicely. As we mentioned, that you can see in the trees in the background there, they're all leaning to the right. This means that these athletes are now going into the teeth of the wind here in the Woodlands.
Yeah, back on screen here, back with Lauren Brandon. She is now sitting in sixth position, about 3:58 down. So she's riding by herself right now. She was with that group of three, with Langridge Wilms and Rebecca Clark. But as we mentioned, had that mechanical and then slipped down a little bit. Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley are riding together in fourth and fifth. We have Penny Slater down in seventh. Alice Alberts in eighth, riding together with Penny Slater. Kat Matthews now at 7:16, so she's making inroads on Fenella Langridge. She was 7:50 at the last time check and now down to 16, so she's brought another 45 seconds back. So even with that time penalty, Kat's still looking pretty solid. And again, we're going to talk about it again, that calf is a question mark, but as we said, Kat Matthews, if she wants to, she can move.
Yeah, she sure can. Why don't we move from Texas over to Tennessee? Join us at Ironman Chattanooga, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series on September 29, 2024, where unforgettable experiences and award-winning iconic courses await. Be prepared to experience more than 144.6 miles of incredible scenery and unmatched host city camaraderie in this outdoor mecca. Come to race, stay or more. Come celebrate 10 years of triathlon's best-kept secrets. Spots are going quick, so register today. And back there we had the World Championship, 70.3 in Chattanooga. What a great race that was.
I got to race in Chattanooga twice. I did the 70.3 twice, never the Ironman, but such a great little town.
It is.
Yeah, amazing, downriver swim, which I loved. But
of course.
The bike was rolling, beautiful,
Gorgeous,
rolling roads, and then the run with those bridges and the course support. It's a great race, and everyone obviously that races it has voted it as one of the best places to race in North America. So go check it out yourself.
Hey, what about that great Southern hospitality as well?
That's right.
Yeah.
Southern hospitality is good. There's also an ice cream shop right by the finishing line.
Oh, you had to mention that, didn't you?
Which I definitely enjoyed post-race.
And everyone does like an ice cream, or, it's time to spoil yourself after a race. Some people like a hamburger or a slice of pizza, or just go in and get the double serve ice cream and you should be all good. Fenella Langridge, she loves the ice cream, that's for sure. She loves racing here in Texas because right now we can tell you she's the leader. A lot of films in second place. Rebecca Clark is hanging in there. Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley are sitting in 4th and 5th place, but they are 3 minutes and 17 and 19 down. Lauren Brandon just under 4 minutes. Penny Slater, Alice Alberts riding together just under 6 minutes. And then there's Kat Matthews and Maya Stage Nielsen. So nothing has changed over the last 50 miles for our lead women in our race today. So very impressive riding goes out to our ladies. At this point in time, you can see that the wind there is howling from the left to the right of the screen. The trees are leaning bright, so you know that the athletes have got their heads down and they are working. Marinda, would they be looking at their power outputs right now and trying to assess where they're at, how much I have to put out to how much I'm going to get at the end of this? Because I would say that too much output going into the wind here and then coming back over the last 20 miles could be an issue.
Absolutely. And you do want to keep your eye on the power here because you'll see your velocity or you'll feel your velocity go down, and the tendency is to push harder, and you got to resist that tendency because it's only going to take it out of your legs, and you're just throwing watts into the wind. And it's just a sort of a waste of energy. You do want to, obviously stay in that same sort of range that you've been staying in all day. But yeah, the tendency is to want to push a little harder, but you have to sort of be disciplined and, stick to your race watts. And then soon enough, the good news for these athletes is they're going to get a tailwind home.
Yes,
And
they're going to have that tailwind home as now
and they know
Curry.
that.
Yeah, Curry now makes the move over Chris Leiferman, but just before that it was over Patrick Langer as they make their way out to the far end turnaround. Then the tailwind is going to bring them back into the Woodlands, but it's Braden Curry from New Zealand now that's made the decisive move and to try and keep the pace going because just a moment ago they were losing time. 9 minutes and 48 seconds was the deficit for Koolhaas Langer. Mignon is still out in front of him, but Leiferman was the one that has caught up over the last part of the bike course here. To get you caught up, it is Callan and Mark White in the lead, Florian Engert and Nick Thompson in 3rd and 4th place, Clément Mignon riding along from France in 5th place on his own, and then it is Langer, Curry, Koolhaas and Leiferman riding along there inside of the top 10. So things are moving around a little bit in our men's race.
And we'll see at this next time chip.
There's Callan there riding right behind Mark White.
Yeah, and we'll see at this next time check whether Leiferman joining that group has helped them. So, they've been sitting at that, 9:45 and losing time. Leiferman caught up in between, this last time check. So as we cross these mats, we'll see if that time has come down. He's helping them move a little quicker, or there is a little bit more urgency. If not, then, it's going to be a big deficit leading into T2.
Yep, with about 50 minutes to ride on the bikes here for our pro men. You're in the Woodlands, Texas. It's the Ironman Pro Series.
We're back in the Woodlands on the bike course, and we have Robert Callan right behind Matthew Marquardt, who has been leading this whole race. So Robert Callan pulled up to Matthew Marquardt, and these two boys, men I should say, are streaking away from the rest of the field, putting almost 10 minutes into Patrick Langer, Braden Curry. Clement Mignon's at 5:21 down, Nick Thompson 4:22, Florian Anget 3:30. So blowing this race apart.
I think those times are going to blow out even further there, Rinny. I think that the nuggety stature of the tough little Matthew Marquardt here, he's a little power pack, and I just think that he's given it everything at the moment, riding along with Robert Callan. This is awesome for Marquardt if he's to have an opportunity to win this race. Now he's going to need ample time on Patrick Langer getting off onto the run course here today, and he's doing just that. His strategy is now coming into fruition. It is really, really working out for the nuggety US athlete here. Callan, on the other hand, he was the one that made the huge effort when he went by just at the turnaround on coming back with the tailwind there, and he used his tall frame, he used his power to rocket by, Florian Anget and Nick Thompson. It was enough to put, I would say, like, a mental block into, Florian Anget and Thompson to say, you're going to have to, push the pace to come with me because I'm going. If it's up to you to come with me, and honestly, I think that he blew both of their minds away. And at the same time, Thompson and Anget being smart enough to say, hey, you know what?
This is too hot for me.
This is too hot for me, so I'm going to stay here. But for Marquardt, I think that he's really challenging himself. I think he's, trying different things as well. But he must be so well prepared for this race if he's actually challenging himself like this.
Yeah, and we were saying earlier, if you're just tuning in, he's coached by Andrew Yoder, and this winter they spent a lot more time on the bike. So he's more confident than he's ever been. He's obviously only been in the sport racing Ironman for a couple of years, but has a lot of confidence in his bike right now. And as you said earlier, he had the fastest run split last year, finished 3rd place, 21 seconds from the win. So the boy can run. And having this much of a lead on, Clement Mignon, very good runner too. Patrick Langer, obviously, probably the best runner in the world in triathlon. But Marquardt,
at Ironman distance, yep.
At Ironman distance, but Marquardt running, low 240s. He's not, if he does that today, if he hasn't overbiked, which is a possibility, but I hazard a guess that he has not, and he can run that fast, I don't think anyone's going to catch him.
Yeah, just overtaking an age group athlete. Look, if you go back and look at the splits last year with the 48.50 by Horsford there from the UK on the swim, and then it was Rudy Von Berg with a 4:05 on the bike, which is so fast. These guys are going to ride fast as well today. But a 2:43 to finish things off only for for 3rd place, to miss out by 20 seconds, which is just devastating. So I think that he's definitely trying this today, and knowing that he's already run a 2:43. Look, Cat Matthews ran a 2:49 last year. That is so impressive. Mm-hmm. So I think that Marquardt can run a fast time after a hard bike, and I think that's going to happen today. I think that Marquardt is, looking forward to being the North American, championship winner. But we're a long ways out. This is Lauren Brandon. She's hanging in there. We talked about adversity before. When you're faced with hard, decisions to make, Marinda, this is another one now. Lauren had to stop and fix the wheel there before. Cat Matthews had to face a penalty. Now Cat is just rocking and rolling, and with that injury cloud over her head, this is really insane to see these women. They're really giving it everything today. Like Cat Matthews, trying to force her way back into the fray. Lauren Brandon just trying to hang around and face the adversity of having to fix a wheel and get back into it. And then you've still got Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley up the road doing their thing. But then Cat Matthews is now on the hunt for Penny Slater and Alice Albert. So the women's race is tight.
The women's race is very tight, and there's a difference in Cat Matthews now. You can see right now she means business. Earlier in the race, when she was sitting in that pack, she was kind of just sitting there doing her thing, not really too stressed. Right now, she means business. You can see it in her face. You can see she's tucked in. She's like, okay, all right, game on. I've lost 5 minutes. I got that penalty. I'm taken on the chin. It is what it is, and I can only control what I can. Look at this guy.
Old school.
That's a Welshie's old setup back there.
Yep, no aero bars.
No aero bars. The
old rims.
No aero bike frame.
You had the cables coming out of the brake hoods.
Exactly. Back up the front here with Lotte Wilms. Her, Fenella Langridge, and Rebecca Clark just been leading the way all day. Rebecca Clark now is at 2:30 back. My mistake. She has been dropped from this too, and Rebecca Clark really didn't see the front much, so she was sort of sitting on the back of those 2 and 4 when it was Lauren Brandon as well. So clearly she was just kind of holding on. It wasn't that she didn't want to take a turn at the front. She was just kind of hanging on clearly now because she's lost a bit of time.
Yeah, saw Rebecca take a little bit of a lead and go into it, and then as soon as she took the lead, that's where she lost the time. So she may as well have, just stayed back there and just tried to bide her time. But she gave it a crack and it didn't work. But Clark now at 2:30 down, and Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley have also lost time. They've lost about 30 and 40 seconds respectively there. Alice Alberts and Penny Slater, they're still sitting around about the same time. Kat Matthews, she's lost around about 30 seconds as well from last point check. And Lauren Brandon is losing big time at the moment. Very, very impressive riding from Lotte Wilms today. Every time that we've had her on camera, we've seen a beautiful turnover. We've seen a nice little position, and her and Fenella Langridge have been, the cream of the crop on the bike ride today. Great swimming. That Lotte was really strong, right? Swimming alongside of Lauren Brandon there earlier in the day today. So just showing, leads. Just showing us that she was she's in great shape, right? Now, if you're going to go up onto the shoulder of someone like Lauren Brandon, we know that you're in great shape.
You have to be in great shape.
Yes.
Most people are just trying to hold on to Lauren Brandon's feet, but Lotte Wilms coming up beside her, taking a little bit of a turn towards the end of the swim there, but then Lauren in the end coming into the end of the swim in first place. But Lotte Wilms doing a lot of work on front along with Fenella Langridge. This pair have been a very solid duo for the majority or all of this bike ride. Obviously, Lauren Brandon was in there taking turns on the front too, a very strong trio until Lauren got that penalty. But we saw earlier Lauren sort of falling back a little bit now, but Kat Matthews surging forward, and she's now at 7:37 down from the leaders, so she's sort of hovering around that, chipping away, a couple of seconds, but not making massive inroads. So this is going to be set up for a really interesting marathon. Obviously, Kat Matthews, the calf, what is it like? Is she got a 2:49 in her today? Fenella Langridge, what has she got up her sleeve? She, led from start to finish, and I'm in WA at the end of last year. She doesn't really have a weakness, so setting up for a really exciting finish here.
Lotte Wilms still leading here in the Ironman Pro Series female division. We'll be right back.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Team Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Lotte Wilms is leading our Ironman Pro Series race here, the first of the Ironman distance in the Pro Series for 2024 here at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas. This is also a part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, as we see Lotte Wilms right now leading the way on our women's portion of this course at this point of time. We can tell you that really hard headwind heading out to the second turnaround, then a tailwind coming back into town there, Marinda, and as we can tell you, as you can probably see on the faces right now, she's got that head tucked right down, and you know that she's doing
she's hurting
big amount of work.
She's working really hard. When you see, you know, the head move around like that a lot, looking down, looking up, yeah, just put, you know, head down, just, oh.
See that?
Yeah.
Now, this is the thing, like,
when you're
stay
heads up.
You got to stay heads up, but that's the thing, like, you're hurting with the amount of, you know, pressure that you're putting on your body to go into a headwind, but you also have to make sure that you know your surroundings as well.
Yeah, and at this stage of the race, you know, with the headwind, it's tough conditions, obviously. You know, we're 4 hours into the race. Fatigue is definitely setting in now, so this is a time where, you know, she needs to make sure she's hydrating, eating, so that she can stay sharp. And this is where, you know, sometimes when you're in the hurt locker, you just don't make great decisions. So Lotte Wilms just needs to make sure she's heads up, because in a race like this, yes, it's a double lap course, so you have age group athletes that are going much slower pace than you, and you need to make sure you know, stay out of their way. You don't want to get mixed up with any of them. So Lotte Wilms pushing very hard here, leading this pro women's race. Fenella Langridge riding right behind her, and this is setting up to be a really great day. We have Rebecca Clark, who got dropped from that duo. She was riding along with Fenella and Lotte for the majority of the bike, but in the last sort of 10K, she was dropped on. You know, she may have had a mechanical or something. We aren't hearing anything of that nature. Just maybe this fatigue setting in. Hannah Berry back with Jocelyn McCauley. They've been riding together this whole bike ride. Then we got Alice Alberts, who's an exciting young talent as well. Winning
really
2
is.
Ironman races last year. So Alice Alberts, she says she doesn't really have a weakness, so pretty even across all 3. And 6:22 down right now, and then Australian Penny Slater in 8 and 6:24.
Yeah, Kat Matthews riding along at the same time. Lauren Brandon lost a bit of time when she had to attend to the rear wheel there. And Maya Stage Nielsen being the one that's lost the biggest amount of time now, 4.5 minutes down on Lauren Brandon there. So this is Fenella Langridge going into the lead once more, overtaking Lotte Wilms, trying to do the pace setting as they're moving out toward that turnaround. After the turnaround, they will have the tailwind all the way back. And our men are getting very, very close to be coming in off the bikes here in around about half an hour or so, and we'll see them heading out onto the run course here today. But Fenella Langridge just pedaling away. Cadence may be a little bit slower, but she is going into the wind right now, so you know that the head's tucked down, and I love the way that she's still keeping the helmet right between the blades. As you know, you saw a lot of films before just dropping ahead, so the helmet was sticking up in the air. But Fenella, for the most part, has been riding in a very efficient way. And when we talk about efficiency, you want to, if you're looking at an athlete from, oh, this is perfect, right on cue. You see now there's no friction from the road right down from Callan down into the back wheel. Callan from Sweden. You can see there that Robert is, you know, riding really, really nicely. Now, if the rear wheel was, you know, swerving from side to side, that's slowing you down. That's called friction. And right now you can just see that Matthew Marquardt up the front there is, you know, causing just a little bit. But Callan here from Sweden has got it going. He's riding really, really nicely right now. A very strong cyclist, but the power that Marquardt is putting out today, I think that he's going to be unmatched today. He looks like he's just in great form, great strength, and looks like he's right on top of things.
Yeah, and he's there with the tailwind right now, so they are flying. We are going to run off. Some of our partners are going to take a break, so stay with us. All right, yeah, we're back with Robert Callan and Matthew Marquardt leading the pro men's race, and they are heading back into town now with a tailwind. I'm hearing that it's a pretty ripping tailwind, so they'll be enjoying some high velocity. Nothing feels better when you're flying along with a tailwind, does it?
Nothing
Especially
feels that bad.
especially after you've been in a block headwind, when you've been pushing and just battling a block headwind, and then you make that turn. Yeah, it's just.
And that's what we talked about, with the pacing on the way out into the headwind, not, getting too excited and not, going above, max capacity here because, we always talk about this, and I especially make note of this all the time, is that the second part of the bike ride, it's a really telling story between, who the strength of the cyclist is as opposed to, who's fit or who are the runners, and this is the thing, is that you're going to have to keep a good pace. However, make sure that you remain on your pace and not somebody else's, because you know that the big gaps are going to form in this part here. The last 33% of the bike ride is where the biggest gaps all day, come. So you're going to have to manage that and manage it well, to give yourself an opportunity on the run today. But Mark White, by the look of it, has really done the work. You were mentioning that he's been working very, very hard with his, coach there on the bike. He did a bigger block than normal, on the bike. So it looks like that is it's really paying off, Rennie. And you can see that, Callan now he's riding at around about, I would say that's about 15 to 17 metres behind. No lights on the Race Ranger. So these two have been just riding brilliantly over the last 15 miles together when Callan caught Mark White. So Mark White, probably knew that Callan was coming, and he definitely did protect his lead there. And he defended well.
And it's been a great partnership, actually, these two riding together. Mark White taking his turn on the front, and then Callan breaking things apart with Engert and Nick as well from Australia getting dropped when they caught up to Matthew Marquardt. So, Matthew honestly is looking really good, especially with, the fastest Ironman runner, in my opinion, 10 minutes back on the bike. So really setting himself up for a great marathon. Matthew Marquardt, a relatively young athlete, and last year was really his first full year of racing professionally. He finished third here last year. He finished third in Florida at the end of the year, and he also got second in Ironman in Coeur d'Alene. So he's had some great podiums, but I think he wants to take a win.
I think he's looking at his win today. I think it may happen. This is very early to call it, but going through the aid station here, just trying to pick up a few things. Remember, they're in traffic as well. There goes in the litter zone. That's exactly what you got to do, and very well noted that Matthew is not having any difficulties making good decisions at the moment. All right, so they got around about 14 and a bit miles to go. Our men do here in the Woodlands, Texas. Our women are just over 20 miles to go as well. As we come to a close of this bike ride, we're heading off onto the Hoka 26.2-mile marathon run. It's 42 kilometers in length. It's 3 laps around the Woodlands there, around the Woodlands, Texas, just outside of Houston. And my favorite part is coming up. I can't wait until they go through the hippie center there and Hippie Hollow and see what they're dressed up in today.
Yeah, see what they brought for today's race.
Mate, I'm pretty sure they're going to outdo themselves from last year, right?
I think so. Yeah, Hippie Hollow is always a great spot, spectator spot in this hot spot in this race here in Texas. They have all the bells and whistles for that, and it's really nice for the athletes to come through and they're get to go past the Hippie Hollow 3 times on this course. So a great motivator and a spirit lifter in a couple of times in that marathon.
Yeah, the waterway down there in the Woodlands is amazing because it just winds through office buildings, for hotel buildings, and there's a lot to do and see. There's an incredible shopping mall and centre down here in the Woodlands, plenty of golf courses. It's a haven for sports people. A lot of athletes have been training here for years. A lot of the Germans, especially Patrick Langer. He's made that his second home. Like, he comes over here and trains and gets prepared for Ironman Hawaii. He comes over here and gets prepared for Ironman Texas. He absolutely loves the area. area, and no doubt about it. I mean, it's great. It's flat. It's hot and humid. You can get plenty of things done there. But the waterways on the run course here, Marinda, are spectacular because you could be parked out there. You can put yourself out a nice little picnic table, a picnic rug, and just sort of settle in for the weekend. I know a lot of the tri clubs here in Texas, they pitch their 10x10s and park themselves out there all afternoon and into the late hours of the night, just spectating for all of our athletes getting across the finish line in the latter hours.
And just going down the field here, Skippy has made his appearance. Joe Skipper's up into 7th place, so he's now past Chris Leiferman, and he's still with that group of Patrick Langer, Braden Curry, but he is one of our favourites at the start of this race. He's now made his way into that pack. Joe didn't have a fantastic swim, but he usually has to work his way through the bike, and he is making himself known now in that pack. So Skippy in 7th place with Chris Leiferman, Patrick Langer, Braden Curry, Schuster, and Liam Lloyd, all in that group. So, yeah,
well, running out for those guys, especially if Curry and Langer and Skip come in together. I mean, I would love to see the Dominator, Patrick Langer. I would love to see Junkyard Dog, getting into a head-to-head out there onto the run, because I know that Joe would want to try and keep pace with Patrick, but good luck with that. But I know that he'll give it a very, very good shake. And Braden Curry, let's see what he can do on the run, but I don't think that he's got the pace, the foot speed to match that of Skipper and Langer today. But they're going to be facing a deficit of over 12 minutes right now. It's going to be over probably 13 minutes by the time that they come into transition. Whereas on the women's side, we've got a much tighter race in the front there. We've got 5 athletes are separated by 4 minutes and 10 seconds. That's Fenella Langridge, Lotta Films. Rebecca Clark is 2:30 down. Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley, they're at 4:10 down. Alice Alberts and Penny Slater still riding at 6:22 and 4 down. And then it's Kat Matthews, Lauren Brandon and Maya Stage Nielsen. The top 10 in our women's race is only separated by 12:14, pretty much like our men's race at 12:14, but the top 9 of the women's are a lot closer than the top 9 in the men's.
Yeah, it seems like there's a couple of men right off the front, obviously Marquardt and Callan, but then, Clement Mignon is in there, Florian Engert's up there, but then it's a big gap, 12 minutes down to the main. A lot of our favourites are in that main group, so a big gap and a big group at around 12 minutes back. The women's race is a little more evenly paced in that. Lotta Wilms, Fenella Langridge together, Rebecca Clark 2:30 back, Hannah Berry 4:08 back, Macaulay is down at 4:10, Alice Alberts at 6:22, Penny Slater at 6:24, Kat Matthews 7:37. She's starting to make her inroads slowly after her penalty. Lauren Brandon down at 7:39 and Maya Sage Nelson down at 12:14. We are in the Woodlands, Texas on the bike ride.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa! Cut! Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action, 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Gels every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Speed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
And we're back in Ironman Texas, and one of the lead men, I think Robert Callan that is, he's gone down on the bike. It looks like he may have collided with one of the age groupers, which is what we were just saying earlier. You have to be heads up. That is a real bummer. He is getting back on his bike, but yeah, look at that. Elbows, knees, blood everywhere. Yeah, that's a real bummer for Robert Callan. He was obviously leading the race with Matthew Marquardt, but just may have lost concentration, or maybe here we're going to get the replay.
Yeah, they got to stay right as you make your way around these athletes and pass on the left-hand side. So this is a little bit of traffic on the course here. You can see the Matthew Marquardt just staying there and just moving out to the left-hand side and going through there.
Oh, no.
There was a little slip there.
He pulled
pulled his foot out of the clip there. So
too much power.
Yeah, well, just sort of, it was a little bit like he was indecisive, and you know, the foot just slipped there a little bit, and these things happen when you get out of the saddle, and by the look of it was just a little bit of indecision there. So unfortunately, poor Robert has now just you know, gotten back onto his bike again and gotten himself back into it, and boy, what a great effort just to climb back onto his machine once again and get after it. And Robert might be, you know, racing a little bit angry right now.
Adrenaline.
But, and adrenaline's
the adrenaline
kicked in.
Just spikes. So
unfortunately there, Marinder, he's just got to keep a cool head and make sure that he doesn't expand too much energy. Give himself a good chance to have a nice run today if he's not feeling the effects of that fall, because that fall, by the look of it, elbow, knee, ankle, they're all scuffed up, and the hip, I would imagine, is pretty sore.
He's going to feel that tomorrow for sure. It's just he looks like he's moving fine right now, but we'll see when he gets onto the run. I mean, that will be obviously more telling, but I think he just sort of hopped up out of the saddle, and he must have twisted his foot ever so slightly, and that pulled his foot out of his cleat. And, you know, for anyone new watching, these athletes their feet are basically in their shoes, and their shoes attached to the pedal. So he has
semi-locked in.
So he's locked in. You know, to unlock your foot, you kind of twist your foot out, and it unclicks, and that's how you you know, get off your bike. But he may have slightly twisted his ankle a little bit, and it just pulled out. But when he's putting that much power in the pedals, that was enough force for him to go down. So I think that's, you know, what's happened there, and it's really unfortunate. But he's been able to pop back on his bike, and whether he can catch back up to Matthew Marquardt, he's still in second position, so he didn't lose too much time, probably 45 seconds a minute maybe. But it'll be telling when he hops on the run as to, you know, whether he is, you know, has pulled anything or is able to run fluidly. But certainly he is not going to feel good tomorrow.
Yeah, Fenella Langridge right now, she still leads our women's race here on the way home as well with a bit of a tailwind. So once she you know, gets into that rhythm, she's going to be absolutely flying all the way back home with a lot of films. They're opening up a significant gap right now on Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. And also from New Zealand is Hannah Berry riding in third and fourth place now with the two Kiwis there. We got Jocelyn McCauley and also American Alice Albert. So the two Americans riding very close to one another as well. Penny Slater from Australia's in there. Kat Matthews still hanging out. Lauren Brandon and Maya Stage Nielsen is still sitting in there in that 10th spot. So Fenella Langridge just making sure that she stays right out of the way of the athletes right now as they make their way out on the course. You got the age groupers out there with our professional athletes here. The professional athletes are in their first Ironman race of the Ironman Pro Series this year, and it is very exciting to see that we are in for a great race all the way down to the end. In the men's race right now, to get you caught up, it is Matthew Marquardt from the USA leading Robert Callan from Sweden. And then we've got our two leaders here in our women's race. This is Fenella Langridge and a lot of films. They have been in the lead ever since the gun started at 6:30 this morning on our women's pro race there. It was Lauren Brandon that was out of the water in first. A lot of films in second. Fenella Langridge right up there as well in third. And Rebecca Clark, and that's how they started in the bike ride today. And it's been these two at the front that have been the strength of the competition here today, Rinny. And it's been a great, you know, competition. But at this stage, you have to say that these two ladies have been the class of the field.
Yeah, they really have. They, got out of the water together and they've just been chipping away at this bike, taking turns in the lead. And you saw an athlete go around them. That was either one of the back of the pack pro men or an age grouper that just went around them. But rest assured, Fenella Langridge and Lotte Wilms are the two leaders and have been the whole day, basically. They had Lauren Brandon along with them and Rebecca Clark earlier, but Rebecca Clark dropped off a little while ago, and we have Lauren Brandon had a mechanical, so unfortunately she has dropped back into 9th position.
All right, so the AG1 supplemental stats on the bike. Lotte Wilms has been the strength at 4 hours and 24 minutes, right there at 20 miles an hour, 20.46 miles an hour, the average speed at last split. And that means they're going into a bit of headwind right there, because you wouldn't be riding that slow going with a tailwind. So our ladies heading out into that headwind right now, the AG1. Supplemental stats on the bike today, Lotte Wilms, 4:24.30 into the race, 20.46 miles an hour on average. That will go up as soon as they make the turnaround.
Yeah, and that was just for that last time split. So that from, one time mat to the next. And I would definitely say that would have been in the headwind section. So that's about their average speed. That shows how strong that headwind is, because 20 miles an hour, these ladies roll around for an easy ride at about that pace. So yeah, solid ripping headwind. You can see the flags in the background.
Yeah, they're sideways.
just on cue, showing us just how how much that headwind is ripping. But when they make the turn, they're going to enjoy a nice tailwind. Velocity will come up well above 30 miles per hour, I would imagine, all the way back into town.
Yeah, when they're flapping, just a little bit of, we know that it's a low wind speed, but when it's sideways and consistently sideways, we know that it's really blowing. But by the indication of those trees that are bending over to the right there right now, just a little bit to go before they turn around with the tailwind to come on back into the Woodlands right now. But we are getting dangerously close to seeing Matthew Marquardt and Robert Callan coming in off the bike. If you're just joining us right now, Callan just had a little bit of an incident where he fell off his bike and unclipped from his pedals there, fell down to the ground there, but he's got himself back up into the race again. And on our women's side of things, Fenella Langridge and Lotte Wilms are still leading our race right now. Rebecca Clark is in 3rd place. Hannah Berry is sitting just about a minute and a half down off her compatriot there from New Zealand. And Jocelyn McCauley and Alice Alberts from the USA are in 5th and 6th positions.
And one athlete to mention, Danielle Lewis, we haven't talked about. She was one of our dark horse athletes, has raced very well here before, but she's in 11th place, and she, has a bit of a deficit on the swim always, and so she's used to coming from behind, but she's starting to make her way up into that top 10, and she can run. So we'll expect to see her in the top 10. Whether we see her at the back of this bike ride or in the run, she'll definitely be up there. So definitely don't count her out. And she is making her way right now into that top 10.
Exactly. So Fenella Langridge riding along nicely there, just heading over the Hardy Toll bridge there right now, and then getting out to that turnaround, and that's where they're going to hit that tailwind. You can see that the age group is just riding out there on their first laps. Some of the age group is riding big gears out there today. Come on, gear down, people. Get that nice little cadence going. And, a lot of people think that you have to grind into it. You don't really. Put it down a couple of gears and you'll probably go to the same pace.
Yeah, you just ride your race cadence. Whatever your race cadence is, that's why you have gears. You can change down a few gears. Sometimes it's nice to change down and grind a little bit just to use some different muscles or, wake yourself up a little bit. But for the most part, you want to stay on your normal race cadence, whether you're going slow, whether you're going fast. And we see another pass here, Lotte Wilms coming back to the front, Fenella Langridge relinquishing that lead again. And I think we're going to be heading up to the turnaround here shortly, but we've also received a word on the men's side. Number 2, Robert Wilko Wiecki has pulled out, the Wolf. So we don't know why. We don't have any information on why he has had to pull out, but he was one of our favorites leading into this race, and whether mechanical or just not feeling great today, he is out of the race.
I might call an illness on this one. Robert wasn't up there in the swim today like he normally is. Robert wasn't up there on the bike like he normally is, so it was really, different for us to see him not in the group. All right, within 20 minutes to go on the bike ride here is Matthew Marquardt from the USA. We're calling him the next USA. Well, I was calling him. You can jump in on it if you want, Rennie, and then call it the next American superstar in the long distance. We've got Sam Long that's been competing so well.
Rudy von Berg.
We've got these athletes, but I think that Matthew is definitely one that we now have to put into that frame as well, because he's doing so well in these races. And last year had a year when everything, started out great, but it went better. So as he went through his season, just things went from strength to strength, and at the end of the year had some great results. Now as he makes his way in toward the Woodlands and to finish off the bike ride, he'll just dig down to his bag of tricks there and get down the nutrition that he needs to get through the first couple of miles onto the run. He'll just spin out those legs a little bit more, maybe downshift it a little bit, spin the legs out, get those legs ready for what's to come. It is a 3-lap Hoka run course, 26 miles to come.
And we're just getting splits in from Robert Callan. He is now 1:23, so he did lose, a little over a minute to Matthew Marquardt when he crashed there. So, unfortunate for him, but he is still on course and riding. And, a minute 20 down from Matthew Marquardt is not a bad position to be in second place still. He did lose a little bit of time on that crash. Of course.
With around about 6 miles to go in our men's Ironman Pro Series here, the first of the Ironman distance races of the series in 2024. It is Matthew Marquardt from the United States that leads Robert Callan from Sweden with a decent lead coming up to about 1 minute and 30 with only 6 miles to ride.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast. Boundless together.
Matthew Marquard's off to a great start on the marathon, and Patrick Langer coming off with about a 13-minute and 30-second deficit already into his stride and trying to, sort of clip down those seconds one at a time there, because every second matters here today. And also a fast start might mean maybe a troublesome midsection perhaps, and you gotta definitely pace yourself out through here. And these conditions are really going to actually suit Patrick Langer today. He's been here for quite some time training and to get ready for this race here, committing himself to the Ironman Pro Series and just saying that he wants to get after that. And then the big goal of the year is to go back and collect another one of those VinFast Ironman World Championship crowns that so desperate for, because he has 2. Jan Frodeno, the great German, has 3 himself, and he would love to match that more than anything else. But he's focused in on one thing, and that is to get the job done today, walk away with 5,000 points and go to the next race with the lead of the series. Now, this is Matthew Marquardt. He's calling out for some ice right now. He's got 2 glasses of water there, making sure that he stays nice and cool, keeping that core temperature where it needs to be. And here comes the ice right there. Reaches into the bucket of ice. I wouldn't doubt it if he puts some down the shirt and holds some in his hands, because you keep the hands nice and cool there. And don't forget about those big glands. You keep those big glands nice and cool, and that will cool that radiator. That is the million-dollar question that everybody and every pro athlete, every age group athlete will have to pose to themselves today. My body core temperature is the most important thing and important part of my race.
Yeah, once you get super hot, or once you get, that a radiator starts to blare at you, the red lights start flashing. It's really hard to
engine light.
Yes, it's really hard to get your body temperature back down. So him, taking the second or whatever it took for him to slow down, grab some ice, hold it in your hand. You'd be surprised at how well that does cool you. Putting it down the pants is always a favorite as well. But holding ice in your hands definitely helps keep that core body temperature down. And if you can keep the core body temperature down or keep it managed, then you can continue to push at the appropriate pace or at your race pace. So that's going to be the limiting factor, as we know the humidity is crazy high here today. Temperatures up there, 75-ish, not crazy, but no sun. But the humidity can be a killer. We're waiting to see what Patrick Langer has come through at the 1.8 mile mark, because we have Marquardt through, we have Callan through, and we have Mignon at 8 minutes back. So Callan is falling back. Actually, Callan's staying around the same. He's around 121 behind, so he's actually running a little bit faster than Marquardt.
Yeah, it looks like Langer took out about 15 seconds over that, first 2. So
we're up at 80 degrees. The Hoka weather just flashed up there. We're up at 81 degrees and still really high humidity. So yeah, it's
We haven't reached the highest point, temperature of the day yet. It probably comes in about 2 hours from now, 2 to 3 hours from now. So we know that mid-afternoon, in between the 3 and 5 o'clock hours is going to be the highest temperature of the day down there in the Woodlands. So we know that at this point in time, 81 here in the Woodlands, Texas, and it is only going to get warmer. Fenella Langridge and Lotta Films. And our women's bike ride here today have really dominated the proceedings. It was a quartet that got off to a great start today. They were joined by Lauren Brandon and also Rebecca Clark from New Zealand, but those two now have slipped back into the latter, part of the top 10. We can tell you that Rebecca Clark is in 8th and Lauren Brandon is in 10th. And then in 3rd place now it is the other Kiwi, that is Hannah Berry at 3:59. Jocelyn McCauley losing a minute over Hannah Berry right now. There's Kat Matthews bringing the time down once again. Alice Alberts remaining very strong and consistent. So too is Penny Slater from Australia, and then Rebecca Clark losing about 4 minutes to our 7th place getter there. So the ladies doing a absolutely magnificent job of holding pace out there, but it is our two leaders here, Fenella Langridge and Lotta Vilms, that have been on a different different level.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Kat Matthews, I think, is fastest on course. She is making inroads. So since that penalty, and there we see Daniela Lewis in 11th place at 15 minutes back from the lead. But again, Daniela Lewis has got some wheels and can run. But yeah, I was just going back to Kat Matthews. She was sort of cool, calm, and collected, sitting in her group of 4. She got that penalty, and she seems to be putting the pedal to the metal and making as much inroads as possible to that lead. 6:25 now from the lead. But yeah, I mean, obviously we have that question mark on her calf. Whether she can produce a great marathon today remains to be seen, but she definitely has the ability to run very fast on this course.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't injure it anymore. Ude Stadt from Germany was coming in 12th place as well on our women's race just a moment ago. So great to see our first German athlete in our female pro category just getting inside of that top 12. As we make our way back down into the Woodlands right now, it is Fenella Langridge and also a lot of Wilms with a tailwind. They are absolutely motoring on the motorway as they make their way back over the closing miles. As now we've got our men's top 10 out onto the run course here in the Woodlands. 3 laps around this incredible course here, 8 miles per lap, as we know, and they are going to get the job done today. Lots of turns over the first part of each lap there, but then they get into some long sections out there. 8 stations, very important, as we see a little bit of a clog and a little bit of a jam as they go through that turnaround. Some of our partners are going to take a break right now. Stay with us. Beautiful look over the Woodlands right now through the lakeside area here. We can see that the path and Hippie Hollow is coming up in a little bit. We're very excited to see what happens there and what they're all wearing today. More to the point there, really, because it's always a good party, nice little festival area there, and it's very loud through there as well, and I think that the athletes absolutely love it. So let's get you caught up to speed in our top 5 through the first couple of miles on the run. Matthew Marquardt from the USA leads at 5 hours and 7 minutes into the race. Callan from Sweden is at second at 1:22 down. Clement Mignon from France is at 8:01. Then Florian Unger from Germany at 9:40. And then it is our Mexican athlete, Rodriguez Hernandez, 11:19 down in 5th place. Patrick Langer, 2-time world champion at 12:27, taking out good chunks of time right now. Chris Leiferman from the USA at 12:35 and rounding out the top 8. Paul Schuster at 12:39 down. So a nice little group of 3 athletes there running along very, very close to one another.
Yeah, it looks like Langer has taken out about 30 or 40 seconds in 2 miles. Sorry, 1.8 miles. So the start of the run here, he is taking out some time, but, ever so slightly. There is a long way to go. And as we see, Matthew Marquardt just crossing the 4 miles, 22 miles to go for him. But yeah, Patrick Langer, 30 seconds a mile, 30 seconds a mile and a half. That's what he's taking out. That probably won't do it, or it will do it. Well, you do the math.
I'll do the math in a minute when I have a think about it. But if you want to follow along with the athlete tracker, just like Marinda and I do, you can download it in the App Store and the Google Store as well. And Ironman Athlete Tracker, and then just put in the leaders there. You can track your favorite person by putting in their number or their surname, hit enter, and then you'll be able to see all of their times as well. Their times on the swim, bike, and run, their estimated times, and also the point of the courses they've already been through and their estimated time to finish. So it's a great way to keep up with your favorite athletes out there, and it's exactly how Marinda and I get all of our information. All right, so Matthew Marquardt, just looking down at that watch at about every 30 seconds or so. What he's doing, ladies and gentlemen, is he's trying to monitor that heart rate. He's got a nice even flow going on at the moment. He knows that he needs to stay right in that position, and he knows that the fatigue will set in on the 2nd and 3rd laps of the run today. So what he's doing at the moment is trying to establish himself in a beautiful pace, and that's exactly what he's done. Now, you were saying, Marinda, is he going to run out of real estate? Does he have enough time? And at this part of the course there,
I feel like he did. Yeah, I mean, at that pace, if they both stay the same, obviously things can happen. It is an Ironman, and athletes do slow or can slow dramatically to the latter stages of the race. Matthew Marquardt, a younger athlete, but he has shown that he can put together really fast marathons too. So if he stays at this pace and Patrick Langer stays at the pace he's running at, I don't think he would catch Matthew. But lots of things can happen between now and then, and a lot of racing yet to come.
The last mile, Matthew was running a 6:49, whereas Patrick Langer was running a 6:21. So you're talking about 27 seconds, a mile. So yes, it can be done. Absolutely, it can be done. But like I said before, when they jump off the bike, the adrenaline's pumping and everything's going, that much faster. Now, Matthew, what he needs to do is just settle into a good pace and not, use too much of the, candles, as we say. You don't want to burn too many candles at the beginning of each of these disciplines. So just get himself into a nice pace and let it happen. As far as like Patrick Langer goes, I mean, we know what Patrick Langer does. He just races these incredible deficits and comes from behind to, win most of these races.
Yeah,
so
it's not unfamiliar territory for Patrick Langer. I think he...
Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he knows this course so well. He's done so many of his Kona preps here. He won his first Ironman here, obviously, but he's done this race a number of times and he's trained here, and he just knows himself. He's a veteran in the sport, a two-time world champion. But I'm going to call it early. I feel good for Matthew Marquardt.
Yeah, I feel really good for him too. He's just got a nice pace going. Like I said, look, the heat is really coming down now. Look at this. The sun's out, so that, when Chris Galloway was on with us just a moment ago, she was saying that, on the ground outside, well, I mean, obviously you and I are in studio, so we're not feeling it the same way. We're sitting in nice air conditions, so we're nice and comfortable. However, the athletes that are exposed to direct sunlight here with the, over 80% of the humidity that was in the morning, it dropped down to about 61% humidity a while ago, but in the afternoon hours, it's going to jump back up again. So therefore, the conditions will get harder as the day goes on until it starts getting dark. And then it will get favourable again for our late markers, coming into the finish line a little bit later on. However, at this point in time, it's just, heat management and just managing the way that they get through their race. Now, on this particular part of the course here, Marquardt just has to keep the head down and get himself into the rhythm and just let it happen. As far as the other athletes go, they know exactly what they got to do to win the race, but again, it always comes down to heat management and your pacing. And I think that right now, Marquardt, he rode so hard, at the last part. Did he burn some of those candles? I don't know, but anybody that can ride a lot of time into the other, the groups out there in the last part is
it comes
really,
at a cost.
It comes at a cost. And, you can see that he's really focused in on getting the nutrition. When he goes through the aid station, he's very particular about how he does it. But he was diligent enough to slow down at that very first aid station. He stopped. He got glasses of water over the head. He got glasses of ice down the front, held them in his hands. So, and look at this. You watch this. Okay, he's not slowing down one little bit here. This time he's going through it. Nope, there it is. I want that. I need that. But look at that. That was the ice.
Yep.
So this is the telling story for Matthew Marquardt today, is that the ice and keeping his body temperature down is the number one thing on his mind.
Yeah, you can see he's taking it very seriously. He knows, as you said, he's in control. I think that's the bottom line here. When you have such a big lead, you don't need to blow through. You can not take your time, but intelligently take your time. So you can, afford to take those couple of seconds to keep the core body temperature down. You don't have to take any risks. Patrick Langer has to take risks. He 100% has to blow through those stations. I mean, he'll get on as much as he can, but if he wants to win, he'll have to take some risks. And Matthew Marquardt can run a really smart race, and he doesn't have to take any risks.
Yeah.
So the ball's in his court, really, at this point in time.
Yeah, he's losing good chunks of time when he, slows down and walks through an aid station or something like that. But it's the same thing as like somebody else like losing speed because they're, blowing up, or they're just, haven't got enough nutrition in the body. And it's the same sort of thing. So it's a, he said, she said type of thing. But when you look at it at the end of the day, it's all about, again, how you manage your way through this course, and you've got to have a good mind to make those decisions. Now, if you're out there and you're just going too hard, well, that's not a good decision because your body just can't do that, right? It needs to be accompanied by good training, good nutrition, and knowing that you can pace yourself through that speed the whole way. So these guys and girls, they know exactly what they've got to do today, and let's just see how he can execute, you know, right down to the last part. But for right now, Matthew Marquardt doing a great job, and, you know, we see, by the look of it, Clement Mignon just, you know, running through the race as well. He's in third place right now, Clement, and he looks pretty good, actually. He's about 8 minutes down on our leader, but he's only about just inside of 6.5 minutes in second place. Florian Unger, he's still running along really nicely there in fourth place. Fifth place is, we haven't seen
Hernandez
a Mexican,
is running quick, actually.
He
the
is,
last splits.
yeah.
He was moving faster than Lunga, and Leifman's running basically the same pace as Lunga at the last little split.
I don't know any Mexican athlete that doesn't run fast.
Yeah, and in the heat, they're like, oh, this is just every day for me.
Yeah, exactly. All right, our ladies are closing in on the finish line of the second discipline of the day, the 112-mile bike ride, 180 kilometres. Coming to a close momentarily, we'll have our ladies in our Ironman Pro Series out onto the run course when we return right here to the Woodlands, Texas.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The Ironman Pro Series here in the Woodlands, Texas is now led by Fenella Langridge, and then also a lot of films are getting after 5,000 points today. Yes, there is a $200,000 bonus at the end of the season in the $1.7 million bonus pool overall. They want to get after that, but they're going to have to get maximum points to do that. Today, 5,000 will go out to our winner. Every second matters because a second is a point. If you finish 1 minute behind, that is 60 points. 2 minutes, 120 points. So you have to race all the way to the finish line, Rennie. So you have to make sure that you have the great race, execute a great race, and just take it all the way to the line. So if you just, you know, get a little bit reluctant out there and a little bit blasé and, oh, I've got second place or third place in the bag, not quite if you're thinking about the end of the year.
Exactly, yeah. It'll incentivize the athletes to race all the way to the start line, and they won't want to when you've got that second place or third place or whatever position secured, and you're like, I'm not going to win, I'm not going to, you know, get third, I'm here, I'm solid. That's when you are, you just got to go for it all the way to the finish line because you want maximum points. You want to try and see how many points you can get, and we pay top 10. So the first place gets 200 grand, and then from there it goes down, and from 11th to 50th, I believe there's 5 grand for each athlete even in those, 11th to 50th
I
places.
keep it to these short 4 words: max effort, max points, right? So if you're looking at that, it's an easy way to look at it instead of just, going through your paces. This is all about, 5 very hard races that are going to maximize your point score going in, to the end of the year bonus point table. Now, Ironman have, given the opportunity for the athletes to do 3 maximum Ironman distance races, this being the first race in the series of the Ironman distance, and then 2 70.3s as well. Now, the weight goes up a little bit for the World Championship. So if you're at a normal Ironman distance race in the Pro Series, it's 5,000 points for the win. But at the World Championship, it is 6,000. Then on the 70.3, it is 2,500. And at the World Championship 70.3 in Topol, which will finish off the season, and the series, it is 3,000 points. So there we go. We got a lot of films just going to the front. One more time there in front of Fenella Langridge as they now hone in on the finish line and the T2 area, heading down toward Carissa Galloway, who's going to call them in across that finish line there today and this afternoon. But right now, we can see that a lot of films from the Netherlands in the lead.
Yeah, and panning back, we see Kat Matthews has taken out another minute from that lead duo. So Kat Matthews now down at 5:28. So 5:28 deficit for Kat Matthews. Hannah Berry's at 4:54. Then Jocelyn McCauley's at 4:52. But that interesting one, or the one to watch, will be Kat Matthews. And certainly in those opening miles, we'll be keenly watching her and seeing, and I'm sure she'll be testing that calf too. And I think she's got her fingers crossed that there is no...
we all do.
We all do, yeah. I mean, it's never nice to see an athlete have to pull up for an injury, and it was kind of heartbreaking seeing her in Miami pull up because she had that calf. She was just like, what? I'm like feeling good. Everything feels great. I'm all systems go, but the little calf tear just sort of took her out of the race. So hopefully today everything holds strong and we can see Kat Matthews in full flight.
Yeah, that would be nice to see. We got Jocelyn McCauley, Hannah Berry, and Kat Matthews all keeping very good pace. And like you said, Kat Matthews taking time out. Alice Alberts and Penny Slater aren't doing too bad as well. So it looks like all of our women over the last 10 miles or so have really held their pace with one another, except for Kat Matthews. She has been the big mover. Once she climbed back aboard the bike there, she was about 7.5 minutes down after the penalty tent, taking 2 minutes out of our athletes up the front there. So she may have been, right in the lead there, because that 5-minute deficit in the penalty tent could have been erased to about a 27, 28-second deficit right now. So Kat in great shape, riding very, very well at this point of time. All right, the ladies now are just inside the final miles here. They're inside of 5 miles before they get off of the bikes and head out onto the run course. However, the men, our top 20, are out onto the run course, running very well at this stage. But the women's race was led by Lauren Brandon out of the swim today, but it was a lot of films that challenged her. On the shoulder was Fenella Langridge and Rebecca Clark. Now they've lost 2 of those athletes. It's coming down to 2. It's now Fenella Langridge, and it's led by a lot of films. They are now heading for the transition area. Will it come down to these 2 on the run? Only time will tell. We'll see you on the other side.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bird.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And we are in the Woodlands, Texas. This is the pro women finishing off the full gas bike leg. We have Lotte Wilms in the lead and Fenella Langridge following right behind her. In third place, we have Jocelyn McCauley around 450 down. Halle Berry. Hannah Berry. I'm going crazy in here. Hannah Berry with her, and then Kat Matthews moving up to 528 down, of course. Kat Matthews serving a 5-minute penalty back earlier in the course. So, yeah, if she hadn't served that penalty, she might have been right with the leaders right now. So then we have Alice Alberts in 6th place, Penny Slater from Australia in 7th. But women just about to make their way to T2 momentarily.
Yeah, just a final opportunity to talk about Race Ranger, you know, being worked out with our athletes here today in the Ironman Pro Series. We can see that it's done such a great job. And, you know, we can see that, you know, Fenella looks up ahead and sees that orange or blue light. You know, that's okay when it's the flashing red light. She got to get it into gear and make that move. You can see the water, the Gateway Hotel in the background there. So you know that they're getting very close. They're inside a mile to go right now, and it's Lotte Wilms that's going to be leading into transition area here today. The second of those transitions. There goes the boa, unclicking in that counterclockwise position for Fenella Langridge. She knows what's coming up ahead. She's going to get off the bike and rocket out of transition. We're going to have two ladies in the transition area together. Will we have two ladies leaving transition area together today? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be a foot race between these two ladies and then Jocelyn McCauley. What does she have left in the tank? Hannah Berry looking for one of the best results of her career. Kat Matthews, will she have enough in the tank as well? Or will the injury flare up once more? Let's hope not. And Alice Alberts, well, what a great couple of years it's been for her. 2 Ironman victories last year, and it would be a great day for her to slip into the top 5 in one of the most competitive races that she's been in. And Penny Slater hung tough all day. Now they head toward that penalty tent. The last opportunity for those athletes. If they don't go in there and they have a penalty, they will be disqualified. Okay, obviously no penalties there. Then they're heading for the transition and then off onto the run. Marinda, they look great.
Yeah, they look really good here, and you see them taking their feet out of their shoes. That's just the faster way to transition. So they sort of, while they're pedaling, they'll undo their boa, take their feet out, put them on top of the shoes there so that they can just jump off and they don't have to run in their shoes, in their cleats, we like to say, because it's much harder to run in cleats than it is with barefoot. So they will jump off their bikes before the mountain line. Yep, perfect. And then they will stop the bike computer. Lotte Wilms wanted to get that split. Ooh, and she does look a little gingerly running into transition. Fenella Langridge looks great. She's a little bit more springy. Hand off that bike and off she goes.
Fenella looks fantastic.
She does. She's motoring through that transition area. You saw her, like, she could barely make the left-hand turn. She's gone so quick.
And not many of the men, Marinda, actually took their helmet off this early. So I think that she's really thinking very, very straight. The Wahoo Element Bolt there says 4:41 on the clock there, and that is for Fenella Langridge with the fastest split of the day. Not anywhere near Jocelyn McCauley's from last year. So a great bike ride for our two leaders today, but not as good as last year, as we said, from Jocelyn McCauley, but they got the job done. There goes a lot of films right now, choosing to run on the grass, a little bit more comfortable, not on the concrete. So there we go. We can see Fenella Langridge already got about 20 seconds on a lot of films at this point in time. Fenella Langridge is not hanging around.
She is. She knows there's some heat coming from behind, and Kat Matthews and a couple of the other women. But, yeah, she wants this victory. She's committed to this Ironman Pro Series. And
looks like Lotte might have grabbed the wrong bag there.
Oh, yeah,
so
she's
going to have
running
to
back.
go back. Yep, and get that bag. So I think she was indicated from one of the officials that she didn't even pick the bag up. So it looked like she had the water bottle in the left eye, actually the helmet in the left hand, and forgot to pick a bag up. So she had to go back, get the bag, into the change tent she goes. And
no such trouble for Fenella Langridge, though. She knew exactly where she was. She's razor sharp, and that tells me that she's fueled really well. Sometimes in an Ironman, you sort of start to get foggy. You start to get foggy in this stage of the race. Where if you haven't had enough calories, you're just starting to get fatigued. That mental fatigue comes in, and we're just looking at images of, look at those trees just blowing. It's going to be a breezy run, which will actually be welcoming for these athletes in that it'll help their cooling systems cool down a little, and it's stagnant. It's harder to dissipate heat, but we have Fenella Langridge out onto the Hoka run course. She is looking fantastic. Yeah, she has a little bag or something there. We'll try to get a better image, but it looks like probably all of her nutrition she wants to. She didn't want to hang around in transition and put it in a back pocket then. She's sort of taking the chance to run with it, and she'll stuff it down her top, in her back pockets, and she'll discard that bag at the first aid station, which I'm sure is coming up here quickly. But look at those AG1 flags. They're just blowing a gale there in Texas.
Aren't they?
Yeah.
You can see these trees moving from side to side. You've got a decent crosswind in the Woodlands right now. The athletes are out on the bike course battling it out there. But in on the run, as you say, Marinda, I don't think it's going to be too bad. It won't be. I think it'll be very well, accepted and received from the athletes. It'll cool things down a little bit. It's always good to be in a little bit of wind, outside of, just being stagnant, and yeah, that's horrible. That's always a horrible thing. But anyway, Fenella Langridge just off to a great start. You can just see that she's in perfect form at the moment. We would expect that. She's got a tailwind you can see at the moment, just running out on the first mile of the run. But this is a very, very quick pace to be starting out on.
Yeah, she is really moving, and you see her. She has her watch in her hand there. She's sticking that nutrition in her kit.
Doing everything on the run.
Has a pocket in there she's put in there, but yeah, she's getting her watch started, and she'll throw that on her wrist when she gets a minute. Decided not to have it on the swim bike, but wanted to have it for the run so she could keep herself pacing well. It looks like she has a towel around her neck too, so she probably has some cooling things helping her keep her body temperature down. But yeah, she was moving.
Yeah, Clement Mignon on the men's race here. He's moving along as well. You see he's not much of a knee pusher. He's not really driving those knees too much. He might have tight hamstrings or hip flexors or whatever happening at the moment. However,
it's more of a glider.
He's more of a glider. He's got a nice little stride. He's got a long stride going out the back there. But as you can see, Mark White is still doing his little ice trick here and making sure that he stays very cool out there. Core temperature is a very, very big thing for the American right now as he disposes of his garbage in the litter zone, and he's back out onto the run. So a very calculated Mark White going through the aid stations, picking up everything that he possibly needs, and taking that extra time to do so might pay big dividends later on. Jocelyn McCauley from Texas, the local girl, now exits out off to the bike, and then she's going to head off onto the run. So let's go down for a live check-in with Carissa Galloway once again. Carissa, the action is really heating up right now. We had two ladies off the bike right there in first and second, looking absolutely amazing, and Fenella Langridge is off to a flyer.
Yeah, well, when Fenella came through, as you guys have been seeing, she has laser focus, and everything she does seems like it is being done with intention. So she is taking this lead seriously, and she is taking seriously the athletes behind her. Jocelyn McCauley just came off the bike behind me, a little bit ginger when she came off, a little bit of a grimace. A lot of people coming off with those grimaces here, kind of adapting to that heat and the humidity. As you guys have been saying, the cloud cover is a gift. But the humidity is what's tricky because you're not evaporating that sweat like you want to. Your body's struggling even more to cool. The breeze is going to help that a little bit, but everything they're doing with the ice and staying on that nutrition plan, that's going to help because, as we know, every second matters.
Absolutely, Carissa. And we just saw Kat catch up to the back of Hannah Barry and Jocelyn McCauley. Did you get to see her run through here? I know you were on with us as she went through, but we're very interested to see what she looks like in the opening miles of this run.
Yeah, she came off that bike, went right on in. She looked a little bit fatigued, but as we talked to her in the pro panel, she said, look, it was just a calf strain. Are you a runner? Yes, you get calf strains, you're rested, and you're fine. She did everything she could to kind of push that aside, and she said, the next time I talk to you, I hope there's no questions about an injury. So she's ready to put this behind her. So she's coming in with the mindset that she's healthy, and sometimes, that goes a long way in having your body perform if what's between your ears is pushing you forward as well.
Carissa, Rinny and I are drinking a nice cold, iced tea inside here in the studio. You're sweltering outside right now in the heat and humidity. What's it like? We can see that the sun's out. Is the heat really rising up? And tell us about the energy around your area as well.
Yeah, I got to tell you, when the sun comes out, it's not a good thing. It brings that temperature up. I can even feel my sweat start to get out there. So we want this cloud cover. We want that out there for the athletes on the run. And on the run, this wind's going to keep up. So they're saying when you come off the eastern shore side, the east shore, you're going to get a little bit of a tailwind. So that's going to be welcome for the athletes, because otherwise on this flat course, they're not getting any sort of undulation. So the cloud cover is good. We want that to stick around. And in terms of the energy, it is a little quiet here in transition, but that's okay because everybody is out there on the run. The community is out there. That Hoka run is so fast and friendly for these athletes. And then again, Hippie Hollow, that's the place to be. There's music, there's costumes. I mean, you know me, I love a good wardrobe change. And so that's the place to have it. And talking about Jocelyn McCauley, every time we say her name, the crowd erupts. So having that local love is going to fuel her. And Kat Matthews also, she's a huge crowd favorite. And when they're the recognizable faces, they're hearing that out there. I think that's important. And especially when the age groupers get out there on the course, women support other women. So I think that will give these ladies a boost as well.
All right, well, no powder puffs for you. You look great, and, stay cool out there, and maybe a wardrobe change from time to time, but not really, Carissa. Thanks very much for your insights. And just finally, you mentioned that Kat and Jocelyn are fan favourites down there. Patrick Langer, too. A lot of people love Patrick. He comes to the area and trains down there. Do you get that same feeling for Patrick?
Definitely the same feeling for Patrick. I mean, even this morning when we were lining them up, trying to get them in for those pro intros, it's Patrick. So, yeah, he's definitely the superstar here. We joked a little bit in the pro panel that he was one of the, let's just call it more experienced athletes in the field. But he definitely takes that to heart and uses it as an advantage. So I can't wait to see what he can do out there on this Hoka run.
Oh, awesome, Carissa. We appreciate your insights down there on the ground. You stay cool, and we will hop back to the race now, but thanks for your time again.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you in a little bit.
All right, thank you very much, Carissa, giving us great insight down there. Always a nice smile from Carissa, keeping the crowd entertained as well. She's a lovely commentator down there on the ground and outside at the moment. All right, let's get back to the action. This is Language right now from the UK. You can see that the zipper's down. She's got the nutrition in the hand there, and I wouldn't mind betting, Rinny, that that's full of ice in that yellow, yellow can there. Some of our partners are going to go off to a break, so stay with us. We mentioned the little bag down there in the right hand there, full of ice and liquid as well. That is going to help, Fenella keep that core temperature down. It's a scientific approach to, athletics as well these days, especially in endurance racing. Can you explain why it's so important to keep the core temperature down?
Yeah, absolutely. I think once your core temperature gets up to a certain level or a critical level, it really is hard to get it back in control. And, as your core temperature rises as well, your heart rate comes up, and that's a limiting factor. Once your heart rate comes up, you really have to slow down, take your foot off the gas. And obviously,
so you're losing performance.
You're losing time, you're losing performance. So if you can keep that body temperature in check, then you're better able to stay on pace. You're better able to continue to race and not just be in survival mode. So I think, first and foremost here, 75 degrees humidity now. We saw the Roka.
It's coming back up.
Yeah, 75%, but it feels like 85, feels like 86 degrees Celsius. So it's hot. Yes, there's cloud cover. Yes, there's a little wind. It's still hot though, and these athletes have to be really mindful of that because it really is, a key to being able to race well in the hot weather is to keep that core temperature down. And you see Fenella, she has nutrition in her hand. I bet you she has some ice down the top, and you'll see the athletes. You've seen Mark Watt plenty of times come down and pick up the ice. But we are going to look at the top 3 transition times brought to you by Morton. Alice Alberts was, wow, real quick through transition. 133. Penny Slater was 145, and Fenella Langridge was 155. We didn't really get to see Alberts and Slater too much in transition, but we saw Langridge roll through transition, and she was quick.
Fast.
Yeah, so I don't know.
And Alice was 22 seconds
Quicker.
faster?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know. Amazing.
Lotta Vilms now just going through her paces out on the run course. You can see that the stride not as long as Fenella Langridge, but she's really working it right now. She's still got plenty of time in the bank, but Hannah Berry might be, you know, just closing in, and Jocelyn McCauley as well. Kat Matthews is still out there running along nicely. Alice Alberts and Penny Slater inside of 6.5 minutes. So we've got a race on our hands on our women's side of things. And Langridge, it's, you know, Fenella at the moment, she's got a 33-second lead on Vilms, but I know that that's going out because she is running so much faster right now. Can Langridge hold on to her pace? Can she have enough in the tank to get to the end? And I just wanted to go back to that, you know, core temperature question one more time, and it's easy to, you know, explain it in an analogy like a car race as well, or even if you're, you know, driving your car. There's Danielle Lewis is getting off the bike now, and it's sort of like if the radiator, right? So if the radiator is starting to boil, that's where you lose performance. It's just not going to perform, right? So it comes down to a thermostat, right? And I always look at it like, you know, just put your thermostat at this, and then just go from there. Keep your core temperature down. Make sure that that is a priority of the day in hot weather and humid races, and quite the opposite, or quite the contrary on cooler races like Lake Placid or Coeur d'Alene or, you know, something like that. But sometimes they get, you know, warm temperatures up there in the United States. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are just... I'm going to run back to the men's race for a moment here. Hernandez is flying. He is got off the bike around 12:30 down. He is now down to 7 minutes behind Matthew Marquardt in third place. He's run past Clement Mignon. So Hernandez from Mexico, as you say, Mexican athletes seem to always run fast, and they love this weather. They definitely perform well in the warmer temperatures, but Hernandez really lighting up this run course.
Yeah, he really is. And, you know, all of our Mexican athletes have been known to be great marathoners. And today he's showing us that in triathlon that is possible as well. We haven't had a Mexican man that's done as well as he has in the Ironman distance over the last, you know, couple of decades. So that's really exciting news for our neighbours to the south if you're living inside of the USA. And just another flag on the global map of Ironman triathlon. And that's great to see in the Ironman Pro Series this year. We want to see all those, you know, world flags and global representation, because this is truly global. And as we see, you know, our athletes running around the streets of the Woodlands here and through the waterways, it's just absolutely gorgeous to see all of these hotels. They're all full. All of these spectators here just, you know, gathering around and giving the energy to our team here, to all of our athletes, not just the professional athletes, but our age group athletes. There's thousands of age group athletes down here today. They're all not only just trying to get to the finish line, some of them are trying to get to the World Championship start line. So there's a lot on the table here today.
Yeah, and looking back through the splits, we're talking about Patrick Lange's run prowess, but Hernandez is running away from Lange even. So Hernandez really smoking. He must have smoke coming off his shoes, I think, down there in the Woodlands.
So you're saying he's burning rubber?
He's burning rubber for sure. Whether he's coming out too hot remains to be seen. But to be running away from Patrick Lange, that says something.
That says you're running out too hot.
Yeah.
Okay. Fenella Langridge now out to 57 seconds in the lead there. We could tell you that before, because just by the look of the, you know, the stroke and everything and the stride length, it looks like Fenella has now gone back into her regular stride, which is a little bit shorter than just before, where she was running very, very quickly in the first mile. So it's good to see that Fenella's back into the regular stride there. Jocelyn McCauley's going to be the one that has to make up the time. We know that Jocelyn's out there and she can run a very consistent marathon as well. Hannah Berry from New Zealand was third off the bike today, so that's great news for her. Kat Matthews closed an incredible bike ride today at at 5:15. Remember, she spent 5 minutes in the penalty tent at the far end of the course. And there goes Alice Alberts, regularly very consistent. 2 wins last year in 2023. Penny Slater from Australia at 6:34 down. That is our top 7 out onto the run course right now, all led by this young lady on screen right now, 32-year-old from the UK, Fenella Langridge.
And that's a picture of Hernandez there, and yeah, he is moving. I can see a little smoke coming off his shoes there, but that's fast running for a marathon off the bike in an Ironman. Yeah,
I've never seen anybody run this pace like that, and the effort that's going out right now, Marinda, that was absolutely superb, and you know that he's in the first couple of miles of his run. All right, so in the Woodlands, it is Matthew Marquardt representing his country very well today and leading the race here, the first of the Ironman Pro Series, Ironman distance races.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The feed is everything you need to fuel your workout. Hydration, bars, gels, chews, high-performance supplements. We even have breakfast shakes. Ready for your ride?
Totally. Let's go.
Yells every 20 minutes.
Just started training or plan to be a world champion? We've got you.
Thanks, Seed Coach.
Don't forget to hydrate.
We'll help you pick your fuel for your run, ride, or triathlon. Shop today to get a free water bottle printed with your name. Visit thefeed.com. Fuel your workout.
We are in the Woodlands, Texas, back with the men's leader, Matthew Marquardt. He has been leading from the beginning. He led out of the swim with a couple of other athletes and broke away on the bike. He had Robert Callan join him for a little bit, and then Robert, unfortunately, had a little bit of a spill on the bike, and then Matthew Marquardt was left alone to come into T2 by himself. And now leading on the run, but he has some hard-charging runners coming behind him.
Yeah, he really does, and the hardest charger is, Rodriguez Hernandez from Mexico at this point in time. Clement Mignon was, making inroads on the last part of the bike as well today, but he's lost a significant amount of time. It was Marquardt that actually, brought it into transition area hard. I thought that he was going to lose a little bit more time, but he actually gained time. So Marquardt, that was a great strategy on his behalf. But now you got the fast-flying Rodriguez Hernandez. Don't know too much about this young Mexican man, but all I know is right now that he's charging it in the first couple of miles of the marathon. Love to see him settle back down into a nicer pace here. I don't know if he can sustain that pace the whole way. It looks good to watch at the early part of it, but it's sort of like watching you, Marinda, about 10 years ago.
We need to do a little research on this young man.
You were so good. Your turnover was incredible. It was like that. Loved watching you run. Okay, so Rodriguez Hernandez is sitting in third place at the moment at 5:55 down, but this is Lotta Films. Lotta's got a really nice stride going. She might not have the turnover of the champions like a Kat Matthews or an Anna Haug or something like that, but what I love is the consistency, and what I love is her efficiency, and it looks like to me that she's really, honed in on a heart rate monitor there. She's looking down like every 30 seconds like Marquardt and a lot of these other pro athletes, and just making sure that she stays in her zone, right? You don't want to be jumping out, doing too many efforts or surges or whatever and wasting all that energy. Just stay very consistent in the Ironman marathon, because you've already done a great swim in hot water. You've done an incredibly hard bike course on a windy course and a hard day. And now you put yourself to the ultimate test of going out there and running a full marathon. Now, Kat Matthews, on the other hand, was off the bike with a 5:15 deficit. She's erased 50 seconds of that right now. So, by the look, Marinda, the question that we were posing to one another today, is Kat Matthews recovered from that calf muscle? Is Kat Matthews going to be able to run the whole marathon? Is Kat Matthews going to be able to get through the whole race without injuring or re-injuring herself?
So Kat Matthews has already moved into third place. So Kat Matthews, she got off the bike with thereabouts with Hannah Berry and Jocelyn McCauley, but she's made quick work and has moved into third place. And yeah, I mean, she at this point looks, I mean, I'd love to get a visual of her, and I'm sure our cameramen will do their best to get some footage of her. We're still with leader Fenella Langridge, who is looking really great too, but I'd love to see some footage of Kat because I just want to see what her gait looks like. And as we said, I think if the calf was an issue, I think we would know and she would know pretty early, and I think we would probably be able to see. But yeah, I mean, she's moving, you know, a minute quicker per mile than Lottie Wilms, like 40 seconds faster than Langridge at the last time check. So yeah, very, very textbook Kat at the start of the marathon.
Dare I say that Rodriguez Hernandez is running 4:42s on the miles, so that equates to around about a 2:25 marathon, ladies and gentlemen. So he's running out very, very quickly right now. Love the way that we've got Fenella Langridge right now. You can see that she's gotten rid of most of that nutrition out of her hands. Now it comes down to the business end of the race here. You can see that she's flushed in the cheeks, looking a little bit warm, but we've got a very special guest online right now, and I just happen to be in the hot seat with his lovely wife. That would be Marinda Carfrey. Tim O'Donnell, how you doing, buddy?
Great. Great to chat with you, Welchie, and of course, Rennie. And Welchie, just thanks in advance. Rennie told me you were going to watch the kids for her after the broadcast, so she can go for a run. So I appreciate you babysitting.
Yeah. No, we're all good with that. But, you know, I think I get to see more of your wife than what you do. Just saying. Hey, love your shirt, Tim. Where'd you get that shirt? I hope you bring one back for wifey and I.
Yeah.
I am outside of Hippie Hollow. You know, I did this race in 2011. This wasn't here, but this is the coolest, the most hopping part of the run course, and the vibes are awesome out here.
And Tim, have you had a look at, or have you been able to see the pro men? And what have you seen Hernandez? That guy is smoking. Any other thoughts on the pro men?
No one looks as good as Hernandez right now. You know, he has that short course ITU background. Let's see how he does in the back half of the run. But he is absolutely flying. He looked better than Patrick. He looked better than Matt Hansen. And it's fun to see him run through the field.
We just got a text from Coach Julie Divins that he's on around a 2:25 marathon pace right now, so not too shabby. Let's see. But we'll see if that lasts.
I would take that.
I think any of us would take that, Tim, given that he's going to win by half an hour. Anyway, not really. It's been a great day, but yeah, Tim, Hippie Hollow down there has always been one of the most favourite, spots on the circuit, on the global tour, as a matter of fact. And just give us an idea and an indication, how many people get down there, what they're wearing, and what they get up to, and how long they hang out for.
Yeah, it is an all day, all night. I was just talking to everybody down there, and they said you got to come back at night because this is going to be really popping. Right now, I think they're all just starting to get out there for the pro men. I mean, these guys are running so fast. I don't even think they realize that they would be running through yet. So it's all starting to come together down here, the Hollow.
So that's why you wanted to stay tonight and not come home and help with the kids. Okay, so it's your turn to take care of the kids the next few days. But Tim, you're in Oceanside as well, and now at the first Ironman of this Pro Series. What are your thoughts and feelings about the Pro Series?
The Pro Series is absolutely amazing. And, this was my first Ironman back in 2011. And that was the same year they started a point system for the pros. We didn't get any money with that, though, right, Rennie? So now that there's this huge prize purse for the pros, this is awesome. We're a little late, but there's never a better time to be a professional. And you got to be smart, though. There's a lot of races in this series. You got to choose wisely, and you got to execute. And I think we're going to really have a lot of fun watching this unfold later in the season.
Yeah, great time to be a professional triathlete, that's for sure, Tim. You and Rennie did very well yourself in the sport and continue, with Salty Bears and, what you're doing out there. You still have a lot of sponsorship and making yourselves very well known in the community. So, Tim, it's been incredible. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. The first one was sort of like a two-part question. A lot of the guys seem to have had to have ridden hard today into the headwind going out, tailwind coming back. Marquardt put quite a considerable amount of time on everyone after the Callan incident out there. Is it sustainable for Marquardt? And do you think that it's sustainable for Hernandez to keep up that pace?
Well, I think Matthew out front, he knows how to run. He's run well here before, so I have confidence in him that he's going to be in control of this all day. And Hernandez is a wild card for me. I just don't know. He was running so fast. I mean, I remember Patrick Longer ran by me that first Kona podium he had. He scared me when he ran by me. He was so quick. And Hernandez looks even at another level for that. So we'll see out here on lap 2. But if he holds that up, I am going to be surprised. Absolutely.
And we were just actually seeing pictures of Kat Matthews on screen, just about to make the pass on Hannah Berry in for second place. So Kat Matthews, if you get a look at her, give her a shout out from us. Hopefully that calf holds up for her. But unfortunately that penalty on the bike, she had to make up a bit extra time or work maybe a little bit harder than she wanted to on the bike. But here we are just about to make the pass.
Looking good. Hey, Timmy, in your days of racing, with the ice, lots of people have been running out, going through aid stations and we've always been a proponent of, keeping the big glands nice and cool, keeping the core temperature down, not overheating that radiator, make sure the thermostat is switched on right. It's really great to see the athletes here in Texas going through the aid stations and just grabbing ice and leaving it in their hands as well to keep that core temperature as we watch Kat Matthews right up onto the back of Hannah Berry there. Pretty good to see that, and that the athletes are, still making great decisions, but you wouldn't be able to make great decisions if you weren't keeping your core temperature down, right?
Absolutely. And it's a little deceiving out here right now, Welchie. There's a great overcast. There's a nice wind that can help keep you cool, but the humidity is still high. And when that sun pops out, it hurts, right? It's strong. So, we've got some veterans out here. Obviously, Kat knows what she's doing. And she looks great, by the way. And, keeping your core temperature down, especially the hands. A lot of people forget a little ice in the hands. It can help relax your shoulders, too. So pulling out all the tricks to make sure it's a good day out there.
Hey, one more question for you, Tim, on injuries and everything. You sustained, quite a significant one, not an injury, but an illness that, almost stopped your career short. And look, Kat Matthews today, we all know that there's a cloud over the soleus, the calf muscle there that's, been hampering her for quite some time. She's in the race right now. She's looking great. She was off the bike 5:15. She's down to about 4:15 now, and she's making ground on Fenella, who we have on camera right now. Fenella's stride has shortened up a little bit. Lotta was over a minute, but now she's down under a minute, so it looks like Fenella is slowing down a little bit. Do you think there's any chance for Kat Matthews to get back up there?
I was listening to the broadcast earlier, and we were talking about that run split last year. There's no doubt that she is going to be a threat right now, and in my opinion, I think she's going to run up there. If this is early in the run, if you're starting to shorten up this early in the run, it could be a tough day. And there's no doubt Fenella's quite a competitor, but I expect Kat Matthews to be up front at some point in this run.
Awesome, Tio. Well, thanks so much for your time today. You go enjoy Hippie Hollow and enjoy your last night of peace before all hell breaks loose when you come home with the 3 kids.
Yeah, I fully expect I'm going to pull up to the front door tomorrow and Riddy's going to hand me a baby. And maybe go book a spot treatment or something. I'll take the rest.
Yeah, you better come home rested, dude. Hey, always great to catch up with you, Tim O'Donnell. You're just amazing and great, one of the greatest American Ironman athletes ever. And have a nice, restful night, buddy. You're going to need it.
All right, if you need me, I'll be at the Hippie Hollow.
We might come back to you. Thanks a lot. All right, Marquardt looking very, very good there just a moment ago. He's doing a fantastic job. He's still got the ice in the hands. And I did see him reverse the hands into the pockets there in the back and putting some ice in the back pockets there as well. So a very calculated race by our race leader in our men's race at this point in time. But the women's race is getting very interesting. Fenella Langridge now just slowing down just a little bit. A lot of films are still being very, very consistent out there. Kat Matthews and Hannah Berry, they're racing along there together, and they are at a deficit of about 4:40.42 for Hannah, and now Kat Matthews is really making up some good time on our leaders. Jocelyn McCauley running along nicely. Alice Alberts still doing a thing, and Penny Slater right up there at this point. This is Matthew Marquardt chasing the victory.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Tex as part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, boundless together. Well, I tell you what, he is flying, that's for sure. This is Matthew Marquardt from the United States off the bike in first place, and he's extending his lead right now over Robert Callan out at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. It was around about 1 minute and 23 off the bike, and now it is going out. There is Rodriguez right now. He's at 5:08, so that's coming down. Clement Mignon at 6:50. That's staying the same, and now look at Patrick Langer. He's putting on the big move right now at 8:18. Remember, he was at 13 minutes down, so 5 minutes has gone out in 10 miles. Do the math. This is coming down all the way to the very end today. So Matthew Marquardt is going to have to run scared today. It is the hunter being hunted right now, and this is the hunted. That is our leader, but he's got a good pace going. Don't worry about that left arm. You just worry about what you see from the hips down. The knee drive is there. Look at those calf muscles pushing through the concrete of the Woodlands right now, and the American is in full control of the North American Championship.
He really is in full control, but Robert Callan really just hanging in tough there. And 2:12 down. He's only lost 50 seconds since the start of the run, so he's hanging tough in there. But Rodriguez really moving through, as you mentioned. But Patrick Langer as well, another athlete moving through the field. Matt Hansen last split, he was in 9th position, so he will be making up ground as well as we go through this run course. But Matthew Marquardt just putting on a clinic here today. He came here last year, raced for the first time, finished 3rd, 21 seconds from the lead. He actually had a deficit on the bike and just ran out of real estate in the run. But today, no such trouble with the bike, leading the way from basically the start of the bike and now through the run course.
Marquardt absolutely throwing all stops at this race at the moment. You can see that his effort is nothing but 100% there, just going across the causeway at the moment. You'll get a good look at the competition at the other end, and then he will be into his last lap coming up here pretty soon. But going through here, you know that each one of these 8-mile laps are going to be very, very telling to what the final part is going to look like. The canvas is being painted at the moment, and that is one of this guy breaking the tape in first place. Will the 5,000 points go to this young man, or will someone like Rodriguez, one of the newcomers, how can he come and just like do this and take it away from, you know, someone like a Patrick Langer, or just upstage the world champion? We will have to wait and see what unfolds in that final lap. But right now, this is impressive racing by Marquardt, by Callender hanging in there after falling off his bike and possibly injuring his elbow and knees and also his ankle. Then Rodriguez sets out after these two in the lead. He goes out on a 3-minute kilometre pace. He settles into a 440-mile pace. Absolutely incredible running at this early stage. And then Clément Mignon from France, he was one of the fastest bikers on the closing part of the cycling leg today. And Patrick Langer, what more can be said about one of the fastest runners Ironman Triathlon has ever seen? Rennie, when we go back over to Fenella, not as good as she looked when she ran out of transition, obviously. We always will point that out. But this is going to be the second lap, and the telling story is here. If she can hang on, and if Kat Matthews keeps on charging, we're going to be in for a great race.
Yeah, Kat Matthews has already taken out a minute from Fenella, and that's only in the first, 3 kilometres, 1.8 miles. So Kat Matthews looking pretty good, I feel. Fenella Langridge, yes, slowing a little bit, but she still looks good. She still looks like she's running along at a decent clip there. Lottie Wilms falling back just a little bit on Fenella, but Kat Matthews looked like she was the best of those 3 running, and clearly you can see that in the numbers. But Hannah Barry falling back to 4th place, and Alice Alberts, I'd love to get a look at her too. She has won a lot of her races on the run. She's just sort of an all-around solid athlete. Solid in the swim, very strong on the bike, and a solid runner too. So I will look for her and Penny Slater to be coming through. And also Danielle Lewis. She's now up to 9th place. She was around 11th off the bike, I believe. Unless she made those 2 passes at the end of the bike, I'd have to go back and look. But Danielle Lewis was sitting in around 11th at the latter stages of the bike. She may have made up a couple of places coming into transition, but 14:22 down for her. And Maya Stage Nilsson, 13:30. Only, a little over a minute up the road for Danielle Lewis. So she has, a bit of space to go before she can, look at Penny Slater, Alice Alberts. But she is a very fast runner. So it'll really just depend on what, is up the other athletes' sleeves. How fast can they run today?
Nothing up my sleeve. Presto. There it is, right there. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. It's going to be Kat Matthews. It's taken out all the time out of our top 2 at the moment. But remember when we spoke about Lotte Wilms about maybe 15 minutes ago, we said maybe her stride length, it's not the longest. Maybe it's a turnover. Yes, it's great. But she's consistent, and that is of Lotte Wilms. This is Kat Matthews looking like she's doing just fine. Doesn't look like there's any signs of limping. In the stride of Kat Matthews. Comes in with an injury with the soleus and the calf. You can already see that she's gesturing to the aid station there. I want ice, and I want it in my hat.
Bucket.
But look at that. They responded to the request, and there it goes. And Kat Matthews, just with a big, I should say a wry smile on her face.
She gave a little smile. I think that's a good sign. To see her smile and to see her, she's, make no mistake, she is laser focused on doing the best she can. Some of our partners are going to take a break, so just stay with us.
Kat Matthews, 33 years of age, hails from the United Kingdom, and Ironman 70.3 World Championship, second place in 22. First place in the 23 Ironman Texas. We can tell you last year that was an 8:32 race winning time. Third place, 2023 in Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, and she also won the 70.3 in Swansea back a few years ago. So there is Kat Matthews. We know what she's made of. There goes the zipper back up after she disposes of all the ice down the front there to keep those, keep that body nice and cool and back up onto the toes. Look at Kat go. I mean, wow, we've been talking about her injury, but you look at Kat right now, I think that if she keeps that pace going, she's got this one in the bag. But I tell you what, she's got to keep that injury at bay because it's a long season, right? She wants to hone in on the season this year, being the 24 Ironman Pro Series. She's committed to a lot of the races there, and she wants to chase the #1 spot on the podium. She wants that $200,000. She wants to perform at the very best and be the inaugural champion. And Kat Matthews today is just really racing well, and I've got to give her the kudos that maybe in the first part of the bike ride, it wasn't setting up to be Kat Matthews' day.
No, and she had, a solid swim for her, and she was in a solid group of women, and they were pushing along nicely. But then to receive a drafting penalty, and Kat's not an athlete that's trying to gain any advantage or competitive advantage over another. So I would guess that she lost concentration at one point and maybe just sailed into that no draft zone and into that 12-meter zone. So unfortunately picked up a drafting penalty. She took it on the chin. Stopped at the tent, took her 5 minutes, and then got back about her business. And she really sort of back-ended the bike. She negatively split, I want to say, that bike, or at least compared to the other women. She was making inroads all the way back through transition, and she looks fantastic running. So hoping that she's given a couple of thumbs up. We've seen a smile. I think if things were not going well, we wouldn't be seeing those signs from her. So
far, a little bit of a limp, just starting to move in. I can definitely see a limp, happening there on the right side there. So I can see that the hips just, coming down a little bit. But she's a very well-trained athlete. She's actually a physiotherapist and spent time in the British Army as well. So she's a tough nut. Look, if you're going to crack a person, you might want to pick on her last. Yeah. So, she's always going to respond, mentally. She's very strong, and I think that today, well, that was a nice outfit back there, but I think that today that, you'll see that she's going to be, very, very tough, and she's going to give it everything, and let's just hope that calf can hold out for her.
And the Kaiser Permanente Ironman California, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, offers athletes a fast course with an iconic finish line. After a PR-setting downriver swim, athletes will take on a flat, out-and-back bike ride through scenic farm country, followed by a festive run through downtown Sacramento, ending at the steps of the California State Capitol. Whether you're hoping to compete your first Ironman or just want to achieve a personal best, you'll find it here at Ironman California. Join us on October 27th, 2024 for this unmatched event in Northern California. Register today. And of course, that one, a third best, voted as third best for the swim, and that current is ripping. So if you enjoy a downriver swim, go sign up to Ironman California. That one makes the swim go by nice and quick. We are back with, oh no, and this is the race leader, Matthew Marquardt, and he is walking. I don't know if it is cramp or some other issue, but this is devastating for the young athlete. I hope he can regroup and kick on, but never good to see walking. I don't know. I didn't see whether that was a cramp issue or some other issue that he was having, but he has come straight back into his stride. So I'm going to guess he might have had a little bit of a cramp. He needed to walk off, but I'm not sure what that was about. He's still got a long way to run, so never good to see an athlete have to take a little bit of a walk. So we'll be keeping an eye on Matthew Marquardt. Hopefully that was just a one-off.
Yeah, you know what, Rini, I couldn't put it down to anything else because, a sudden stop like that, obviously, and, he rode so hard, into the wind, going up on that penultimate lap there, and as he made his way toward the turnaround, he did put a lot of time into the rest of the group, and then on the way back, when, Callan caught him, those guys really accelerate. I mean, I think that was a huge above, probably threshold, for those two guys as they made their way back in. He's only 26 years of age. He doesn't have the greatest amount of experience out there, but he's awesome. He's such a great athlete. Third place in this race last year and only 20 seconds out of the win. And then, he's put all the eggs into this one early basket of the year here in Texas at the inaugural Ironman distance race of the Pro Series. And he's getting the job done, but let's just see if he can hold his head together with a strong mind. Just try and keep everything else at bay now. When you're going through some cramps, I experienced some of this in my racing, not much, but when you're going through something like that, if you're thinking about it, you can sort of promote it, sort of like anxiety in a sense, and you try and take your mind off it and start thinking about, something different. Start thinking about maybe one of your best T runs, off the bike and, your brick run in training 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, whatever it was. As we go back to our women's race, we'll go back to Matthew in a minute, but let's go over to Lotta and just talk about this turnover. Rinny, there's nothing, flash about it, but she's so good. Look at this turnover. It's just working for it. Very efficient for
she does look
for Lotta, and it's she's making progress.
Yeah,
she's making progress on Fenella.
She is. She's pulling back some time on Fenella now. So Fenella really slowing. We saw that in her gait earlier. We are now looking at the VinFast performance run analysis, and Lottie Wilms, that last little section at the split was 4:27 per kilometres. I think Kat Matthews is probably closer to 4 minute per kilometre pace. So, but Lotta Wilms, super efficient. Turnover looks good. She's running to her abilities. So I think, taking time back from Fenella Langridge, that is impressive.
Yeah, I think I had Kat Matthews last year at a 2:49. So Kat Matthews at 2:49s is going to be running at around about 4 minutes and 4 seconds, I believe, or something like that, per kilometre. So that's incredible running. I mean, that's what, the men's overall winners were doing in Kona 15, 20 years ago. And we've got, yourself and Anna Haug and all these ladies now breaking 250 on a regular basis. Things have really changed in endurance racing and the way that you can push your body as well.
And I was just looking at the splits now. Kat Matthews down to 3:09, so she was about. Oh no, this is upsetting. He's clearly having some issue that he is not able to overcome. He's just devastated now. I don't know.
Yeah, he's pretty distraught here. So now he's got a decision to make, right? So do I go on and, get as many points as I can? Because remember, Marinda, this is going to come down to 3 Ironman races this year. And this is very important that if he can keep his head in the game and just keep going. And that's going to be important because remember, every second matters. And if he can keep himself in it, look, he's halfway through.
He's running really well. So when he's running, he
Yeah.
looks great. Like, he looks fantastic right now. So I don't know if the cramps are just creeping in or there's some other issue, maybe GI distress, maybe bonking. Dehydrated. Who knows what is going on with him? But when he's running, he looks great. So if he can just tough it out, if he can get his head together, pull it together, say, okay, maybe I'm not going to win, but if I can just hang on to every single second and get to that finish line, this guy is very consistent. Last year, 2 third places and a second place in Ironman events. That's a lot of points.
Look, I completely agree with you, and I just think that he has to stay strong. I don't know what he's battling right now, if it's, any mental demons or if it's stomach cramps, leg cramps, or, doubt, or if any of that, is just creeping into his mind right now, but just keep a strong mind. He's an intelligent young man. Don't overthink things. This is where you can go wrong as well. When you're smart like this, you have a tendency of just breaking everything down, right? And thinking, oh my gosh, my pace is not good enough. My pace is too much. Oh my gosh, I'm not taking on enough electrolytes.
Or overheating.
Or overheating. So don't think about it too much as we get very close to the Hippie Hollow and Matthew Marquardt. So this might, lift his spirits just a little bit. But you are watching all the action from the Woodlands in Texas right now. Big news on the race course here with Matthew Marquardt, our race leader, stopping to a walk. He was reduced to walk a couple of times now. Will he be able to keep it going? We're going to have to wait and see when we come back.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Matthew Marquardt continues the push. It hasn't been all smooth sailing over the last couple of kilometres. Over the last couple of miles, he's been reduced to a walk. Came to the walk there. He met with the girlfriend and his mother on the side of the road there, on the side of the track, and had a quick word of encouragement maybe coming back at him, because I tell you what, Marquardt is struggling. But when he's running, Marinda, he is running okay. So whatever he's going through right now, if he can just get through this point and remain strong, he's still got a great chance.
I think you said it earlier. He just needs to switch his brain off and just go through the motions. And if he doesn't win, that's fine. As we've said, it's not about this race. It's a long year, and I believe Matthew will do at least 3 Ironman races this year. Last year he did 4. So if he does 3 and 5,000 points each, he'll probably do the World Champs as well. So 6,000 points up for grabs that day. If he can get the maximum amount of points possible, stay as close to the lead as he possibly can, then that's going to be a great score on the board for him. And yeah, I think if he can just hold it together, and again, we don't know what he's suffering, and we guess that was his girlfriend that he hugged. It could have been an innocent bystander; he just needed a hug. But
it was his mum on the right side.
It was his mum on the right side. We're guessing that it was his girlfriend on that he was giving a hug to just a moment ago. But he seems to have gained energy from that at any rate, and seems to be running along nicely. But still a ways to go, a little more than a lap to go.
Yeah, and he's just about to enter the last lap of the run. So the penultimate lap, we're just a mile to go until he hits the last lap of the run here. This is my favourite part of the course here. You got the crowd on both sides of the road. You got the restaurants that are absolutely packed on the left-hand side. And look at the waterway. Look at the wind that's been hooking up a little bit of a current and some waves in there. That's where they were swimming just a few short hours ago. But Marquardt now has got it all in front of him. He's now being chased down by Rodriguez Hernandez. That is 2:06 the deficit, then Callan 2:12, and then it is Clement Mignon. He's sitting in 4th spot at 6:30, and now Patrick Langer trying to make a little bit of inroads into that at 7:40 down. So the two-time Ironman world champion a little bit further back than he possibly wanted with 1 lap to go on the run, but it's still possible for Marquardt. Hanging in there, making it tough, and what a great day it would be if he could hang on after all of the things that he's been facing today, Marinda.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be wonderful to see him take his first Ironman victory here today in Texas. And last year, as we said, came so close, 21 seconds behind the lead in 3rd, and got a couple other podiums in Ironman races last year. But just an exciting young talent, regardless of where he finishes today. I think we'll be talking about Matthew Marquardt in many years to come. Only 26 years young. Yeah, just a massive talent, and he really laid down a phenomenal bike split today, swam at the front. He really has no weakness, so if he can just hold it together, he does have Rodriguez coming really quick, but I think he just needs to not worry about placing and think more about points.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, what's going on with Marquardt, but it certainly looks like there's a little bit of tension in those legs right there, and maybe a hamstring issue or something. But by the look of it, it looks like his hip flexors might be a little bit tight. But look, I'm just speculating, just guessing right now. But I can only imagine that being reduced to a walk like that has to be leg cramps. And right now, He's just so tough. This is just so impressive. You know, when you look back at what Ironman's, motto is, it's anything is possible, right? And you could bring that up in many different stories today. Possibly there's 2,500 of those stories out on race course right now. But when you've got a race leader like this, going through something as heavy as it is with so much pressure on the line, with $1.7 million of, prize, purse on the bonus system coming up, in December this year, when you've got 5,000 points that are on offer today and you've got it calculated down to, to the last point. These are all the things that are going through your mind at the one time. Matthew Marquardt right now just needs to put all of those things by the wayside. Like you were saying, don't overthink things and just go through the motions. Just go back to some of your favorite training rides or runs, your brick runs, and think about, or maybe the adversity that you had to face in one of those runs that day that you did have a cramp. How did I get over it? Did I use my Morton gels? Did I do this? Did I do that? And just, think about those things sparingly, but not all the time.
And for a young athlete, not having a ton of experience going through those dark patches, you can come back from them.
Absolutely.
You 100% can. So this will, regardless, be a really good learning experience for Matthew Marquardt. If he can pull himself back through that dark patch and finish strong, that will go such a long way in showing him that, hey, bad things are going to happen. I almost said a swear word. Bad things are going to happen in race. You're going to have super dark patches. You're going to have moments where you don't think you can continue, you don't think you can finish, but you can, and you can always find a way. And yeah, he's finding a way right now, but let's hope that he can hold it together. Still a lap to go for Matthew Marquardt. Rodriguez breathing down his neck down, only 1:12 down. Marquardt really looking like he's hurting, but I think, he just has to tough it out for this last lap.
Look at this incredible 32-year-old for the United Kingdom here. Nothing looks like this woman is injured whatsoever. She's coming into this race carrying a heavy injury on a calf muscle, and the soleus has been an issue in between the Achilles tendon and the calf muscle over the last month or so. Kat Matthews now running with a tailwind, and she runs with that tailwind as an advantage, trying to get after Fenella Langridge, who's still up there in the lead of this race. But we can tell you that 5 minutes and 15 seconds at the end of the bike is now 2:32. It has come down by more than half, and they are only just about to get to halfway on the run on their course today. So Marinda, the young lady here for the United Kingdom, is running super well, chasing after her compatriot Fenella Langridge. But first, she has to catch up to Lotta Wilms, who's now cutting into Fenella's lead as well.
Yeah, it looks like Lotta Wilms is cutting into Fenella Langridge's lead ever so slightly. They're almost running the same pace on course, but she is taking back a few seconds. Look here, we have Kat Matthews taking a little bit of a walk through the aid station. I think that is just to make sure she takes on the nutrition, because she looked like she was running absolutely fluidly and effortlessly. No, it's not effortlessly, but she is making it look that way. Fenella definitely moving a little more side to side than she was earlier, so slowing ever so slightly. But Kat Matthews, 2 minutes back now, so she is making real quick inroads, and that's only at 12.6 kilometers, 7.8 miles. A long, long, long way to go in this marathon. So Kat Matthews really looking great at this point in the run. She just, and I think she has her husband, Mark Matthews, out there giving her splits. So she'll know that those time splits are coming down, which is probably why she decided to take that walk through the aid station, make sure she takes on the fluids, make sure she keeps that body temperature in check. But she's almost got it in the bag, unless the calf pops up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But now women's race is getting more interesting by the mile here, because Fenella Langridge is only 46 seconds in front of Lotta Wilms. Kat Matthews at 2:32. Hannah Berry and Penny Slater also within 4.5 minutes. This is the closest that we've been in quite some time between five ladies. And then the sixth lady, Alice Alberts. She's on the charge as well at only 6:19.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The Woodlands in Texas is the host of this incredible North American Championship, and now we're witnessing something that we've never witnessed before, the pocket rocket from Mexico. This is Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez, and he's now only 1:12 down on Matthew Marquardt, and we've never seen anybody run these splits in Ironman triathlon before in the marathon discipline, the third discipline of the Ironman. So the Mexican may be creating history today if he can keep this pace up. And also, will he take the Ironman North American Championship today? Well, we'll just have to wait and see on this one, because he is really lighting it up. And this is as if he's like running out there in a individual marathon itself. Marinda, doesn't look like he swam nor biked ride out here in Texas.
It doesn't. It looks like he's running a standalone marathon. He is moving. Like, you can just see it's clear the difference between him and Matthew Marquardt. Obviously, Matthew Marquardt is having a few issues with his body, whether that's cramping, GI. I think we're going to see the pass here shortly. I think it's 15 seconds. So we're going to see the pass for first place here momentarily.
We will see the pass here, and it's just about to happen. We can see that Marquardt is slowing down. But here again, Marinda, this is the part where Marquardt just has to keep his mind on the job and just keep going. Think about the points that he can get at the end of this race today, and it might be enough for him at the end of the season. Do not give up. Every second matters, and this is what it's all about. So Rodriguez Hernandez right now, he's only now just 3 seconds in arrears of our leader. Now he knows. Matthew takes a look around. He knows the pressure is coming up onto the shoulder. The left shoulder will be where he makes that pass. And just like that, the Mexican athlete overtakes the USA. And Rodriguez now is in the lead of the race. And Marquardt, there is no response at all. There was no hello, goodbye, no nothing. It's all business by the Mexican. And look at the pace that he's got going. The chin is down. The shoulders are pointed forward. The hips are at the target. The knees are driving toward the finish line. And the foot speed is something that we have never witnessed in Ironman triathlon before. This speed is insane.
Insane, and on such a hot day as well, with the humidity up. I mean, it's not affecting him whatsoever. He is moving, this guy. I think if he runs sub 2:30, that'll be unprecedented in a marathon off the bike. And to do it here in the Woodlands with the temperature, what it is, nothing short of impressive. So Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez, just incredible. And, we're seeing just some magic running here. Just beautiful run form. You see his shoulders are relaxed. You see the leg speed. You see the turnover and the stride length. He has it all, and there's a reason why he's in the lead of today's race.
Sure is, and he's really smoking it out there. We didn't see him much on the bike ride at all, not even on the swim, because he was tucked back there, with the rest of them out there, and, just letting Marquardt and Callan do all the work up there in the early parts of the race today. But now he's left it to the run now. Can he sustain this pace for the last part? We know that Matthew Hansen ran a 2:34.40 on this course. That was the best marathon ever run in Texas, 2:34.40. Today, can Rodriguez go under that time? And today, can he break that 2 hour and 30 magical barrier? It's sort of like going back and seeing, the first men, break
Under
the 8-hour barrier,
yeah.
or the women break the 9-hour barrier when, Paul and Newbie Fraser. And then it was, seeing the women break the 8-hour 30 marker. And now they're bringing it down again, almost at the 8-hour mark there. So when you're looking at this, we are looking at history possibly in the making at Ironman Triathlon. Okay, we got a great crowd down there at the moment. This guy is absolutely on fire. He hails from Mexico, as Marquardt now is really feeling the pressure, looking over the shoulder. Come on, Matthew. Keep your head down. Keep your head in the game. Don't worry about what's behind you. Protect those points. Protect those seconds and get yourself to the finish line. It might be worth it come December.
Yeah, you can see Marquardt, his knee lift is not as high as it was earlier, so he's definitely fatiguing, as you would imagine at this stage in the race. But I don't like to see him looking back. He has Robert Callan only 2:19 from the lead, so probably only 2 minutes back from Matthew Marquardt at this point. So definitely a race on our hands for this second and third position. And even Patrick Langer now 4:52 back. You know, Patrick Langer still has a little real estate to possibly get on that podium, but a lot of movement left in this top. Oh, wait, Clement Mignon now moving. Actually, Patrick Langer has passed Clement Mignon. So now Patrick Langer has moved into fourth.
On the move.
And Clement Mignon moved to fifth. And Patrick Langer, yeah, as you say, on the move.
The race is really taking shape here in the Woodlands. We've got a championship race. We got champions at the front. We got champions by the world, and that is Patrick Langer, the two-time world champion. We've got a guy from Mexico that has never won an Ironman race before. We don't even barely know his name at the top of the race here, but he is leading our race right now. He is getting after it. Fastest marathon ever run in Ironman history. 2 hours, 30 minutes and 31 seconds. Patrick Langer in Ironman Israel. So we know that was in 2022. And now, is it going to come down to a Mexican athlete here, a Mexican triathlete on the pro side that breaks that record of 2:30:31 set in 2022? Well, we can tell you that he's getting after it. He is not going to hold back. You can see that he's right up onto the toes. It has slowed down just a little bit, but he's given it a great effort. I tell you what, Marinda, I haven't seen him down on too much from the aid stations either, so I don't know where he's getting his energy from here. But
he does have still a lot of bounce in his stride.
Yes,
like there's
does.
still a lot of energy in his stride, so that tells me that he's good to go. He's not going to slow down much. Obviously, there will be a slight slowing down, but he is holding it together really nicely. Some of our partners are going to take a break. Just stay with us. We are with race leader Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez from Mexico, and this young man is flying through this run course. Just unbelievable, the pace he's running. And as well, she said, can he break the magical 2:30 barrier for the marathon? The fastest ever marathon off the bike was from Patrick Langer, who's also in this race, currently sitting in fourth place. And that was in Israel back in 2022. So Patrick Langer, the best runner in our sport, might be eclipsed by this young man, Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez from Mexico, who is in control of this race right now and still looking really great the latter stages of this Ironman. They see him taking on a little bit more nutrition, making sure he's topping up his energy stores. But, yeah, he doesn't look bothered at all by the heat. He doesn't look at all bothered by the humidity. He's just rolling along.
Well, he raced in Oceanside where he was 45th place, and then he won Campeche Ironman 70.3 in March in the first place there. As we look at Fenella Langridge really losing a little bit of, a few inches on her stride, since she started the race, a little bit ago. You can see that it's not as fast right now. The lead is coming down. A lot of films is just about to maybe assume the lead, but it might be a three-way tussle here. Fenella Langridge, Lotta Vilms, and Kat Matthews are all within 1 minute of each other. Could it go from third place to first place? Will it be second into first or second into staying second here? And it might be Fenella Langridge going from first place into third place. So lots happening right now. Don't forget about Hannah Berry. She's right in the mix as well at 2:46 down. So this race is really heating up. And yes, Penny Slater at 3:39. We've got five women all within... 5 women within 3 minutes and 40 seconds of the lead here in this race. Now, this is a great effort, Marinda. We must go back and revisit the crash that this young man had. Robert Callan from Sweden had a nasty crash on the bike ride today when his foot slipped down to the pedal there, came off, but he did get back onto the bike after a little bit on the ground. He got back onto the bike and powered his way home in second place. Now, he is hanging tough in third place. place. And if he's tough enough, he might be able to go into second place because Marquardt is just ahead. And now it is Rodriguez Hernandez who is in the early part or in the lead at this late stage of the race. Ironman Cozumel, he was 8th place in 23, and then Los Cabos, he was 18th place. But the other win that he had was in Ironman 70.3 Cozumel back there in 2023. So he's got 2 70.3 victories under his belt. There is Rodriguez. So
Thomas
Langridge.
Rodriguez Hernandez lives in Leon, Mexico, which is at altitude. He trains at around 1,800 meters, about 5,900 feet. So similar to that of Boulder.
A little bit higher. Yeah.
Little bit higher than Boulder, but that's where he trains in Mexico. So using that altitude and that hard training in Mexico in the heat as well to combine and put together this phenomenal performance.
Well, look at this consistent turnover. We call it the Ironman Shuffle, and she is just putting one foot in front of the next. This is Lotta Wilms, one of the early leaders in the swim today, one of the early leaders onto the bike today. She was off the bike there with Fenella Langridge, and now, by the look of it, it is going to become number 2, become number 1. They changed on the bike today many, many times, over 20 times the lead changed on the bike today, and there it goes, onto the run for the very first time. Lotta Wilms, she was over 1 minute after the first lap. Now she brings the deficit down under the minute on this second lap, but now you can see that she is in the lead in this second lap of the run course here, and Lotta Wilms finds herself in first place with Kat Matthews honing in.
Kat Matthews is lurking there down 50 seconds plus, but I think that will be much closer, and then we might see, in the next sort of kilometre or two that lead come down and another lead change. But Lotta Wilms just slow and steady, and I don't want to. It's not slow and steady because it's just strong and steady wins the race sometimes. But Fenella Langridge went out hot, and we saw that through transition. She was so quick through transition, used a lot of energy going through transition, and then was out hot at the start of the run, and now she's really starting to fade. But Lotta Wilms definitely running really well now, and just being strong, consistent, and being super efficient with her run style, which is what you want in an Ironman.
Yeah, I mean, she looks very relaxed, and she's very, diligent about the way that she shakes out those arms and just, stays relaxed and very calm and collected here. Marinda, what happens, to Fenella Langridge right now? She's going through one of those, black spots, one of those dark spots that we call it, out there in the marathon. What does she has to do? Is it pump all the food and nutrition and calories back into the body? Is it that she gets, some Coca-Cola or something like that at an aid station or a Red Bull, out there and gets back into it? I mean, what does she have to do to put herself back into the energy phase? Because it just looked like that she was low on energy, right?
It does look like she's low on energy, and that could be for, a number of reasons, either not enough calories or too many calories. Sometimes in these hot conditions, it's really hard to get the electrolyte and calorie balance right. If you're taking on too many calories, it just creates a carbohydrate-rich environment in your stomach, and it just doesn't have enough H2O to help those carbohydrates get across your stomach wall. So what you need is to make sure you're taking in enough water, enough electrolytes, so that environment in your stomach is not too calorie heavy, because bonking when you've eaten too much just feels awful. Like, it's the same as bonking by not eating enough, but it's worse because you have just basically a gut bomb. You just feel like
maybe a little bit of hypernatremia setting in.
It could be as well. So you just need to, at that point, I would slowly take on a couple of Cokes or water to settle my stomach, or if you're low on calories, Coke, Red Bull.
What about some mortal hydration optimized results coming here on the run? This is Lotta Wilms at a 3:48 per kilometre right there a moment ago. That was on the downside of things. That was very, very fast going through there. Remember, Kat Matthews was sitting on that kilometre an hour pace as well. She settled back into the 4 minutes there. So we can tell you that the mortal hydration optimized results on the run here for Lotta Wilms, running through that last average kilometre at 3:48. Very, very quick.
That's super quick. Yeah, a lot of Wilms, a taller athlete in stature, doesn't look to be running super quick, but she is moving. Like, that is a very fast pace, and we might have just caught her in maybe a fast section, a tailwind or something. But
now this is fast running. When we go back and look at Rodriguez here, we can see that you can see on the top right of the screen there the male dot. He's almost at the end of the race right there. He's inside of the last lap onto the run course right now. He's up onto the toes. The athlete that hails from Leon, Mexico, trains at altitude. Will his lungs be filled with oxygen today? You know they are. Is his body full of energy? You know it is. And the pace that he's setting right now may be the fastest marathon in Ironman history. We'd have to go back and look at the books, but the books say Patrick Langer, 2 hours, 30 minutes and 31 seconds in Ironman Israel in 2022 was the fastest Ironman ever set on the marathon portion. Now today, this young man, the 25-year-old from Mexico at high altitude, he's got a chance to create history. And what will his overall time be? I mean, this overall time is looking magnificent as well.
yeah, absolutely. He doesn't have too much left to go. I mean, he's at 29 kilometers, so 12K to go at 6:50. That's probably going to take him, what, 35 minutes?
Yeah.
It's going to be around a 7:25,
He's
27.
Yeah, he's got it, man. He's just really rocking and rolling right now. You can see that, you know, this guy is just really getting after it. And he's not, he's not easing up one bit. You know what? This is calculated. Like, if he's going to get to the front of the race now and knows that he's leading, he wants to press until the very end, because that is going to zap the amount of points that second, third, fourth, and fifth, and all the way down to 30th place are going to get. All right, 25 years of age, hails from Leon, Mexico, and he is in the lead of our race here today, the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas. It is part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series right now, and we are looking at a new guy on the block, hails from Leon, Mexico, trains at high altitude, and he's bringing it today. He's really taken it to the two-time Ironman world champion. He's already taken it to the early bike leader, Matthew Marquardt. Does he have the goods to get the job done today? Well, as you can see, he's getting it done. This is from Mexico, Rodriguez. He's not slowing down, not one little bit.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Here we are with the men's leader here at the Woodlands, Texas, at the Ironman North America Championship race. We have Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez, and he's giving a thumbs up to everyone as he goes, and still maintaining that unbelievable pace that he's setting the course on fire here. He just passed Matthew Marquardt a few moments ago for the lead. Marquardt was leading basically from the start of the bike. He had that lead all the way through the run until Rodriguez took that lead. Robert Callan is now sitting at around 3:28 back. Patrick Langer now sort of surging forward. He's around 4:49 back. So that third place looking like it's in his sights. Marquardt's hanging tough. He had a moment where he had to walk. He stopped. It looked like maybe he was struggling with some cramps or GI distress. We're not exactly sure what was going on, but back on course and running fairly well right now.
Running well is Marquardt and Rodriguez. Callan's still hanging in there. Langer's coming, and Clement Mignon is just running a very consistent race at this point of time. Fastest ever times here in Texas go back to 2018 when Matt Hansen ran a 2:34.40 and ended up with a 7:39.25. But then we got Mel Halschult. She ran an 8:31.04 back in 2018, which seems to be the fastest race out here. But the fastest run in the women's race has been Kat Matthews at a 2:49. So the Mortal Hydration. Optimized results on the run. Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez. He is running at about 4:15 at that time, but that was one of his slower kilometers there. We can tell you that he has been running sub 4-minute kilometers all the way here, but you can tell that he is now moving not as fast as he was about 10 minutes ago. So he is definitely slowed down a little bit, but I don't think that's going to be an issue unless he comes to a full-blown walk and a full-blown bonk today. But he has been very, very impressive so far. If he can hang on and bring it all the way down to the line, we're still going to keep an eye on that race record time and also the fastest Ironman in history being 2:30.31, held by Patrick Langer from Germany.
Absolutely, and we have the leader here on screen, and yeah, as we saw, he is definitely running a lot faster on average, but that little time split was just for a portion of the run that they took, so probably a slower segment that he had to run through, but definitely I can tell you he's running a lot faster than 4:15 per kilometer, well in the threes.
And they had a lot of running at 3:48, so
yeah.
might have had those around the wrong way.
They might have had those around the wrong way, yeah, I think.
Anyway, that's okay. Break it down for us, Rennie. I mean, he's got a really nice style, but I do see a lot of stress, through the traps up around the back of his neck there. He's got very stiff running style there. The legs are just absolutely beautiful. There's nothing to pick apart there. Absolutely incredible running right now. I love the arm carriage and everything. Maybe I was a little bit tough on the traps up there. He's just got it going, but I tell you what, it's not easy to get off the bike and run as fluently as this after swimming 2.4 miles, after riding 112 miles, and you get off into a marathon and run as classy as this. This is an all-time, just a brilliant performance thus far. Let's see if he can get the job done here in the Woodlands, and it'll be one for the ages, that's for sure, for a 25-year-old and a 26-year-old in Matthew Marquardt. What's going on? Magnus Ditlev is 26 years old. Sam Long is just over that, and I tell you what, the rest of them, Yuri Kulin from the Netherlands, they're all in their mid-20s right now, and they're really racing it hard these days in the mid-distance and also in the long distance, and just getting it done at this distance too, at the Ironman long distance. So here we go with Rodriguez. Look at the pace that he's carrying, overtaking the age groupers, but he has slowed just a little bit over the last mile or so, but it's still impressive.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. And as you said, yeah, the 20-year-old athletes are really just lighting up Ironman. It used to be that, the 30-year-olds, the late 30-year-olds were best at Ironman, sort of a strong man's game, but no more. The 20, 21, 22, 26-year-old athletes are coming in and just resetting all the boundaries of our sport. So as we know, anything is possible in Ironman, and here's yet another young athlete, 26 years old, just lighting up this run course. Let's see if he can break Matt Hansen's run time, and more than that, see if he can break the overall course record.
Yeah, 2:30.31 there for Patrick Langer in Israel a couple of years ago in 2022. So we look at Rodriguez now just ploughing his way through the field here and getting himself closer to that finish line every minute of the day here. We can see that right now on the dot, right up there underneath the male time, 7:05.23 is almost, getting toward the halfway point of that last lap on the run. Then he'll bring it home all the way into to the Woodlands today, and it's going to be a deafening sound, and you know it, the Mexican fans and all the global fans of Ironman will be down there in open arms to welcome a new champion if he can get the job done today. This is Thomas Hernandez. He is out there having a record-setting day for himself. He's got 270.3 Ironman victories under his belt. No such Ironman victory just yet. Today could be the day, and getting it done right now. We can see the beautiful lake here in the Woodlands where we set off at 6:25 in the morning. Well, that was the opening discipline. We're closing in on the end of the race.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill. And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
And welcome back. We are in the Woodlands, Texas, and we are with our race leader Lotta Williams. Sorry. I've been here for too long. She is just strong and steady. She has been all day. She was trading leads all day with Fenella Langridge. She just took the lead from Fenella. They did start the run together. They came into transition together, transition 2. And then Fenella built up a little bit of the lead, and then she started to slow. So Lotta Wilms come through and now in first place. But we do have Kat Matthews lurking. She's around 30 seconds behind. I had word from the course that Kat is having to sort of walk through the aid stations to stretch out her calf a little bit, but it seems to be holding together. At last split, it was 35 seconds, but she seems to be running really well, apart from those, aid stations where she's taking the time to walk and, get on the fluids, keep the body temperature down and stretch that calf a little bit. But here she is here, Kat Matthews on screen right now. She has slowed a little bit, but she still looks very good. I don't see much of a limp.
Yeah, she slowed a lot more than what we saw her before. She was smiling, and now you can see the flushed face there, and you can just see that it has slowed down a lot. She might be in a little bit of pain. You can see that the head is off to the side as well. She's running the same pace as our race leader at this point in time. And here comes the men's leader. This is Thomas Hernandez Rodriguez, and he's going through on his last lap. Kat Matthews is looping around in the middle of her second lap at this point in time. So Kat Matthews just getting the job done, just got one foot in front of the other right now and just making sure that she keeps her head right in the game. Like I said, she's running along at the same pace as Lotta Wilms at the moment, but she now will get to see this young man from Mexico come through, and she'll probably just say to herself, my goodness, who are you and where did you come from?
Yes, and Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez, we checked him out. He finished 8th place last year in Cozumel. That was his first Ironman. Ran a 2:38, very fast running for Cozumel because it's obviously very hot there. But he's going, I hazard a guess, a little bit quicker on the run here today. But Kat Matthews just passed by the men's leader here. Kat Matthews still believe in second place to Lotta Wilms. And we are tracking here on the run course. Not many miles left to run for this young man to claim his first Ironman title and clinch those 5,000 points for the Ironman Pro Series, more importantly.
Yeah, more importantly is the point right now, because you want to build up as much lead as you can, and force the others to race all the way to the finish line, like Matthew Marquardt and maybe Robert Callan and Patrick Langer. Patrick is still coming. He's only 4 minutes and 26 seconds down now. Robert Callan is still running along pretty nicely. He's 4:17, so he's got Patrick Langer right behind him. So it looks like Patrick's going to hit the podium positions here very, very soon. And then Matthew Marquardt, he's still running all right. He's running out of real estate, but he's at 2 minutes and 39 seconds down from our leader. However, he's a couple of minutes ahead of Patrick Langer, so that's closing in on the finish line with around about 6 miles to go. So things are going to get very, very tight as it comes into the closing miles of the run here today. This is our race leader right now, and that is just overtaking our race leader on the women's. There you go. We got first place man and first place women. There's Lotta Vilm, so you know that Kat Matthews
is right back there.
Is very close. She's not at 35 now. She's probably at about 20 down.
Yeah, maybe 15. Yeah, she
15.
looks like she was just, lurking behind. I think we're going to see a lead change momentarily, but Kat Matthews coming up on Lotta Vilms. Some of our partners are going to take a break, but stay with us.
Come on, Mama. And just seeing our race leader here going through the aid station, and also Lotta Vilms. It'll be interesting to get a glimpse of where Kat Matthews is at the moment. We've got those bikers on the course there. They are number 1, number 2, and there is Kat Matthews. She is inside of 15 seconds behind Lotta Vilms right now. So the race is on for the lead for Kat Matthews, the defending champion. She's been battling injury over the last 1 month with a very sore calf and soleus area tear. Micro tears there, and she's been working on it diligently over the last month to get this prepared for this race without, having the regular amount of mileage in the run. So, having to do alternate type of training there, Marinda. You've been down that road. You've done that before. We know that the Alter G is a good way to do that. We know that water running is another way to do that. So,
spending a little more time on the bike too, most likely, which will help for her today. But
you could see that at the end of the ride today, couldn't you?
Yeah, she looked great at the end of the ride there.
Oh, yeah.
She really just back-ended that ride in comparison to all the other women. But Kat Matthews, around 8 weeks ago, tore that calf, and it's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster for her. I had an exchange about 6 weeks out from this race, and she was like, I fluctuate between extremely optimistic and doomsday. and I just said, it's a long time, keep a level head, and here she is today, and I've received word that she's walking a couple of the aid stations to make sure she's keeping that calf, babying the calf, really just stretching it out. But look at her.
But a calf is a baby.
It is
baby cow.
That's true. It is a baby cow. So it's important to baby your calves. But she also, remember, had a 5-minute penalty that she had to serve on the bike.
Amazing.
So she's come back from a calf injury, a 5-minute penalty on the bike, and she's just about to take the lead in this and successfully defend her title here in Texas. Obviously, still a bit of racing left to go for Kat Matthews, but just a gritty racer. And you said it earlier, like if you want to pick on someone, probably don't pick on Kat because she's too tough.
Yeah, she's pretty tough. And look at this, the toughness coming out of our leader right now. He's back up into that incredible position, up onto his toes again. Marinda, about a mile ago, we saw him not so peppy, but he's got back in there again. He's probably went through just a little bit of a rough patch there. As you can say, he probably slowed down to 3 minutes and 50 seconds a kilometre for a little bit.
Yeah, but gave himself a little bit of an easy K, maybe.
Look at this. He looks great. I mean, he's just shaking out those hands. That's a good sign of confidence when he can just shake out the hands and just shaking everything off to making sure that he's just running the best possible way that he can. Lovely looking biomechanics on this young guy. This is very, very impressive. And why don't we go down and have a chat with Carissa? She's standing by down there at the moment. Carissa, we have 2 incredible races happening. We got young Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez just taking the bull by the horns and possibly setting a world record today on the marathon. On the other side of things, we got Kat Matthews with a 5-minute penalty. She's now about to take the lead on the women's race. My goodness, we are in for a treat this afternoon, and you're right there in the thick of the action.
That's right. I have made it over to the magic carpet where we are not only going to crown our North American champion, but it is going to be the first time we're giving out 5,000 points for the Ironman Pro Series, and the crowd is already here. Hey, crowd! You guys on the road here, they're watching you guys. They think you're doing a fantastic job, by the way. But the finish line here is a little bit unique because the athletes are going to go down and have to make a pretty tight U-turn before they make their way back up here on the magic carpet. So I'm glad for Tomas it's not going to be a sprint finish as we've had before, because I wouldn't want to make that tight turn and then have to fire up those hamstrings again.
Yeah. Well, we've seen that. I think remember with the Ben Hoffman a couple of years back, and I think it was Magnus Ditlev. He cramped up. And Ben Hoffman was able to sprint away at the finish. But Carissa, any other thoughts on the women's race as well?
Well, I mean, what you guys have been saying is the crowd is totally enamored by the story of Kat Matthews. You know, I think our hearts broke when she got that penalty. She is a fan favorite here, and the community is excited to see a back-to-back champion, and she said it all week long. You don't just get to come in and say, because I won last year, I'm guaranteed to win. Ironman breaks you down. Ironman challenges you, and she has risen again and again over injury and penalty. And if she breaks this tape here, it's going to be a really magical moment for her. And the crowd here, speaking of the crowd, we do have Team Mexico in the house, if you can see behind me. So Tomas is going to be welcomed in with great energy. And you guys, it is about the pros, but it's also about the age groupers who are going to be here on this magic carpet until 12:22 tonight. The bell behind me for the first timers, we're going to hear that ringing. And that's really the why, the heart of Ironman here, the true anything is possible, the cancer warriors, the first timers, the people who said, I could never, and they're about to. So we've got amazing stories from the pro side, amazing stories with the age groupers, and we're so excited to be able to tell them here at a Hermann Memorial Ironman Texas.
Oh, you're amazing. Thank you very much for all of your insight. And Carissa, just before we let you go, you mentioned the crowd. The spectators are absolutely fantastic. They make it, but the age groupers are all out there. You know, it's their day as well. They're, trying to qualify for a world championship in Nice for women and also in Kona for men. And there's, lots of spots up for grabs. So we can't wait to see all that action happening into the finish line. And, I just wanted to say one last thing is that, it may be bittersweet for Kat Matthews, sweet in the sense that, if she goes back-to-back champion after the bitter moment was 18 months ago when she went through a horrific crash. It was almost an ending of a career-ending, injury where she was struck by a car and she was in a neck brace for, almost 6 months and then comes back to do this type of performance. So look, she's got a lap and a half to go on the run, but if she can get the job done today, she truly will be the heart of the Woodlands, don't you think?
I mean, I have goosebumps right now just hearing you tell that story. And that's what Ironman brings out of people. It's that will and the want to keep getting better, to come back from things that people say you can't come back from this. We have one of our announcers, our family members, Robson from Finland Racing. He had a traumatic brain injury. They told him he'd never ride again. He'd never be able to do this. And he's out here doing it. So it's people like Kat that show us everyday athletes, our weekend warriors, that you know what? It's okay for me to have big dreams, for me to have things go wrong, and to keep dreaming those big dreams. So if she can hold on here, it's going to be an amazing moment for so many people to be able to feel like we know her story. We've watched her story, and then we share this successful moment with her.
Dreaming big dreams. Thank you very much, Carissa. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on, and good luck with calling, over 25 athletes home tonight. I know that you'll have fun. I know that you'll keep everyone engaged, and you just keep up the good work.
2,500 athletes. You said 25.
25?
25
I
athletes.
thought I said 2,500.
You forgot the 100.
Did I?
But yes,
okay.
Carissa has got a lot of work to do for the rest of today, calling all of those athletes in, bringing in, obviously the front of the pack, but also all the amateurs. And as she mentioned, everyone has a story, and Ironman brings out those stories, and I mean, it's incredible. That finish line is always such a wonderful place, and well done to Carissa, always bringing the energy.
How could you not have a story being an Ironman athlete? And Penny Slater just absolutely rocking through the field right now. She's overtaken Fenella Langridge at this point of time as well. And Patrick Langer moves up a couple of spots. Yeah, he's up into second place right now. So Patrick Langer's on the move. Penny Slater's on the move. We've had a lot of change in the run course here today. The bike was fairly stagnant as far as like what was happening out there. Not a lot of changes in the top 10 positions, however, but on the run, things have had a decent shake-up in the Woodlands. Penny Slater now into the podium positions on the run. Can she get after Lotte Wilms right now and secure the second place on the podium? She already has third, so the Australian is on the run. So is Patrick Langer. He's trying to protect his 2:30.31 world record in the marathon. Will that be able to stay, or will the new guy? Yeah, that would be Hernandez Rodriguez, and he's getting after it as well. Well, it's heating up. Not only is it warm on the ground, but the race is coming to an end.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
The action continues in the Woodlands, and this young man here is just about to create history. Another 25-year-old going into the books. It's young to be an Ironman champion. He's getting after the marathon course record as well. Matty Hansen holds that at 2:34, but the world record is around 2:30.31, held by Patrick Langer in Israel in 2022. He's way out in front right now, but Patrick Langer is trying to bite into the lead. He's 3:23 down on our leader. Mark now is falling down into third place at 5:12, and he's done a great job to hang in there. Remember, the points, every second matters today. Clement Mignon, he's been so consistent. He's always been about 5:30, 5:40 off the lead, and he still is there. There is Robert Callan after a little mishap on the bike today, sitting in fifth place. What a courageous race he's had.
Yeah, absolutely. And Robert Callan just hanging tough there in fifth place. He was sort of sitting in second for a long time there, but Rodriguez broke that party up with him and Matthew Marquardt. And it looks like Marquardt really slowing now in the last 4 kilometers. Patrick Langer took 2 minutes out of Matthew Marquardt. So we're hopeful that Matthew is, still trucking along there, still moving. But yeah, definitely losing big chunks of time now. Around 7K to go for these men, about 4 miles, so 4.5 miles. So yeah, still a bit of running to go, but they are coming to the very end. We just hope that Marquardt and Callan can hold on, because they did so much work on the bike. Leading out of the swim, Matthew Marquardt and leading for basically all of the bike ride, with Callan joining him for a portion. And then leading so long in the run to have it snatched away. But that is triathlon. It's swim, bike, and run.
Yeah, it really is, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Matthew later on if he's, still on the podium there. Chris will, get caught up with our athletes at the finish line there. But in our women's race right now, Kat Matthews leading a lot of films, Penny Slater, Hannah Berry, Fenella Langridge slipping into fifth now. Alice Albert still running along there at about 6:25 down. But I tell you what, it's been a great race today by Hannah Berry as well, and by the look of it, she's still hanging in there about a minute behind Penny Slater at this point in time. So we know that Kiwis, Australians are right up there, but it's UK, Netherlands, Australia, New Zealand, UK, and the USA in the top 6 positions in our female pro leaderboard right here at the Ironman Pro Series in the Woodlands, Texas. And here we go. A lot of films just shaking it out another time there. Just got those arms down, just shaking them. And that was a long time to be shaking those arms. I think that Lotta's, feeling the pinch a little bit as well. And she's got 3 or 4 laps to go here. So
yes,
still a long way. At just over halfway into the marathon they go in our women's race there. But our leader on the men's here is honing in on the finish line. He's at 7 hours and 26 minutes on the race clock right now. Can he bring it home in race record time? Can he bring it home in world record time for the marathon?
One last lap of Hippie Hollow.
Hippie Hollow, here we come.
Hippie Hollow, they have those big bins there, banging those bins. This is very late in the marathon, so not too far left to go for Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez for his first Ironman win. Hit a bongo, go on. Ben, yes. Ben Hoffman hit that bongo back in 22, I believe, and then went on to a sprint finish with Magnus Ditlev and won. So it's good luck to hit the Hippie Hollow bongo.
You can't not go through there and hit the bongo, right? Because they'll probably give you a little boost. Anyway, so yeah, it's fun to see these guys just going through their paces and still staying with it and, being there with the crowd as well, because they want a little bit of participation at that same time too. So congrats to Rodriguez for keeping his hat on and making sure that he's got his wits about him, as we see that a little bit of under construction right here on the race course. We can see the athletes just going through. He's going up one side, he'll be coming back the other and into the finish line in the next 15 minutes or so. Having a great race out there today, the young Mexican athlete.
Yeah, just making it look effortless. We know it is far from or anything but effortless, but Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez just, making this look, so easy. And Patrick Langer in second place, 2:54 down. Now Patrick is starting to make a little more inroads on Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez. So Thomas slowing down a little bit. Patrick Langer starting to, come a little bit closer to that first place. But I think he might run out of real estate in the end here. But still a very amazing race on our hands, especially on the women's side. We will be right back on the other side of this break.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The Ironman Pro Series continues here with this new upstart. He is a rookie here at Ironman Texas. He's only done one Ironman race before in Ironman Cozumel in 2023, where he finished 8th place and ran a 2:38.14 on the marathon. We're seeing him destroy the field in the marathon here again today. However, Patrick Langer, the two-time Ironman world champion, is on the move. He's only 2:54 down on this guy here. That was Rodriguez Hernandez. And now we have on our women's side of things, Kat Matthews still leading the race here at this point in time and looking very good. Kat's been, over the last 1 month, protecting a very injured calf muscle and soleus tear there. And now, by the look of it, she may have enough space there to get through and get it done today. And look at this. Here he is running lights out as he normally does. He's right up on the toes there. Patrick Langer is getting after Rodriguez right now. The lead is only 2 hours and 54 minutes. Let's take a look at the VinFast performance analysis on the run here. Running at a steady 3:52 kilometre pace. That is just under 5 minutes there. And he is expected to come to the next time split at 7 hours, 34 minutes and 5 seconds on the clock there at the 23.5 mile marker. That was Patrick Langer. Back to our women's leader right now, Rinny. She looks great.
Yeah, Kat Matthews really looks great. She looks smooth, and as we said earlier, she's taking care of herself. She's making sure she's slowing down through the aid stations, keeping that core temperature down. You can see her hat kind of sitting high on her head there. That's because she's filled that up with ice and keeping that head cool. You can cool your body really well by putting ice in your head and also holding it in your hand. So they're two really good places to place ice to help keep that core body temperature down when it is, 85, 89 degrees, 75% humidity. Heat is such a big factor, and it's so important to keep that body temperature in check. But Kat, making it look pretty good actually, pretty easy. And obviously we've talked a lot about that question mark over her calf, and I think she's putting that at bay. It seems to be holding itself together right now, and she's striding out nicely.
So happy to see, Kat just moving forward in a very steady progression right now. Instead of coming into the race, we were talking about a cloud hanging over the injury, ridden Kat Matthews over the last 1 and a bit months, and seeing if she was going to be able to have the distance in those legs to get it done and not re-injure herself or, make it worse than it already is. So Kat Matthews doing a great job. She's 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of a lot of films right now. Penny Slater closing in on films at 2:51. And I tell you what, the men's race is heating up here. And it looks like Patrick Langer now is losing a little bit of time to Rodriguez Hernandez. It now looks like it's going out the other way. It was inside at 3 minutes a moment ago. Now it's at 3:23. Marquardt is there at 5:12. Clement Mignon still at 5:42. And Callan slipping back there in 5th position at 6:30. But look at this. I'm starting to see a little bit of a hip drop on Patrick Langer right here there, Marinda, and I'd looking like that he's got a little bit of a limp happening in there, so maybe a touch of injury happening for Patrick Langer as well, but he's only 2:54 down, so he's come back inside of that the time of Rodriguez Hernandez again, so Langer taking out a bit of time.
Yeah, Langer, he does look like he's dropping his hip a little bit there, but he is moving on course a little bit faster than Rodriguez right now. So Langer running a little faster on course, but again, Rodriguez is at 39.7 kilometers, 24.6 miles. He can smell the finish line. There's no way anyone's going to take that finish away from him. And to see this young man in only his second Ironman, we believe his first one was Ironman Cozumel. He finished 8th last year, ran a 2:38. There was no swim in Cozumel last year because they had to cancel the swim. But I guess this is really his first full Ironman, first experience at racing swim, bike, and run, and it's a good one.
Yeah, not many people can go in and say that they won their first Ironman on that try. So congratulations to him. Let's see if he can get it done there. I wish he'd pull that race number up, though. It's supposed to be on the front there. So as he makes his way toward the finish line right now, the pace has been a good one. He set it early, getting off that bike. And boy, did he get straight into the job, didn't he? He got it done quickly. And we couldn't believe it, when you get an alert to say that somebody's on a 2:23 a 2:25 pace. You know, what goes straight to your mind is like, what on earth is he thinking? How can he sustain this? And is it, you know, something that he can take the whole way? Well, I think he's done a pretty good job of managing his nutrition. We did see that he's had a couple. I've seen him have 2 sections there where he slowed down significantly. This is one of them, and the other one was around about 5 miles ago.
Yeah.
So I think that he's managed it, you know, fairly well. And Marinda, you said it. And you said that a young athlete, so like Marquardt, and you know, recovering from maybe something that was cramping or a mental issue or you know something like that, and this young kid here, 25 years of age, they can just shake those things off.
Yeah.
And they're sort of a little bit, I wouldn't say ignorant, but they just don't know with the inexperience like what their body's capable of doing, and they're just getting after it, which is just running free.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these are the first couple of Ironman. I mean, he's under no illusion. He did do the full bike and the run in Cozumel, and so he knows what it feels like to run off the bike. I mean, that's the biggest. But to do the whole swim, the whole bike, and then to run this well and hold it together this well for the whole marathon, just phenomenal. And to be running, you know, similar speed to Patrick Lange. I mean, obviously we've talked about his prowess and his dominance on the run, but Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez showing that, hey, I can run pretty fast too.
Looking like inside the last 2 miles, going to be a little bit difficult for Thomas here. You can see that he's significantly slowed down. It's still a very fast pace. However, there you look at Patrick Lange coming into 2 minutes and 26 seconds down now. Clement Mignon at 5:45, just losing 3 seconds over the last mile. So Patrick Lange is at 2:54 down. So this is
2:26.
2:26. I'm sorry, 2:26. I was reading the wrong one there. So we got another 30 seconds out. Patrick Lange is on the move, and we saw just a moment ago a slowing from our race leader right now. So Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez has pressure all of a sudden, and if it's going to be from anybody that you don't want it from, it's the 2-time world champion and the guy that holds the fastest Ironman split in history in the marathon. So look at this. It is Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez, the inexperienced against the experience.
And we talk about the Ironman Pro Series. Patrick Lange did not have a great day in Oceanside a few weeks ago, but he did finish, and he got 1,615 points. And so with his result today, and we'll see, obviously, it'll depend on how many seconds behind he finishes as to how many points he will get, but he will go into the lead of the series after this race.
Yeah, major bonk happening right now with our leader. There is Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez. He's been reduced to a walk now. This is what we were talking about right there before, water going over the back. So it looks like, you know, maybe...
he's so close.
He's so close.
He's
but
so close.
Yeah.
He's within a mile. He's within a mile of the finish right now. So he, you know... It's surprising to see him take a little bit of a walk, but he must be really struggling. I mean, at that point in the race, you're just like, let's just get it over with. I can stop momentarily.
Anyway, so he's doing a great job of it, but he's definitely feeling the pinch there. He's going to see Patrick Lange on the other side. They're coming the other way here momentarily because that's the U-turn. They'll get a good look at each other. Look at Patrick Lange. He's now coming again. He is pressing at 7 hours and 37 minutes onto the race clock. You know that this race is going to come down to the wire. 16th in the series overall with 15 points. His best race so far in the points series was the only race at Oceanside of the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3. This is only the second race in the Ironman Pro Series, the first, however, of the Ironman distance. Patrick Lange is on the move. Will he run out of real estate? Only time will tell with this one, but the Flying German has it all at his feet right now. Can he keep it together? Can he keep the pace going? And can he catch up to the early leader here in Rodriguez Hernandez? This is getting exciting, and now Hernandez is back up onto the toes and running a little bit better than what he was just a moment ago.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking a little bit better now. He just took a moment to reset back at that aid station. And sometimes you do need to just reset. You feel like everything's getting a little bit too much. Take a minute, take a couple of steps, take a sip of water, and then get right back to business, and that's what he's done. He's now just making sure his uniform looks nice, straightening out the arms.
And that age group athlete there that ran past him in the aid station, I think it's good for our leader here because he can just hone into the back of the pace of what's being set over there. Meanwhile, back in the women's race, Kat Matthews continuing to forge ahead in the women's race, coming up to her last lap. So the penultimate lap has been a good one for Kat Matthews. She got the lead. She extended it, but Lotte Wilms right there. She's only 14 seconds down again.
Oh,
so
wow.
Penny Slater is now in the fray, but Lotte Wilms is not giving up. She is running very, very well, and Kat Matthews is now in the lead here.
Kat Matthews, that's right. She's in the lead, and she just crossed that next timing mat. That was the last timing mat, Lotte Wilms. So we expect to see that blown out from that 14 seconds, but we will get that next split momentarily here from Lotte Wilms. And then we have Penny Slater sitting in third, Hannah Berry in fourth, Fenella Langridge slipping down to fifth, and Alice Alberts kind of lurking. She might be able to sneak a fifth place here as well.
Yeah, Alice, if she can get past Fenella there. You got Patrick Langer. He's made the U-turn coming back in toward the finish line as well at 2:26. So this one's pretty much as good as gone, I would imagine. I would say that Rodriguez Hernandez is going to take it. There is Langer. He's 1:52 down. So 1:52, another 30 seconds there, Marinda. He's taken out of our race leader, but he's losing a little bit of ground here as far as kilometres to go and distance to go to the finish line, because we know that we are honing in on that finish line right here. It looks like Rodriguez Hernandez is going to have enough distance to get the job done today, but like we said, it was going to come down to a nail biter, and it has.
And here's a little bit of trivia for you. Looking back, we can't seem to find a Mexican Ironman winner. So this is the first, as far as we know. Let us know if we're missing one. Ironman Mexican winner, and the fastest Mexican Ironman time is 8:04:08. So he's obliterated the fastest ever Ironman time for a Mexican, and he'll be the first Mexican to ever win an Ironman.
Yes, he will be, and getting across that finish line is going to be the biggest question that we're all asking, and that is he going to have the split to get it done for the fastest marathon in history out there today? Well, it's coming down to this, and if he celebrates too long in the chute, he may lose out on that.
Seconds.
But
Yep.
yeah, he's only got a few more seconds to get it done. Look at this.
Do you just celebrate? Is he like, is this the right way? Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Keep going. I don't know what he was saying there. He seemed to...
All right, let's
Oh,
get
the
it done
flag.
here.
I think he was looking for a
This is
flag.
the day for Mexico for sure. The first of the Ironman victories, but the first Ironman victory of the year in the Ironman Pro Series goes to Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez from Mexico, winning the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series. 5,000 points goes in the way of Thomas today as he gets the job done. Patrick Langer just falling a little bit short on the clock today. The Wahoo Element rival says 2:34:14. He takes Matt Hansen's race record away from you on the marathon today. What an incredible race, and he just missed out on cracking that. Wow.
Yeah.
2:30.
That was incredible. I mean, he went out hot. I mean, I think maybe next time he'll pace a little bit more evenly, but wow, he just went for it, and he had enough to hold on.
Yeah, it's a great race today. Let's just go back through and look at that. It was a 49:03 on the swim, a 4:14:54, and finish it off with a 2:34:14 total time out there today. It was an incredible getting across the line today in the great time of 7 hours. And we'll get that to you, the unofficial time, 7:42:38. So Thomas Hernandez. Let's just listen in. All right, there he is, Thomas Hernandez, Rodriguez Hernandez, and we're waiting now for Patrick Langer. And look at Thomas, just absolutely shot. Here he comes, the two-time Ironman world champion, Patrick Langer, falling a little short today to this man, Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez. But Langer across the line in second. He will take second place at the North American Championship today.
and only 1:37 behind, more importantly. So that is 97 seconds. So he's going to take home 4,900 and what? My brain doesn't work. Yeah. So that's a great score for Patrick Lange. He'll go into the lead. Obviously, only 2 races so far in the series, but he'll go into an early lead. Obviously, a lot of racing left the rest of this year, but as close to perfect as you could get from Patrick Lange. It took a 2:34 marathon split from Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez to beat Patrick Lange, but Patrick Lange, 38 years young, and still laying down super fast run splits.
2:35.15 for Patrick Lange, getting the job done today, falling about a minute shy of our race winner. There's Matthew Marquardt. He's had a gallant race today. What a formidable effort from this young man, the 25-year-old med student, and he's had all sorts of things go his way and all sorts of things not go his way today. He's had a couple of times where he's had to face adversity and just put his head back into the game, but Marquardt is going to get the job done today, possibly in 4th spot. Mignon, by the moment, he is sitting in 3rd spot on the last place on the podium there, but I tell you what, Marquardt has been nothing short of just amazing today.
Yeah, just a gutsy performance, and as we mentioned, he's a younger athlete, has a bright future, and he's going to take what he learnt from today's race and apply that in future races. Maybe a little bit too hot on the bike, but yeah, I mean, regardless, it's another Ironman ticked off on his schedule, and another very successful Ironman, and lessons learned for the future.
Getting the job done out on the course right now is Kat Matthews, going into her final lap of the run today. She's at 7 hours and 40 minutes into the race course with 8 miles to run there. We can see that our first 2 males have come across the line in the Ironman Pro Series, but we are on the Hoka Fly Human Fly run course right now. There is the AG1 area there, and they are thinking about that finish line. That is Clement Mignon as he looks over to his left. Yep, that's it. That's the finish line, Clement. He's had a great, consistent day today. It's not what he wanted to start out the year, but this is going to be a great result by the young man from Nice, France. He lives in Nice. He trains on the course for the World Championship, comes in with a lot of experience, and today he can just, put it down to consistency, Marinda. I think that he's just been, superb in that respect. He had a good, solid swim. He had a good, solid bike. He made inroads on the last part of the bike, and he got the job done on the run. So I do think that his last part of the bike today into the headwind was where he is definitely going to make his, push toward the podium.
Oh, I know. I think he'll be really happy with this performance. Put together a solid day in all 3. Nothing flashy at all, but solid swim, bike, and run, and that earned him a 3rd place finish here in Texas. And yeah, I think he'll be happy with that performance.
Yeah, I really do think that he'll be happy. Unfortunately, his girlfriend, Marjolaine Joly, was not able to, join us this week. A little bit of an injury or so. But, yeah, they trained together back there in Nice, France. So, Marjolaine, if you are watching, good luck and bon chance with your preparation going into your next races as well. But as far as Clement goes, he's going to take that Troisième, 3rd position right here in the Woodlands in Texas as he makes his way toward the finish line, giving the crowd what they want. Some high fives out there. All the kids are lining up, getting the swag today. Carissa's handing it out down at the finish line.
Someone
and
needs to tell him that every second matters.
Yes,
Come
there
on,
you
Clement
go.
Mignon.
Yes.
He's jogging it in. I think he's enjoying that finish line.
I think he forgot about that.
Maybe he forgot about that for the moment.
Or he just can't get it
done. Maybe there's
like
nothing
that.
left.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway, Clement Mignon from Nice, France. He does come in now. 3rd position on the podium here at the Ironman Pro Series. This is the first of the Ironman distance races, and your podium is set right now. Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez, Mexico 1. Patrick Lange, Germany 2. And in the 3rd position, Clement Mignon from France. Rounds it out inside of 6 minutes. 3 athletes cross the line.
And this is Matthew Marquardt coming in 4th position. He is sprinting across. He knows every second matters. Great to see Matthew Marquardt finish. He just looked questionable through the middle part. and he looks a little emotional there at the finish line. He led for the majority of this race and just started to struggle in the latter part of the marathon. And, you know, we were concerned that he wouldn't finish, but he toughed it out. And as we mentioned, I think he'll take a lot of lessons from this race. 4th place, nothing to be ashamed of. A solid performance, a score on the board for the Ironman Pro Series. And, yeah, just a solid performance for this young, talented American.
Well, dare I say, a race for the ages today, bookended by 2 young men there. We've got a young 25-year-old in first, 25-year-old in 4th, and bookended there. I was like saying that the 2 middle guys there, Clement Mignon and the 39-year-old Patrick Langer, just coming across the finish line there in 2nd and 3rd. So you got the 7 hours and 50 minutes onto the clock right now as Kat Matthew just walks through the aid station here, making sure that she gets everything in. She's got plenty in the tank there. She's got a decent lead. She's getting the ice into the hat there, and away she goes once again. So just making sure that she does her due diligence by picking up everything that she possibly can. Core temperature, heat management is one of the things that has to be right at the top of the agenda today. And there is Mark, her husband, on the side there, just giving her a little bit of encouragement. Come on, Kat, you get the job done. Just 1 foot in front of the other, and please don't injure your calf.
Let's let that be the one and only injury of the season. Yeah, she still looks great, and I think she's just making sure to keep the body temperature down. I think she's in control at this point of the race. She seems like she's running along nicely in her comfort zone, as much as a comfort zone as you can be in the back half of the marathon off an Ironman. But Kat Matthews looking super strong here, and yeah, looking forward to watching her in the last remaining miles.
Yep, just over 7 miles to go in our women's race right here in the Woodlands as we see our first 4 gentlemen across the line. The women's race coming to a finish here inside of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
The Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, is brought to you by High Price, Made to Move, and by Qatar Airways, going places together. And we're back with the women's leader, Kat Matthews. She is running her way to another victory here in the Woodlands. She is defending champion, and at this point, looks like successfully defending her championship from last year. And we had Lotta Wilms in 2nd place. Penny Slater from Australia looking great. She's in 3rd, only 3:17 down. So that 2nd place position definitely in jeopardy. Penny Slater sort of stalking now and having just a phenomenal race. So well done to Penny Slater. Awesome to see an Aussie up there, of course. Myself and Welshie come from Australia, so we're always cheering on our fellow countrymen. Still on camera here, we have Kat Matthews just getting the job done. And as we said, we've seen her walk through a lot of aid stations. We've mentioned time and time again here, she is coming off a little bit of a calf tear that she sustained back in Miami in March, about 8 weeks ago. She had to, lay off running for 4 or 5 weeks, and the last 3 weeks has said, she's been able to run without any pain, but she's definitely being sure to, walk the aid stations, keep the core body temperature down, making sure she's taking care of that calf to get through this marathon. She also had a 5-minute penalty, drafting penalty that she was given on the bike course, so she had to serve that penalty out on the bike. So has had to overcome a few things to get to the position she's in right now. But if there's one thing we know about Kat is that she's just such a gritty, tough athlete, and she will push it all the way to the line, and we love to see her race. So, and a lot of people out in Texas we're hearing as well, big fans of Kat. Everybody knows her story, coming back from that life-threatening crash. She had a bad crash about 18 months ago. Here in the Woodlands, she was training for Ironman Kona and was hit by a car, took her out of Kona. She was one of the favorites, actually, for that race.
Man, 22.
22, and just about 10 days before the race, just riding along, and a car just pulled out and T-boned her, and she spent a lot of time in hospital, a lot of time rehabbing, but was able to come back and race in Texas last year, and she was able to win and now defending that title. So a crowd favorite, a favorite for the pros as well. Everyone loves to see Kat do well. So great to see her out there. And we have in 4th place as well, Hannah Berry, 6:24 down. She is moving along nicely as well from New Zealand.
Yeah, great to see, great to see Kat, firstly going through her paces, obviously, 18 months after the, that really bad accident. But, to face what she's gone through over the last, couple of months as well with the injury, I can only imagine, what her mental capabilities are, and her ability is to, I think, block things out and to, just take it on the nose and say, hey, listen, it is what it is, and I got to get the job done. I got to prepare for this race, and I've just got to be tough on the day and make good decisions. Now, if my leg is not going to cooperate and if it's not going to be healthy for the rest of the year, then I'm going to have to do something about it. But by the look of it, Kat has done great today. She's got, good training under her belt. She got some good work done on her leg, and it looks like she's going to get the job done today. But God knows, goodness knows what she has gone through over the last 18 months or so. Very, very tough competitor to get back into the race, racing circuit and do what she does. It's just been nothing short of amazing. And like you say, she's as tough as nails, when it comes to, just blocking those things out. So great effort on Kat's behalf today, and it's not over by a long shot. So we got about 2.5 minutes there. We got a lot of films, and also Penny Slater, and Penny's closing the door on Lotta as well. And Hannah Berry, she's back out there in 4th place. It looks like the podium may be set, but it's a long day. There's plenty of space to run in this race right now, and so Hannah Berry losing a little bit of time over the last split. So I would almost imagine that, our podium is going to be very, very hard to beat at this point.
Absolutely. I think with, a 3-minute deficit from Penny to Hannah Berry, that's a lot of time to make up, but you never say never. We have Alice Alberts now moving into 5th place. She's around 8:50 from Kat Matthews, but hanging in there, racing another very solid race. Alice, as we mentioned, won 2 Ironman events last year, Ironman Lake Placid and Ironman Maryland. Relatively new to triathlon. I believe she only started racing a couple of years ago, but a big year last year with a couple of Ironman wins, and now today in this field to finish 5th, another solid performance from Alice Alberts.
Yeah, Alice has, come onto the scene lately over the last couple of years. 2 great races last year, having a solid and consistent race today. And right now, Kat Matthews, she's an incredible racer. She started off the year this year not in the way that she really wanted to. She had a DNF and then, with this calf injury, but she's been battling it at the end of last year. She was first place in Ironman 70.3 Bahrain. Didn't finish Kona, as we know that was devastating for her. She was second in the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and she was, also first in Ironman Texas here last year, third in Ironman 70.3 Oceanside in 23, and that was a year ago. So it's been a up and down year, but a lot of good results for her, at the same time. And then back in 22, the winner of 70.3 Lanzarote and 70.3 Swansea, and that was right before, things went wrong right here in the Woodlands. So Kat Matthews just coming to the fore here. You can see catching up to a lot of the other pro men and also some of the age groupers out on the run course right now, just finishing off their first lap, where Kat is now.
She's trying to squeeze through. Make way, boys. Make way. The pro woman leader
excuse me, gentlemen, coming through.
Yes, excuse me. And again, we see her just walking through the aid stations, and she has, a bit of time up her sleeve. She can afford to do that, making sure she's taking care of herself. Around 10K to go, 6 miles, a little over 6 miles to go for Kat Matthews. So coming to the business end, or just the end of this marathon and this Ironman, a long day of racing, but a long day of tough racing, and that's what Kat signed up for, and that's what she got. So good to see her taking care of herself and getting straight back to business. She looks great.
Yeah, love that she got back into this stride. We've talked a lot about the injury that she's been carrying, but, by the look of it today, she's really done her homework and got her body into the right position that it needed to be in to sustain a race like this of its distance, of its magnitude. There's a lot that goes into this, the stress and the pressure of, going in, being the defending champion, the pressure of having an injury and trying to get over it, and then the belief that you need to have, going into a race of this magnitude, being the first of the Ironman Pro Series, Ironman distance races, and now Kat's going to go right to the very top of the, points standings, depending on where Fenella finishes today, but she's going to go right up to the very top there with the rest of them. So, at this early stage here in the Pro Series, this is going to be good news for Kat Matthews, and she'll have a little bit of an opportunity to reset after this. All right, some of our partners heading off to a break, but stay with us. As Kat Matthews is now just inside of the 10-kilometre marker to go, Rennie, what has she got to do to get it done? And it looks like for the last few kilometres or so, she's had that hat tilted down. She doesn't want to see the road in front of her. She just wants to concentrate on the pavement. Look at the ghost line there, the white line on the side of the road, and just put foot over foot.
Yeah, one step
in front of the other.
The other, actually. Yep. She needs to just keep doing what she's been doing. You saw just before that last aid station, she passed her husband, Mark Matthews, and you saw him kind of just do the slow, take it easy. You're good. You're in control. Let's just get this one done. Obviously, you want to finish as far in front of your competitors as possible, but she's going to get max 5,000 points if she can win this race. So to get that score on the board, the most you can get for an Ironman obviously is 5,000. So yeah, really great to, and also just win, defend your title, win the race. It's been a rocky 2 months for Kat coming off that injury. Emotionally, it's a bit of a roller coaster, trying to figure out, am I racing, am I not racing? I think she only decided 2 weeks ago that she was going to line up. So yeah, here we go, 6 miles to go. We're just passing the 20-mile marker, so around 10K, a little under 10K. Oh, and look at that, we have Penny Slater now moved up into second place. Penny Slater's coached by our friend Jack Kelly. The podcast, The Triathlon Hour. You guys, I'm sure, are familiar with Jack Kelly. He's a character. We love the guy, but he started coaching Penny back in January, so been coaching her for a few months now, and he mentioned that she was a little sick coming into this race and was kind of touch and go as to whether she would actually race or not, but I'm sure she is very glad that she turned up, and so is Jack. So awesome to see Penny Slater up there, lot of Wilms. Still sitting, only 20 seconds-ish behind Penny Slater, so that pass must have only just happened before that last time map. And Oh, and we are looking
I love
at
the clock here. You can see this is live action in the point scoring right now. Thanks to our crack team here in the graphics department supplying all the live action here. We've got 3 every time a second ticks by. Every second matters here today. We're down at 3,690 right now. Come on, guys. Get yourself across the line here. These points matter.
The points are just ticking away. It's kind of harsh how quickly, every second does matter. And that little ticker up there just shows as each pro male crosses, whatever points are up on the board is how many points they will gain for this race. So
yeah, it's around about an hour and 22 minutes where it clicks down. Yeah, clicks down to nothing, and so you got to keep your head in the game. And as we see Kat Matthews, if she does get across that finish line, those important seconds will start ticking away and just out of the grasp of those fingertips there. So you've got to keep the pressure on all the way to stay right up to things, right up to speed with the bonus points that are on offer today, because at the end of the year $200,000 is going to be paid out to our female champion, to our male champion, and money will be paid down to the top 50 athletes. That's it. Ironman have gone well and deep into the 1.7 million prize purse bonus pool at the end of the year, and 50th place. They're going to be getting paid $5,000. So it's great to earn a living right now.
Yeah, it definitely pays to set your season up around this Ironman Pro Series, and $5,000. To get that back in the day, you would have had to win a 70.3 race. So it's nice to have these bonus points, bonus cash coming into the pockets of pro athletes that maybe, the 50th ranked in the world probably has another job to support their triathlon, lifestyle, their triathlon hobby, their triathlon profession, because, when you're ranked around, 40th, 50th in the world, the sponsorship dollars are a few and far between. So that just really goes a long way in helping these athletes stay in the sport and be able to continue racing at the top level, and, helps with coaching fees, with equipment and so forth. So awesome that Ironman pulling together the Ironman Pro Series and supporting the professionals. And I think we're in for a really great year of racing to the line.
Yeah, we are. We're around about 200 seconds that separate Penny Slater and Kat Matthews right now. So that would equal out to be about 200 points. So 4,800 points would go to Penny Slater at this point in time. So that's not too bad. A lot of films is hanging in there. She knows the gist. She's got to keep it going to the finish line as well. But for Kat Matthews, press the pace. Keep it up until that finish line. But don't overdo it on that calf muscle, so that she knows what's happening as well. So great little point scoring system happening at the moment. But look on the right hand top screen there, you can see that our men's ticker is still coming down. Now it's heading down to that 3,500 points. So our top 10 men, our top 20 men, they've got to keep pressing all the way to the line.
And we must make mention that in addition to that 1.7 million, which is the prize pool bonus, each race has prize money. So there'll be prize money at every race, and then series prize money. And so overall, including the Pro Series races and all the Ironman events, Ironman are giving away around $6 million to professional athletes. So that's not, nothing to be laughed at. That's a solid amount of money going into the pockets of professional athletes from, the Pro Series, from prize money, and obviously championship races as well. So, yeah.
On my way home tonight, I'm going to drop into every antique store that I can see and try and find if I can find a time machine. And if I can find a time machine, I'm going to set myself in there.
Can I come with you?
You're the first. You're on my speed dial. So I will speed dial you, and we will put ourselves in the time machine, because it is a great time to be a professional triathlete right now. Like you said, with that, we're almost 6 million up on, total prize money as well. So looking at this, Kat Matthews is off to a great solid start in this race at the Ironman distance. Let's see if she can close in and get the job done today. She will take that important 5,000 points. And at the moment, like we were talking about, Penny Slater, 3 minutes. That is 180 seconds. 17. That's 197 seconds for Penny Slater in arrears right now. So that would end up being around about 4,203 points for her at this point in time. So press until the finish line. Get it done. Get across that line, and then you can celebrate.
Absolutely. Yeah, every second matters, and Kat Matthews is making every second matter as she enjoys as much as she can the rest of this run course. She is probably definitely inside 10K to go now for Kat Matthews, and she'll be ready to celebrate at the end of this one. I tell you what, really great to see her defend her title here in Texas. People love her down here. Crowd support is awesome for Kat Matthews and all the other athletes as well. But she's a familiar face here in the Woodlands, and people know who she is. They know her story, and they are cheering her all the way to the finish line.
Yep, certainly will. And I just wanted to mention Matt Hansen just got across the line, and he's in 7th place. We've got 12 across the line in our men's race right now. So the points are ticking down. We're down to about 3,360. Matt Hansen finished off with a 240 today. So we've had a couple of really good, races on the run course here today. We've got 2 in the sub 240s. We've now got a 240 with Matt Hansen, and now we've got Kat Matthews on screen here doing a great job of it in our women's race. So there is Kat Matthews getting the job done.
Yeah, Kat Matthews definitely getting the job done, and we're going to go down to Carissa with
Thanks,
second place
guys.
finish.
We are here live in the Hyper Ice Lounge. I have runner-up with me, Patrick Lange, the people's champ. The people here in Texas love you. Talk us through your race today.
Yeah, I love the people in Texas. It's a great place for me. It's a place where I took my first Ironman victory in my first Ironman race in 2016. So I really loved to come back here, and it's actually my first time racing back since 2016. I had a rough day, to be honest. So I'm really happy with the outcome. Second place is more than I could ask for, so I'm pretty happy with the result. I think out of this day I extracted the most. Had an okay swim, but I was struggling kind of on the bike. It was really, really windy. And for me as a lighter athlete, it's kind of hard to just push the big watts and get the head down on a flat course like that. But during the run I felt okay. Could wake up some time, and I had my lows, I had my highs. So yeah, I'm really happy with the result.
You proved to us all once again that there's no amount of time that you can be down on the bike where we don't have to be afraid of you. What kind of mindset did you take into that run? How did you motivate yourself to make up that significant gap?
Yes, I'm used to it. That's my joker I have to play, and so I think it's also cool for the spectators, for the fans out there. They know when I'm in the race, the race is over at the finish line, and I think I have the foot power to run myself up into a great position again. And at the end, it's the total time that counts. And so yeah, that's my tactics, and I'm happy that it almost worked out today.
Well, congratulations. Always great to see you. You keep that Ironman best marathon time from Israel, and you are climbing up there in the standings. So our second place finisher, Patrick Lange. We are going to round out our podium here with the Frenchman, Clement Mignon. How you doing out there? I know the wind was a factor. Talk us through your race.
Yes, it was very, very tough day today. I have done very bad swimming, so my start was not very good today. And I exited the water around 30th place at 3 minutes, so almost 4 minutes, so it's very bad for me. And after, it was a long day alone on the bike, and after also on the run. But it was a good work for the future, so I'm very happy to take the third place. I was 5th at the beginning of the last loop, so yes, very happy about that to be on the podium. So it's good. It's a good day.
Well, you've done very well in places like Nice that are hilly courses, and you come here and there's not a hill in sight. What was that like for you differently? Did it change anything for you?
Yes. I like hilly course, but I like also flat and fast course, but maybe it was very flat here. Maybe like Kona is better because it's rolling. Rolling course is the best for me. So it was a good work also for the future today. And yes, it was not my best bike course, but yes, it was a good work.
Well, this sets you up nicely for the Ironman Pro standings, getting a good set of points today. What's your goal as we go through the rest of the season, thinking about your races and also the Ironman Pro Series?
Yeah, I think the next will be maybe Sable d'Olonne 70.3 in France, because it was my first 70.3 as a professional in 2020. And after, for sure, I will be in Frankfurt, because it was also my first Ironman, and I love this place. So I'm looking forward, and for sure now Kona, it's my big goal for this year.
Well, good. Well, you did great in Nice last year. We're excited to have you in Kona this year. Congratulations being on the podium today, representing France, Clement Mignon, your third place finisher here at Ironman Texas.
All right, thank you very much, Carissa, for those interviews. We don't have our number one placed athlete at the moment, but let's take a look at the Pro Series standings. After 2 races, we got our male leaderboard here. We see that Patrick Langer has now consumed, and he's got 6,519 points there. So Patrick Langer, after a couple of races there, Marinda has gone into first place, 6,519 points. He had some, 1,615 from Oceanside, and now he's collecting the 5,000 here in the Woodlands and moving into first.
And Matt Hansen moving into second place there as well. So Matt Hansen racing Oceanside and here today and moving into second place in the overall standings.
Third place on the on screen right now in our women's race, Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands, sitting at around about 3.5 minutes down on our leader, and Penny Slater is just ahead there. So we can tell you that a women's race on the podium for second and third is rather tight at this point in time. Kat Matthews seems to have, gone out a little bit with a 3:17 lead, but nothing is for certain with Lotte and also Penny.
Absolutely not. Only seconds separate them, but obviously these splits are from the last time checker. I can't see Penny up ahead, but we're on a bit of a winding section, and Penny did pass Lotte Wilms a little bit ago. So Penny, by all indications, is moving away from Lotte Wilms, but still a very close race here for second and third. Hannah Berry seems to be going backwards. Alice Albert's pretty secure in fifth. Then Fenella Langridge also moving down, slipping down to sixth place now, 11 minutes 19. Maya Sage Nelson in seventh, and Danielle Lewis now up to eighth. We'll be right back after this break.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1 is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
We're back in the Woodlands, Texas, with Kat Matthews, and she is making it look pretty great here. Kat Matthews hasn't really changed much in the last 10 miles. She looks about the same as what she did about 10 miles ago, shaking the arms out and looking really good. As we've mentioned, she's taking care of herself through the aid stations, but again, I think she has this one on cruise control a little bit. 3 minutes ahead of Penny Slater. Lotte Wilms back at 3:30, but again, we're hoping to get another split at what?
Yeah, 22.5 miles will be the next point. We get a check on our athletes there, which will represent 3.5, or actually about 3.7 miles to go after that. But Kat Matthews seems to be in full control now, as we've speculated throughout the day about the injury that she's been bringing into Ironman Texas. But she's gotten away with it today. Let's see if she can get through the next 3.5 miles unscathed. She's had a perfect race here today, apart from the one little mishap where she got, into the drafting zone of the athlete in front of them, and then she had to spend 5 minutes in the penalty tent where she had to assess that penalty. Once she was back on the bike, no panic, she got straight back into her rhythm again, and on the way back into town, Rennie, she was the fastest woman out there today. So there she goes through 22.2 miles onto the course at 8 hours and 12 minutes and 56 seconds into the race here today. She got 20 minutes to get across the finish line, faster than what she set last year at an 8:32. So there's Penny Slater getting the job done from Australia, sitting in second position there. Lotta Vilms is in third position, so that was the last time split on the right-hand side. So Penny getting it done is like, on your left, I'm coming through. I'm from Australia. I normally run on the other side of the road.
What's going on? Which side do I go on? Penny...
just a bopping kangaroo here in Texas, y'all, and I'm getting the job done.
This is a big result from Penny Slater. It's great to see an Aussie back up in the mix. We haven't seen many Aussies since Sarah Crowley really racing well over the Ironman distance. Obviously, the 70.3 distance, we have Ash Gentle, we have Ellie Salthouse, we have a lot of middle distance specialists, but we haven't seen many Aussies really doing great over the Ironman distance. So awesome to see Penny Slater taking the reins and holding up the flag for Aussie. Here today in Texas.
Yeah, hot on the, announcement of, Sarah Crowley hanging up the shoes and retiring just a few months back, and enough's enough. And Sarah had a magnificent career, a third place at the Ironman World Championship. She was been a multiple Ironman champion of Ironman Cairns and all over the place. And it's been absolutely amazing. And we are standing by for our interview with our leader. So we will cross to that as soon as we get signs that will be coming. So we'll stay with live action until we see that. But Kat Matthews right now making sure that she's going through the A station, core management, and just heat management right now, and core temperature management. So Kat Matthews under complete control there, as we can see the age group is trying to do the same thing as they're on the move, going through this beautiful area in the Woodlands. Let's go down to Carissa.
We are back in the Hyper Ice Lounge with our champion. First full Ironman win for Tomas Rodriguez Hernandez. Tomas, can you talk us through, and it's okay if it's in English and in Spanish, your swim, your bike, and then that amazing run today?
Yeah, I don't have any expectation. I want to win, and the swim is very, very, very easy, yeah, but I like swimming sweet water. And the bike, I want to survive. And the run, I ran the first 2 laps so fast, and the last lap, I want to survive.
We talk a lot about Ironman Texas, that the heat, but you run very, very well in heat. So did you feel like that was an advantage for you?
It's not much heat. I recently raced in Campeche, Mexico. I ran on 40 degrees centigrade, and this is very comfortable for me. Yeah.
Being here in Texas, did you feel a lot of love from the Latinos, the Latinas, a lot of support out there?
Yeah, racing in Texas is like racing in Mexico. So much Latino, so much Mexican, and yeah, this is second home.
We had our eye on Patrick Langer's marathon best for Ironman, 2:30:31. Is there more in you for a faster marathon at maybe a different Ironman?
Yeah, I want to run more faster.
What do you think? What do you think you could run?
Like 2:28.
All right, that's pretty good. Now, you've got points on the board. You're obviously points on the board for Oceanside, 5,000 points here in the Ironman Pro Series. Is that your goal, to be our Pro Series champion this year?
Yeah, I want to win the Pro Series. Yeah. I have a very bad race in Oceanside, and this is, it's incredible race for me. Yeah.
What do you think about your fellow competitors? You're racing against a two-time Ironman world champion, guys out there that have a long, long history of success. What was your mindset today going into the race?
My mindset is it's a long day and enjoy the pain and fuck your tired body. Yeah, this is my mantra.
For anybody out there, for all of our athletes listening maybe in Latin America, in Spanish, what would you like to say to your fans about this race today?
Viva Mexico.
All right, there we go. Viva Mexico, our champion right there. We're going to get to our podium soon, but back over to you guys in the studio. Let's hear it for Tomas once again, guys.
All right, Carissa, say felicitaciones to our champ down there today. I love that. That was so raw. You know, it was just so fun to hear that Tomas is just like, he's no filter, right?
No filter,
And,
but the 228, that caught my ear. What do you think you can run? 228.
228, no problem.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I can do that next week.
Yeah.
Anyway, so anyway, he's got a goal of 228. He wants to run faster, and I don't doubt it that he's going to do it. He's so talented, and what a way to go out and just say, I want to win this series. So, hey, Lionel, look out. Hey, Braden Curry, look out. Hey, Joe Skipper, look out. Hey, Patrick Langer, look out. But anyway, Patrick Langer's gone to the top of the series right now. He's sitting at 65.19. Some of our partners heading off to a break, so stay with us, and we'll talk to you about that on the way back.
And we are seeing images of Kat Matthews taking a little bit of a walk. That's her husband, Mark Matthews there. It seems like, oh, and there's Jocelyn McCauley pulled out of the race. She's on the side and cheering Kat Matthews on. Jocelyn McCauley's always such a great cheerleader to all the other athletes. At every race, they're passing her. She's in the race, or in this case, it looks like she's pulled out of the race. But Kat Matthews taking a bit of a walk. I think that calf is bothering her, but I think she's also just managing. She knows how much time she has up her sleeve, and she's going to just make sure she can get to that finish line in one piece. There's still a lot of running to go, though. It's not like, she's just around the corner. She's still probably like 5 or 6K to go, I would guess. I mean, she passed that 22-mile marker, well, I guess probably 4 or 5 minutes ago, so maybe 5K left to go for her. But
probably got to go into an injury prevention mode as well there, Rennie. I think that, at this point, you don't want to be hurting yourself as it can be hurt. Now, if she goes out there and hurts this calf, there's going to be a long recovery on the backside of that. However, she's this close to the finish line right now. She has a decision to make. She's the only one that can make that decision. She's the only one that knows exactly what's happening. Is it straining in the calf? Is it pulling in the calf? And does she have enough, energy and in the tank to get across that finish line? She wants that 5,000 points. She wants to win this series bad, but now we've got a decision to make.
It's a long year, Welshie.
It's a long year.
And yeah, as you said, you've got to be consistent throughout the year. If Kat can get a score on the board, at this point, I think she just has to gut it out and finish because she's gone this far. And to get a score on the board, she can go and take a couple of months off. And she might need more than that because it's been 2 months since her last race, and she basically took that long to get to this point. So she might need to take a little bit more time, but she can back end her season and race a fair amount later. She just needs to make sure once she gets through this race, she just gets on that calf, and I know she will, and she has been, but she needs to make sure it's bulletproof for the later part of the season when the championship races come around. And it's a long year. You got to stay healthy, you got to stay injury-free, and you got to stay consistent. And Kat Matthews right now, I'm hopeful that she's just in damage control and she's just kind of looking after herself, making sure she can get to that finish line. But Penny Slater on screen right now, just looking solid, just looking really strong, and has been all day, just sort of making her way through the ranks, not doing anything crazy, solid bike ride, but now just holding it together really nicely on the run and making inroads on Kat Matthews.
Yeah, Kat's just, like you said, in damage control. And I think, I agree with you the whole way there, Rennie, in that, she just has to manage that. And, even if she just, keeps slowing down, look, 3 minutes is 180 points, 6 minutes, 360 points. It's not that much when you look at the grand scheme of things at the end of the year. If she's in this position right now, and if she is really hurting, you know, she's the only one that can make that decision on what to do right now. So, you know, Kat's got some, you know, things to make up in her mind and what's going on here. So we'll just have to wait and see.
About 4K to go for Kat. She's just crossed that next time split, 37.8 kilometers, 23.5 miles. So 4K to go. I mean, she's going to hold it together. She's going to get to that finish line. It'll just be a matter of hopefully she hasn't done too much more damage to that calf, because, you know, she doesn't, you want to take another couple of months sitting on the sideline, but, you know, having a score on the board is going to be great for her. Getting this race, defending this title, that's going to go a long way for her. But I think her and her team will sort of go home and just make sure they can figure out, you know, that injury, do whatever they can to make sure it doesn't happen again, or make it bulletproof, really. That's going to be the goal for the rest of the year. So when we come to the championship races and the business end, I like to say, of the year, she is bulletproof.
Penny at last time check was 2:53. My guess is she's going to be well inside of that time next time check there. So she's, you know, really coming into the really danger area of this for Kat Matthews, you know, for the victory, obviously. But for Kat, it's about, you know, getting across that finish line right now. We know the quality of racer that Kat is at this particular, you know, point of time here, but she's definitely nursing an injury and just trying to make it to the line. So Penny Slater, 2:53 at last time check. She's coming up on that time check here in just a few. There she goes across the lines there. So in a couple of seconds, we'll be able to tell you exactly what the deficit is from Penny Slater. And it's 2:35. Yeah, so there we go. We've got another 15, 18 seconds. So another 18 seconds falls in the way of the Australian. So Kat Matthews hanging on to it there, Marinda.
Yeah, I'm just looking back through some of Penny Slater's results. For anyone who's unfamiliar with Penny, she's raced a couple of times. She raced down in Australia. She raced in Tassie earlier this year and got 4th at the 70.3, and then Geelong in March and got 7th. But last year, she placed 3rd in Ironman Cairns and also 3rd in Ironman South Africa and 3rd in Tassie 70.3 down in Australia. So some solid results. Also 13th at the Hawaii Ironman World Championships last year. So some solid results last year too, and coming into this year in great form, and clearly one to keep watching as this series unfolds.
The crowd is building around the finish line here, getting ready for our female pro leaders to come on into that line momentarily. Don't go away. The finish for our women coming up next.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
We are back in the Woodlands, Texas, with your female race leader, Kat Matthews, and she's gone into a little bit of damage control with her calf. We saw her walk a few aid stations, and again, we're seeing her walk a little. So she does have a little bit of time up her sleeve, 2:30, and we probably only has 3K. Yeah, her calf is hurting. So she's just trying to get to that finish line at this point, and not do any further damage, I would think. And we have Penny Slater just looking pretty great actually in second place, trucking along there, 2:35 back, and that lead's going to be coming down close. But again, there's only probably 3K to go for Kat, and she knows this course well, so she'll know that, okay, I'm almost there. I know how much time I have, but Penny Slater's getting a little sniff, I think. She looks like she's moving a little faster now, and realizing that, hey, maybe the win is, is something within grasp. And that really can lift an athlete. And, when you only have 3K to go, you really can lift your spirits.
Yes, well, as the women's pro division in the Ironman distance here does come to a close, this is just happening a moment ago. There we have in third place Clément Mignon from France, and then in Germany's Patrick Lange, the two-time Ironman world champion in second, and the champion this year, Mexico's first ever Ironman champion. There he is.
Patrick Lange got that one in early.
Hey, Thomas, welcome to the club. He says, hey, I'll take some of that athletic brewing. I can do with that. Anyway, well, what a great way to start, his career at Ironman. Only his second start in an Ironman distance race. Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez, your champion, 7:42.38, and it was Patrick Lange that closed in just a minute and a half behind, 7:44.14 and a 7:48.37 for the fast-flying Frenchman, Clément Mignon. Okay, back to the lead we go. We're finishing out our women's race here. We're going to get our first winner there, and that maybe Kat Matthews, it may be Penny Slater at this time. Penny Slater is closing in. It's a little bit closer than 2:35 at last split. It came down about, 25 seconds or so, and now it looks like Kat just in, management here of, I would say, damage control like you've been saying, and just making sure that she doesn't make something worse than it possibly already is. So, Kat Matthews honing in on the finish line down here at the Woodlands. This is our Ironman Pro Series debut at the Ironman distance, the second race of the 20-race series coming up in 2024, all culminating in a big finish. The climax will be in New Zealand this year, Lake Taupo, in the middle of the North Island on the December 14 and 15. We will celebrate our champions. $200,000 goes to our women's winner and $200,000 to our men's winner today, and almost $6 million in enhanced prize money and bonus pool money in 2024.
Now we're back with third place, Lotte Wilms. She was leading for the swim with Lauren Brandon, then hopped onto the bike, swapped leads pretty much all day with Fenella Langridge. Lauren Brandon was in there too, and Hannah Berry. Sorry. And Lotte Wilms just putting together a solid performance in all three. Just strong and steady in the run and holding on to that third position nicely. I don't think the podium is in any danger. Hannah Berry down in fourth place, 7:51 behind, and Alice Alberts down at 10 minutes back. But Lotte Wilms just looking great still. She looks the same as what she did in the first 10K. So just trucking along there and coming into the close of this marathon.
Maybe she should start in Chattanooga, in the Chattanooga Choo-Choo there. She's got that locomotive type of running style there. It's just, what we call the Ironman shuffle, and just getting one foot in front of the other. Really hasn't slowed down a whole heck of a lot. She was really smart on the bike ride today. Whenever she felt that the pace was not on, she would go to the front there, Marinda, and do the pace setting and take it over for Fenella Langridge, who was, doing the brunt of the work in the early part. But now as we see closing in on the finish line, Kat Matthews has it all in front of her. But this young lady here from Australia is really gaining some valuable seconds here. Remember, we're talking about every second matters. Every second is a point. And today, Penny Slater is really, really doing a good job of limiting the amount of seconds that she has been losing over the last 10 kilometres or so. It was then where it was Kat Matthews that did go into the lead over after taking Lotte Wilms. And then Penny Slater, she overtook, Lotte Wilms as well. So now we got those three women fighting it out for the top three places on the podium. But we're only just moments away from seeing the finish line for our women right here in the Woodlands.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
This is an epic, action-packed, adventure-filled story of Athletic Brewing's revolutionary non-alcoholic beer and the founders behind it.
I'm Bill.
And I'm John.
You see, this is no ordinary non-alcoholic beer. These are great-tasting brews that are fit for all times. And they all started with a crazy idea.
Why can't there just be an amazing non-alcoholic beer that wouldn't affect me the next day?
And one that actually tasted great?
Oh, wow. That's a great idea.
And there you have it. Just two totally delusional people.
$5,000 points up for grabs today in our female pro race here at the Ironman Pro Series in the Woodlands, Texas, as we take on our first Ironman distance race of the season here, of the series. And we can tell you that it is Kat Matthews from the United Kingdom who's leading the race. She is the defending champion. She went 8 hours and 32 minutes in the race last year. We're already outside of that race time here today. It's been a difficult run for a lot of our athletes in our women's pro category today. The heat was on at the early part of the race today. With the wind on the bike, we had a fierce headwind on the way out on the bike course. 2 laps out there. On the way back, they had a tailwind. Once they turned around, that vicious headwind got into their heads again. And then on the way back, a nice little respite and a fast race all the way into the transition. However, if you look at that dot up the very top there, next to the female sign, you can see that the dot has almost erased all of the white out there today, which means that we're just kilometres away from the finish line. The 5,000 points still sit up there on the left. On the right-hand side, however, we've now ducked underneath 1,500. We know that every second matters here. We still have pro men out on the course, and if they want any part of that action, they're going to have to keep on going to get those very well-earned points. And look at that. Kat Matthews, she's been slowed to a walk a few times, but now running well. Penny Slater, on the other hand, has been the hunter. She's now gone into second place, overtaking Lotta Wilms just a few kilometres ago, and has a solid pace happening on the run. As far as Lotta Wilms goes, she almost has third place locked up for the podium spot today, only 4 minutes and 15 seconds down from Penny Slater. But now, as we hone in on the finish line, Marinda Carfrae, 3-time Ironman world champion, you've got to be proud of something like this result for Kat Matthews today. She's been nothing short of amazing and just tough.
Yeah, just tough all day long, and clearly managing that calf a little bit through the latter part of this marathon. But we know Kat, she's gritty, she's tough, and I think she had it sort of all under control. We are panicking a little bit a few times when we saw her walking when she wasn't at an aid station, because she's kind of been walking most of the aid stations throughout the day, but still a 2-minute 20 buffer, and she's inside a mile to go. So I think Kat has it in the bag. We kind of called that, but you know, that calf was always a bit of a question mark. And as she makes the turn here, now she'll head back and come into the finish line in the next mile or so.
Sorry to butt in on you there, but she's going to get a good look at Penny Slater coming the other way. Do you think that the mind effects here could, reduce Kat to a walk again? Because you know how that goes when you see another competitor. You're amped to see how far ahead you are, or you're not so amped, and then the mental games take over. The anxiety kicks in, the cramp that is there becomes worse, and this is going to be it here. We're going to see the cross here at any moment between Penny Slater and Kat Matthews. So it's all coming down to that last couple of kilometres on the run.
Yeah, and I think Kat will obviously take a good look at Penny and see what she looks like and where she's at, and she'll know that, okay, I have a good lead here, and there's really not that much real estate left to go. I'd have to almost crawl to a slow jog or a walk for Penny to catch up at this point, because we're within, probably a kilometre of the finish, I would say, at this point. So, and we haven't seen Penny Slater just yet. Here she is now.
Yep. There she goes, just the other way. So that
Kat
was
Matthews didn't even acknowledge. She sort of had her head down, looking at the ground. But Penny Slater coming the other way, looking really good, but solid in second place. Lotte Wilms in third place, further minute back from Penny Slater. So still a race on her hands for the minor placings on the podium. But Kat Matthews, I think, has it in the bag. She just needs to get across that finish line and hop into some Normatec boots.
Yeah, I tell you what, Lotte Wilms is not out of it for second place as well, because Penny has slipped back just a little bit, from Kat Matthews. So well done to Kat for getting back up onto those legs and, into a good rhythm again. And like you say, she's going to be ready to, hop down into that hyper ice zone, recovery zone, get the boots on, get the, the gun out, and start doing a little bit of work on, the hyper ice, onto the muscles there. And you're a hyper ice athlete, or you were, and they're great products.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, great products, and all the athletes will have access to that recovery zone. There's Lotte Wilms going back the other way, third place today, or running in third place right now, I should say. But yes, all of those athletes will have access to the recovery zone, the hyper ice recovery zone with Normatec boots and Theraguns and all of the rest, and you need all of it after an Ironman.
Yeah, exactly. So we got not too far to go for our athletes here in the Pro Women's Division, and then we will have the celebration at the end there. But it's going to be a day that Kat Matthews is going to soak up. She's going to acknowledge the celebration, acknowledge the win, and then she's going to put her feet up and just say, my goodness, that was a tough day at the office today. She says thank you to her fellow athlete out there for the pace and for the chatter that they had going on there for the last couple of miles there. Always nice to link up with someone, Marinda, and when you are struggling to take your mind off things.
Absolutely, yeah. It is always good to link up with others to take your mind off things and run alongside some other athletes. But right now, Kat's just thinking about the finish line, and she knows that it's only moments away. As I said, she is defending champion, so she knows this course very well. She knows there's a couple of winding sections as she makes her way to the finish line. But yeah, I mean, she's now, she knows she's got it in the bag. She's going to put the sunnies up, zip up the vest.
I think this is a big moment of relief. Kat now realises that she's got it, and it's been a tough day. So she is going to, take this one to the house, and this is one that she'll talk about for a long, long time. Facing adversity with the injury, then coming into this with not a lot of running under the belt, not knowing if she was going to be able to make the distance, not knowing if she was actually going to be able to start the race, and now puts herself in a great position to get the job done today. So Kat Matthews being reduced to a walk on several occasions, facing the adversity of a champion. The champion never lays down. A champion always wants to get back up and fight, and a champion is always tough as nails. And for Kat Matthews today, look at this. She's bringing it home just exactly the way that we explained being a champion. So Kat Matthews, injured or not injured, she's as tough as nails. She's bringing it home today. It wasn't as fast as what she went last year with an 8:32, but an 8:46 plus today is going to get the job done.
Yeah, and that's all she needed to do. Get the job done, get those 5,000 points, get a score on the board for this Ironman Pro Series, and then go home and make sure she takes care of that calf so that she doesn't have to walk any more marathons, and she can go back and light up a few more 2:49 marathon run splits for us, because we love to see when they run fast.
Yeah, exactly, and that will be injury-free. We can see that the red dot has almost finished the little line on the bottom of the 5,000 point, and the time and the female area there. We can see that the dot has just about reached its end there. We can see that the 5,000 point clock, that is going to start ticking down as well. So that's going to be very, very good for Penny Slater. Very good for Lotte Wilms, but very good for the champion of 2024 at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North America Championship, Texas. It goes to Kat Matthews as a part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series today. Back-to-back wins for the UK.
An unofficial time there of 8:42.22. That's the men's time. The women's started, of course, 5 minutes behind the men. So that men's time showing on the clock. A 3 hour and 15 second, 3 hour flat with 15 seconds marathon. A little over 10 minutes slower than what she ran last year, but we know she had to kind of nurse that calf a little bit.
Yes, the Wahoo Element Rival says 3 hours and 15 seconds for the marathon here today on the Hoka Run course. And that is Kat Matthews getting some congratulations down there from our VIPs and Memorial Hermann down there, the title sponsor of this incredible race. They've been here for a long, long time and they just absolutely love it. And we love Kat Matthews because that was a great race. Coming in the second place right now, Lotte Willemsen and also, Penny Slater's coming in second place, and in third place is going to be Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands. So Penny Slater, she's very, very happy to be Australian and in second place there, Marinda.
Yeah, you see that smile creep across her face. You're very happy with that performance today. Another really solid performance, as I mentioned, a couple of podiums last year in Ironman distance at South Africa and also Cairns, but now a second place finish here in Texas, and more importantly, a score on the board. We'll see as that clock counts down now 4,906 points, so it's going to be probably a little 4,800-ish points there for Penny Slater, but really a solid performance for Penny, and I think she is very happy with that day.
Yeah, come on, Penny, run it all the way down to that finish line because you are losing valuable points right now. But for Penny Slater, I think that she's going to be very happy with this result. You can see that the wind is still howling down here today for the athletes in the age group, just finishing off the bike ride and then starting out the run. It'll be nice on the run, but a tough finish on the bike. 4,800 and about 50 points is going to go to the way of Penny Slater from Australia in second place today. Australia takes it to the line, 8:44.36. What a great day for the Commonwealth. There's Kat Matthews from the UK in one. Australia takes two. Penny Slater walks away today with just over 4,800 points in the bag.
Absolutely. You just see relief. The pain has stopped, I think, as they cross that finish line. But Penny Slater super happy with that performance. Now we're back to third place. Lotte Wilms. As we mentioned, she was leading all day on the bike, taking turns with Fenella Langridge, led with Lauren Brennan on the swim, just pushing the pace all day long and just strong and steady all day on the run. A really great performance, and she gives the thumbs up to some of the spectators there on the course. She'll be happy to be crossing that finish line momentarily here, and we will be watching that time, the points, and see what she will come away with after this race.
Yeah, they'll be happy to be sitting down there in the Hyperice recovery zone. And the Hyperice is proud to be the official recovery partner of Ironman. Athletes can immediately start their recovery journey by visiting the Hyperice recovery zone today, located behind the finish line. And I'm sure that Kat Matthews will be sitting down there with the boots on and rubbing that, the Hypervolt all over those muscles there. I've got a little Hyperice ball myself that I got plantar fasciitis, so I've been rolling my foot as well. But the Hyperice recovery zone is going to be right there for the athletes. One more U-turn coming up for Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands, and a great finish by this young lady right now. Like you said, Marinda, strong on the bike today. She was great in the swim as she swam up onto the shoulder of Lauren Brandon in the early goings, and then out onto the bike. It was either Fenella Langridge or this young lady, Lotte Wilms, that did all the work today. All the pacemaking was set by those two ladies. Coming off onto the run today was Lotte Wilms. She got into the lead of this race, unfortunately being overtaken twice. Firstly by the eventual winner, Kat Matthews, and then by Penny Slater. Here she is, Lotte Wilms.
Lotte Wilms, third place. Very happy to be crossing the finish line, and she's around 4,725 points for Lotte Wilms. A nice score on the board for her as we roll through this Ironman Pro Series. I think that is nice to get one solid score on the board for sure.
Amazing racing today by our top three ladies here in our professional women's division of the Ironman Pro Series. The first Ironman distance race of the season, of the series, is now complete for our podium, but lots of points still on offer. We're still talking about 760 points for our men. We're talking about 4,690 for our women. They're going to race all the way down into that finish line. The next time that we will talk to our athletes will be in the hyper ice recovery zone. But for right now, let's take a look at this overhead shot. Yep, it is chaos down there. We can see that
Carnage.
now. Carnage, yeah. We got Kat Matthews just laying down there, just trying to get some ice onto the injured calf. We got a lot of films just getting across that line, and also Penny Slater all getting ready. All right, so we're going to go off to a little break and stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, down here at the finish line, we can see that our top three women across that line there. What a great race it was from Kat Matthews. 8:42.22, just 2 minutes and 14 seconds in front of Penny Slater. 4 minutes and 38 seconds in front of Lotte Wilms today. So you know that the points were very, very sought after today. They limited the amount of points lost today, Penny Slater and Lotte Wilms. So well done. We're going to be in for a very exciting series this year. It's going to be great to follow along with the point score as we go through all of our races. 20 races offering this year.
Yeah, 20 races. The series consists of 20 races, but Ironman races have a total of 5,000 points, 70.3s, 2,500 points. Championship races, they weight a little bit heavier with the Ironman World Champs coming in at 6,000 points on the line, and then the 70.3 World Champs in Topor, that will have 3,000 points on the line. So, yeah, we'll be giving out points all year through till December, and our season finale in Topor, New Zealand.
That's right. We're coming up to the 9 hours on the race clock at the moment into our women's race at 8:49. That is our men's time up on the race clock at this point of time. So this has been an incredible day of racing. We get to see some more of our men pro and some of our age group athletes in our men's division coming across that finish line here momentarily. So we're excited to tell you that we've got our first Pro Series Ironman distance race in the books for our podiums on our men's, and all the way down to about our top 25 in the men's division right now, and our top 3 in our women's division are across the line.
We're just waiting now for Hannah Berry to come in. She'll be in 4th place. Alice Alberts in 5th place. That will round out our top 5 for today at Ironman Texas here in the Woodlands.
Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. There it is, that beautiful watch there on the right-hand side of the screen there. You can get yours, the Ironman Finisher watch as well. Absolutely gorgeous timepiece it is. And now we see the next of the athletes coming into the finish line here. Hannah Berry from New Zealand. Another great race by Hannah there, Marinda.
Yeah, great race from Hannah. Great to see her hang on there for 4th place.
4,488 points going Hannah's way today. About 8 minutes and 31 seconds down there. 8:28 actually. Yeah, so 4,488 points going down to the Kiwi there in 4th place. So in 5th place, we're probably going to see Alice Alberts coming through the line next in around about 3 minutes. So another very consistent showing by Alice Alberts today of the USA. Remember, she had 2 Ironman victories last year in 2023, and she's off to a great start in 24.
Yeah, it'd be great for Alice to have those points up on the board. We know Alice will probably do 3 Ironman events this year. She raced a few last year, took two wins, and I'm sure she'll have a similar schedule planned this year. But always good to get that first race out of the way, that first score on the board. And Alice Alberts, definitely an up-and-coming athlete. She's only really been racing for the last couple of years in the pro ranks. So impressive racing again from the American today.
yeah, not too bad. And then also on the men's side of things, you know, with our race winner today, was absolutely incredible. You know, we know that he only started one Ironman race before, but he had won 2 Ironman 70.3 races before. But to go out and do, you know, something that he did do today was just, you know, amazing. And then running the, you know, a 2:34 out there was just just something that we don't see too often. We're actually going to stand by for our interviews with our winners down there in our women's division. Standing by. It's going to be Kat Matthews in first place, second place.
Penny Slater.
And third place.
Lotta Wilms.
See, look at you. Look at your memory. That's pretty amazing. And then Hannah Berry was across the line at 8:28 in our women's race. So we know what the point scores are. We know that Kat Matthews is going to slot right into the top of the points list there. So good to see our points race getting underway. Here we go down to Carissa.
We are here in the Hyper Ice Lounge, and we are so excited to chat with our top 3 females, starting with back-to-back Ironman Texas champion, Kat Matthews. I know that's a nice thing to hear, but let's rewind to the whole race. Can you take me through your swim, your bike, and your run?
Okay, I will. Settle in. Well, it was good enough. And for the build that I've had, I'm really proud of the overall experience. So my swim was, I had a really great swim start. I was on people's feet who were incredible swimmers. I obviously dropped slightly back, and I then ended up swimming on my own for most of it, but I felt so good, and I felt so positive and so much better than last year. And then eventually Jocelyn and Maya caught me, but I was 5 minutes behind them last year, so I was like, cool, this is amazing. So yeah, I just felt so in control and so comfy on the swim and really excited for the bike. And the bike, again, just had a good day. I had a really strong will to push myself more than I ever had or in the last couple of years on the bike, because I just didn't know what my run was going to be like. So I just really committed, and I felt good committing. I lost all of my nutrition in the first, I think it was about 30 minutes in. So I was suddenly like, oh, great. Another challenge to overcome, and then bam, a penalty for what I'm told was drafting, but I had to ask about 8 times. And I think there might be some education there, perhaps on Race Ranger across the board, no names blame anywhere, because riding in a group on an undulating course needs to have a bit of context when there's other people around. So yeah, really proud of my bike, even with a 5-minute rest. I really committed after that penalty again, just to like show that I could tick off this big goal. I had a power target from Miami, and I wanted to hold it for the entire 4.5 hours. I said that 7 weeks ago after the race when I couldn't finish it, so I'm so proud. And then the run, I felt great. First K&a-half, I was flying. I was like, wow. And then suddenly I was like, oh no, my calf's gone, done. That's me over, race over, done. And I started walking, and I just had a moment, and somehow I managed to control that anxiety and discomfort and perhaps just a tightness, I don't know, but tolerated it, and I walked nearly every aid station and even some of the bridges where no one was watching as well, just to give myself that offload through the muscle. So I cannot really believe that I was able to hold off Penny Slater for seconds. So it was seriously impressive field this year compared to, well, you know, for future year, every year, but I had to work so hard for this one.
Well, we enjoyed watching it. The joy on your face is amazing, just to see that happiness. You worked hard for this, and I know you're going to keep working hard. You've got those 5,000 Pro Series points, so we will see you in the future. But ladies and gentlemen, this is your back-to-back Ironman Texas champion, the comeback queen, Kat Matthews. Thank you, Kat. We're going to bring over our second place finisher. We got some Aussies in the house cheering you on. Penny, how are you? Second place. What does that feel like?
Yeah, pretty amazing. Yeah, I knew I was like pretty fit going into this, but maybe not that fit.
We talked after the finish, and we talked about your race, and what you said shocked me. You were having some GI issues for most of the race.
Yeah, I got up this morning and vomited, and after having breakfast, and I was already like, oh geez, that's not a good indicator. But then I also thought maybe I was just nervous. But yeah, when I got out on the bike, I just, yeah, from the first sort of 30 Ks every 20 or 30 minutes I was vomiting. So, yeah, I thought maybe my day was done, but I was just thought keep going. The headwind out there was really, really hard. So I thought just keep going. Maybe some girls in front of you will blow up and see how you go on the run. So I was very tentatively taking on nutrition the rest of the race, but I was just really proud of myself for managing that and not letting it stop me have a good race.
Did the Pro Series play in your mind at all? You know, we're talking about every second matters, and you're saying, well, if I quit, then I kept totally cut myself out. Was that something that crept into your mind?
Yeah, 100%. When I was not feeling good and not in a good way, I was like, I just thought to myself, there's no way you're not finishing this race because you need to finish it for the Pro Series. So just try your best and see what happens. And an Ironman's a long way, so a lot can happen in 9 hours.
Well, you proved to the pros and you proved to a lot of our age groupers that what can happen when you commit and you keep going. So congratulations. Second place here at Ironman Texas, Penny Slater. Well done, Penny. And we're going to round out our podium here with Lotte Velms. How are you? You look like you're walking a little bit gingerly. How was your day?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I had a great day. Yes.
I love hearing you say that. Obviously, the swim was great. That's what we know you for. You were really out there working hard on the bike. How was the wind on the bike for you?
Yeah, the wind was, you know, I thought the wind needs to become my friend. I was just keep telling myself that. I knew it was 35 Ks into the wind, so I was like just pushing through this wind, and then we have a freebie back. So that was basically how I was working, and I was just like, okay, clearing my head all the time, just get the nutrition in. Before the starting the swim, I felt really good with the swim warm-up, so I was like, this might gonna be a really good day, because if I feel good in the swim, that's just a really good sign. And I had a great swim. I loved it. And I was just cruising really with the other girls. And I was trying to take a lead for a while. But Lauren was really strong in the swim as well. And then, yeah, working with Vanilla on the bike was great. It was great to have someone there just to clear their mind sometimes.
How does this set you up looking forward to the rest of the season, having great success here?
Yeah, absolutely. It's positive. Like in 6 weeks' time, we will compete in Cairns, and Cairns feels like home. I lived there for 6 months. I love the community there. I love the people. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to do that race.
Well, Texas is a little different than the Netherlands. What are you going to do to celebrate here in Texas?
We haven't had a steak yet, and I really like to eat a good steak here in Texas. And also, since we arrived, the people are so nice. We stayed like half an hour from the Woodlands, and I met so many people there, and the community is great. So yeah, I'd love to come back here.
Well, we'd love to have you. We love seeing you here. Congratulations on your third place finish here at Ironman Texas. Lots of films, and we're going to send it back over to you guys in the studio.
Well, thank you very much there, Carissa, and well done to you, Lotte, and I don't blame you. You're in Texas. Go treat yourself to a steak, y'all. That's where you're going to get a big one right there. It's bigger in Texas, that's for sure. Let's wrap it up right now for our women's pro division. It was Kat Matthews that defends the crown in second place. Penny Slater from Australia capturing 4,866 points. And then Lotte Velms with 47.23 in third place in our podium. Don't go away. We'll be right back right here at the Woodlands.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
All right, and we are at Ironman Texas here in the Woodlands, and we're waiting the remainder of our women coming through. We had Kat Matthews win today in 8:42.22. Penny Slater from Australia, 2:14 behind Kat. Then Lotte Wilms in third place at 4:38. Hannah Berry from New Zealand, 8:28 behind. Alice Alberts from the US in fifth, 11 minutes behind. And the overall standings, we do have a couple more athletes out there who raced in Oceanside and are racing here in Texas, so these positions may shuffle a little bit as they cross the finish line. But as it stands right now, Fenella Langridge is leading with 5,593 points. Kat Matthews in second with those 5,000 points from today. Penny Slater in third with 4,866. And as I mentioned, we also have Danielle Lewis, who raced Oceanside, so she'll come up into the mix when she finishes, and also Joanna Reiter, as she finishes, will come into play in the point standings.
Yes, we have a live point score still ticking down. We've still got 3,720 points available for our two athletes that finished in Oceanside to build upon what they had, and all the rest of our pro athletes in our women's to come across the line and collect some very valuable points in the first Ironman distance race of the year. No more points available for our men. That is now shut down. We are now anticipating our podium here to celebrate Kat Matthews defending a championship, to celebrate Penny Slater in second place, and also to celebrate the huge effort today from Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands. It was just absolutely amazing, the effort that she put out today. So just anticipating momentarily our three champions to come up here at the Athletic Brewing, podium moment.
Yes, and we have Lotte Wilms in third position from the Netherlands, taking third here in the Woodlands, and she was very happy with that performance. Awesome day out for her.
Yeah, Carissa asked her that question. She was super stoked, but I think she's super tired because she really couldn't muster up any more than about 3 or 4 words. So anyway, in second place with the shoes off now, and that's Penny Slater from Australia. Another great race from the Australian there, and Lotte did say that she's going to head over to Cairns, so by the look of it, she's going to chase those points.
Yeah, absolutely, and this will be her first of probably 3 Ironmans for the year for Penny, but I'm sure Cairns and possibly a late season Ironman for her. Maybe Nice?
Yeah, and what more can be said about Kat Matthews, our champion today, 18 months ago with it was almost like a career-ending injury, a crash here in the Woodlands, Texas. And then last year coming back to win in 8:32, and then this year to defend the championship, but just to get across the finish line. We know that she's been battling some injuries, but now stands atop the podium, your champion at the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas, right here. Kat Matthews raises the glass. The Athletic Brewing in the mouth, over the heads. Here we go. We're going to celebrate, and there we go. Congratulations, ladies.
She's like, no, I want to drink mine.
We're ladies.
No, they don't want to. They're not going to pour them over each other like the men did. Patrick Langer got in that cheap shot and threw his Athletic Brewing all over Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez earlier. But the ladies taking a sip, putting those down.
Well, going to get all 3 on top of the podium
Staying
there.
tidy.
I don't know. This is going to be a difficult one. Oh, yeah.
It's a tiny little step.
Oh, there we go. I'm just talking about the sore muscles.
Sore, yeah.
Anyway, you can see that Lotte there, very, very tall athlete. We saw her on the bike today, just magnificent. Penny had a great run. And Kat, well, just the quality of the field there today. Carissa Galloway presenting everything. Yeah, getting the selfie in there. She's, we love the social media that she's got out there today. So incredible racing, and Carissa Galloway down there. Welcome to the Athletic Brewing post-race show. I'm Greg Welch, joined by Marinda Carfrae, 3-time Ironman world champion. Rennie, we were treated to one of the best races that we've seen at championship level. We we celebrate the Pro Series, you know, Ironman Pro Series this year in 2024, but today it just brought everybody to the top. The cream rose to the top, and the cream of the crop got across that finish line of the women's race, you know, unscathed away from injury. And then we had someone new that we can talk to, our first Mexican Ironman champion ever. We have two great stories.
Oh, absolutely. And we had fireworks in both the men's and the women's race, with Fenella Langridge looking so great early on in the run, and then just falling back in the latter part of the marathon, and Matthew Marquardt as well looking so strong and then relinquishing that lead.
Yep, we got it. Well, we got it all started this morning at 6:25 local time. So let's go back and take you through the day right now. It all started at 6:25 in our swim, 3.8 kilometres, 2.4 kilometres. The cannon went right off on time, and our huge field here in the men's race got underway.
Yeah, and we had Matthew Marquardt in the lead there, but this was Koolhaas?
Yeah, Koolhaas getting out of the water in first place. In second place was Florian Angert from Germany. And then we had a great amount of athletes getting across there. Simon Shee was in there. Matthew Marquardt was also in there. And as they got into the transition area, it was Matthew Marquardt to get out onto the course early.
He made quick work of that transition, and he was lights out. See you later, boys. I'm going to go for it here. Then he was joined by...
Right up until this part here, this was Callan just unsure what to do, and then unclips from the pedal there, goes down onto the left hip, and then climbs back onto the top of his machine there and gets the job done. But first into transition was Matthew Marquardt. Off onto the run, though, it was this young man from Mexico, Rodriguez Hernandez, who really, you know, put the fire into the belly of everybody else. It was too much on the pace for Matthew Marquardt, slowing down to a grinding halt, not just once, but quite a few times, and then taking a look over that shoulder to see this coming through. What's that going to do to your psyche?
Well, to see that that pace come through, and fastest run split ever here in Texas at 2:34, and then Patrick Langer just a little bit behind him there, coming in second. Just a phenomenal performance from the young Mexican.
Yeah, rounding out the podium was Nice, France's own Clement Mignon in third place today. So Rodriguez Hernandez finishing it off, grabbing those 5,000 points with a 7:42.38. Patrick Langer 7:44.14, and Clement Mignon 7:48.37 for a total point score there. 49.04 and 46.41 for our top three out there. Matthew Marquardt walking away with valuable points today after what could have been a shocker, and you know, reduced to the walk there. A tough race for Matthew, but a great, gritty and gutsy effort right at the very end. All the way down to 10th place there, we see Tomasz Zela from Poland there, heading in there with 36.99 points. So it does pay to stay in there and be tough.
Absolutely.
All right, so that was our men's pro race results and series points, and what a great way to start the season and the series. Last couple of weeks ago, we were at Oceanside, and now we are right here in the Pro Series standings. Let's take a look at it right now. In first place is Patrick Langer with 65.19. Matthew Hansen has gone into second place, so he finished in Oceanside too, so he picked up 8.84 in Oceanside. Leiferman goes into third, and Rodriguez today finishing up with 55.82, also racing to a 45th finish in Oceanside. Andreas Lopes also in there, did both races. Clement Mignon, Matthew Marquardt, Robert Callan, Paul Schuster, and finishing out in 10th place here from Switzerland, Samuel Hertzler from Switzerland. So that's our pro standings, and now I tell you what, it's been a great day for that. It's been interesting because I love how the clock, and it just starts clicking down from 5,000. So let's go over and take a look at our women.
And the women's race started off this morning at 6:30 a.m. down in the Woodlands. We had an early leader, Lauren Brandon, of course. She had Lotte Wilms right on her shoulder a couple of times, trying to come around for a lead. Yeah, you see the two women there swimming side by side, but it was eventually Lauren Brandon who would take the swim out at the end. We had Hannah Berry in there too. 4 women came into transition together and out onto the bike.
But it was Lauren Brandon of Park City, Utah, just training up there at altitude as well, who was first out of the water. But a lot of films wasted no time setting the pace with Fenella Langridge. It wasn't, for the lack of trying for Lauren Brandon, having a little bit of a mechanical, which let Kat Matthews come on through. And then Kat serving 5 minutes in the penalty tent was 5:15 off the bike. Fenella Langridge and Lotta Films into the bike and at the same time.
Yeah, off the bike together, and early leader was Fenella Langridge, and you see Lotta Wilms taking the lead early in the run, and then we had Kat Matthews surging through in the middle part of the run there. It's Penny Slater as well, putting together just a solid run performance. We did see Kat Matthews have to walk a few times to take care of that calf injury that she's been nursing a little bit, but a really solid performance from Kat to defend her title here in the Woodlands. And yes, relief and joy on the face of Kat Matthews there as she crossed the finish line in first place. And Penny Slater, just elated. So awesome to see the Aussie second place here in the Woodlands. Some awesome points. And also Lotta Wilms, very happy, very exhausted as she crosses the finish line in third place here today.
Yeah, a lot of films was sensational today. So there it is, the female results. 5,000 goes out to our winner. 48.66 down to 47.23 for a lot of films in third place. Danielle Lewis finished up in ninth place today. Kylie Simpson came from behind to get into eighth. Maya Stage Nelson struggled in the middle part, but hung in there for seventh. Fenella Langridge in sixth place, and the ever consistent right now, Alice Alberts, was right down there in fifth place, collecting 43.29 points out there today. So 5,000 point race, the first one of the year, in the bag.
In the bag, absolutely. And we will see the overall standings here shortly. But it looks like we'll have Fenella Langridge go into the lead for the overall.
Yeah, just looking down right now at the square down here, the Waterway Square, which is where the finish line is. I can see the smoke coming across. We know there's some good old Texas barbecue happening outside right now. Might have to run outside and get myself a barbecue brisket sandwich and enjoy that local style, of course, as we see all of our athletes now either approaching the line or getting into that finish line in our pro division. And we've got a lot of age group athletes out there today getting after those all-important qualifying slots for the Nice Ironman World Championship or the Ironman World Championship coming up in Kona. The VinFast Ironman World Championships will be coming up September 2nd in Nice. And then right at the end of October 26th. So these are the unofficial Pro Series standings. Fenella Langridge goes right to the top there, 55.93. Kat Matthews with a full count today of 5,000 goes right into the second spot. Danielle Lewis, having done Oceanside, she slips into third place. Penny Slater in fourth. Lotta Films right in there. Hannah Berry, Alice Alberts, Maya Stage Nelson, Kylie Simpson, and Taylor Knibb with a full allotment of 2,500 points in the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. Slots into 10th place. So that was a great way to finish off the Pro Series standings here today. So it doesn't mean that if you just win a race, you're in the lead. It means that your consistency is going to pay off throughout the year. 20 races, 5 race results, 3 maximum Ironman distance, and 2 70.3 will be the best way that you can score your points today. However, if you're going to do 5 70.3s, doesn't really matter, where you stand with it, but you have to be comfortable with how you select your races. Marinda, by the look of it, we've got a lot of announcements today. It said that, hey, Thomas said to the world, I want to win the whole series. That's a pretty brash remark from a kid that's just done his second Ironman, race. He's only won 2 Ironman 70.3s before, and he has a goal of running a 2:28 marathon in an
that'll
Ironman
get
race.
you a long way. Fast marathons get you a long way.
Going to get you plenty of
someone
attention
who knows. Yeah, phenomenal performance, and just awesome to see a Mexican win a pro men's race for the first time in Ironman history, as far as we can tell. So awesome race from Thomas Rodriguez Hernandez out there, and obviously also Kat Matthews. We are back down at the finish line, and we're still seeing those points tick away as the pro women Still coming across the line. We're now down to 2,938 points, so that will continue to tick down to 0. So every second matters as these athletes are coming across the line. And as we mentioned earlier, those overall standing points were preliminary because we still have athletes finishing the race. As we speak.
Just under about 40 minutes, you can capture those points there. So none available in our men's pro race. They have gone by the wayside, but 2,900 points still. The valuable points are up for grabs for our women there. You can see our top 10 across the line. Leslie Smith just getting in a moment ago at 32.56 down. So if you're inside of around about an hour and 22 or so, you're going to get some points here today. And it looks like 2,895 points still available. So Leslie Smith just rounding out the top 10, and that's a great race for Leslie as well. So got some good standings there. Thank you for watching the Ironman Now coverage of the Memorial Hermann Ironman North American Championship, Texas, part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series, the second race in the Ironman Pro Series, but the first Ironman race. The stakes were higher as the winners earned 5,000 points today. For all things Ironman Pro Series, go to proseries.ironman.com. You can watch even more Ironman Pro Series coverage with exclusive on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada by signing up for Outside Plus today. For those not in the US and Canada, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. The next Ironman Now broadcast of the Ironman Pro Series will be next Saturday, May 4th, the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman 70.3 North American Championship St. George in Utah. Coverage will begin at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Watch the live broadcast for free. It will air exclusively on Outside TV in the United States and Canada. Globally, you watch the proseries.ironman.com, DAZN, the DAZN, and L'Equipe Live. For the entire team alongside Marinda Carfway, I'm Greg Welch. Enjoy the moments and images from today's race. We'll see you next time.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.